Of the day from all around the country and around the world as well. Let's take a live look outside at the White House. A beautiful shot there on the East Coast. Hopefully everybody had a great 4th of July. Hopefully everybody's recovering nicely this morning and everybody got out to see those fireworks as you saw right here on Live Now from Fox. We had plenty of coverage all day long, all those parades and festivities for the 4th of July as we celebrated the Independence Day, the day that America was born. So I think we should take another shot too. Let's kind of pan that out a little wider there, taking a look at the White House in Washington, D.C., just kind of a different look there. And then we go to the U.S. Capitol. Not looking too bad, seeing some blue skies there in D.C. We'll actually have a live report there later from Bob Barnard with our Fox 5 D.C. team talking about all the travel problems. Plenty of people had travel problems during the holiday. But let's get into something that was happening earlier this morning that we did record just about the past hour. It's from the International Atomic Energy Agency. They did a tour of the Fukushima plant over in Japan. You might remember from many years ago that tsunami that hit that plant causing that nuclear meltdown. Well, the IAEA did a tour, and let's listen in raw and unfiltered.
Of course, I am aware of the People's Republic of China's position on this issue. A few weeks ago, you may know that I was in Beijing. I was in an official visit to China, and this issue was one of the themes that we discussed, because apart from the fact that my report had not been issued, there is not much secret about the ALPS system and what the IAEA does. Maybe you can.
はい、まず、中国についてですけれども、もちろんですね、私としても中国政府が、この件についてですね、どういうふうに考えているか十分に、承知しています。何週間か前に私自身、北京におりました。これは IA の代表として正式に、中国を訪問、したわけですね。その時の、中国側とのやり取りの中でも、この件は当然議題として上がってきました。で、報告書の内容についてもですね、議論がありました。
So, as I said before, any concern is a concern that I take very seriously. I have seen what they have to say, and of course I'm at their disposal in case they want to have or to seek any clarification from us. This has not been the case so far, although, as I said, China is a very important partner also of the IAEA, and we are in close contact. So, yeah, please.
ですね、はい、中国、政府に対してはですね、さらなる説明、等々が必要なのであればいつでも申し上げてくださいと、伝えてあります。現時点で、そのような、要望がですね、中国からは、いただいておりません。で、IA にとってはですね、中国もですね、非常に重要なパートナーになるわけですね。ですので、何か、中国から懸念が表明されればですね、IA として私としては、これに真摯に対応するつもりでおります。
Zaporizhia, as you know, We have a permanent presence. There is a permanent mission of the IAEA there. I have been in contact with them today, just a few hours ago. We are aware of these affirmations, these statements from both sides. You refer to President Zelensky's statements, but the Russian side has also come up with some of these things. What I say is what I said at the United Nations Security Council. A nuclear power plant should never, under any circumstances, be attacked. A nuclear power plant should not be used as a military base. The IAEA is there to observe, to monitor this, and to inform the world community if this happens. In our latest inspections, we haven't seen any mining activity, but we remain extremely alert. As you know, there is a counteroffensive ongoing. There is a lot of combat. I have been there a few weeks ago, and there is combat there, very close to the plant. So we cannot relax, and we will be informing and updating constantly.
はい、ではウクライナについてですけれども、はい、ウクライナの発電所にもですね、IAEA の常駐スタッフがおります。そして、適宜ですね、私も彼らから報告を受けています。数時間前にもですね、そのような報告がありました。で、今、ウクライナとロシアの双方から、ゼレンスキー大統領と名前が出ましたけれども、双方から、いろんな主張が出ているということも当然理解しています。で、これについて私が申し上げられるのはですね、これはもう国連の場でもですね、私が発言した通りなんですけれども、まず一つ、原子力発電所というのはいかなる理由でもですね、攻撃されてはいけないということと、もう一つはですね、軍事基地として原子力発電所を用いてはならないということですね。この、観点からですね、IAEA としては今後も、観察、監視、をしながら、その内容を、国際社会にですね、情報として発信していくということを、当然、心がけるつもりです。では、じゃあその爆発物が、発電所に仕掛けられているかどうかについては、今の時点では私どもはそういったことは確認していません。ただし、そのような危険はあるであろうということは、十分認識しています。で、また、ウクライナの戦況ですけれども、今、ウクライナ軍が、反転攻勢に出ているということで、あちこちで戦闘が起きているわけですね。発電所の近い地域でも戦闘がまさに起こっています。ですので、IAEA としてはですね、決して、心を、その安心できる状況ではないということです。
Maybe one or two questions and we have to go.
はい、では、あと一つか二つ質問。はい。
Yeah, these two last.
はい、ラストワンかツーですね。はい。
じゃあ、朝日新聞の大月と言います。
Yes.
本日の午前中の会議のことで、質問があります。実はその会議の中で、一番印象に残った首長とかですね、漁業者の団長からの発言で印象に残った発言があるかというのと、もう一つは会議の中で、グロッシー局長が処理水の放出については、科学的観点から安全だと証明できる。そして、安心できないというのは非科学的だというふうな発言をしたということを出席者から聞いたんですけれども、これはどういう意味なのかというのを教えてください。
unscientific and so not rational. That's something I heard. I wasn't there, but that's something I heard.
Well, I understand the sense of your question, although I never characterized criticism as irrational.
はい、です。まず、どのような趣旨で質問されているかということは、十分理解できるかと思います。そしてですね、まず最初に。
And if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we've been listening in raw and unfiltered to this International Atomic Agency. They're taking a tour of the Fukushima plant that's over in Japan. Of course, as I said, that was the site of that There's a tsunami years ago, actually, that caused a meltdown there. And so I wanted to dip in here for a moment just to clarify that there's a translation here with kind of some blown out audio, and then the IAEA member will speak after that. So let's go ahead and bring up the audio and listen in.
Past practice.
で、報告書で、に書かれている内容というのはですね、科学的な客観的な、基準に基づいた、評価で、ありまして、で、これはですね、世界的に合意された、科学的な、原則をもとに、得られた結果です。
But this doesn't mean that criticism is out of place.
だからといってですね、じゃあこのような結果について何らかの批判をするということが間違っているとも申し上げません。
Especially when you live here and you fish and you want to sell your fish.
特に、例えば、福島県で漁業に、身を置かれているですね、魚を売ろうと、している方々に、してみればですね、当然感じ方が違うというのは私もよくわかります。
This morning I said one thing. I said I don't have a magic wand, but I can do something.
で、今朝もその会議の場で、こういうふうにお話をしました。私は何も魔法の杖を持っているわけではありませんと。ただ、私としてもできることはあるんですと。
We must explain, we must be clear, we must listen to everybody and make sure that any action that is taken is fundamentally and sufficiently justified and with a very solid basis. Then confidence will come, I'm sure, with time.
はい、では何をしなくてはならないのか、できること、やらなくてはならないことは何かといえばですね、まず非常に明快な形で、説明をしていくということ、同時にですね、皆さんの懸念について耳を傾けるということですね。そしてまた何か、実施されることがあるのであればですね、その計画について、十分な根拠、というものを示さなくてはなりません。どのような根拠があるのか、そしてこういったことをですね、地道に続けていくことによって時間はかかるかもしれませんが、徐々に理解は得られていくだろうと信じています。
The IAEA, this would be the last point on your question. The IAEA is not in an ivory tower.
はい、で IAEA、強調したいのはですね、何も私たちはですね、象牙の塔の上にですね、隠れているわけではないんですね。
So this is why I, as Director General, I come here. I will continue coming here. I will be talking directly to the fishermen's associations, to the schools. Today I got a request to go to schools. I will do it. I think this is my duty.
はい、そして、IAEA の事務局長としてもですね、私、今回福島に来ました。今後も来続けるつもりです。そして、単に来るだけではなくてですね、日本の福島の皆さん、漁協の皆さんともですね、対話を続けたいと思っています。まさに今朝の会合の場でですね、今日したような話を高校生にも直接話していただけませんかというお願いがいただいたんですが、私ぜひそうしたいと思っています。そういったことが大事だなと。
And if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we are listening in raw and unfiltered to this tour of the Fukushima power plant over there in Japan. As the International Atomic Energy Agency, an official there, taking some questions right now. I'm taking a tour through there, making sure everything's working fine. And as I said before, this was the site of that nuclear meltdown after that the tsunami hit a number of years ago. So I'm sure they're checking on all that as well. Also, you see on your screen a beautiful live look there at Washington, D.C. and also right below that, Stafford, Virginia. Reports of an overturned truck. We're looking at it right now. Not a lot of details known on that at this point. Conditions of folks involved, all that. We are working to get that information. We'll, of course, bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox when we do find that out. I do want to take our first commercial break of the hour. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just 2 short minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox as we take a live look outside here at New York City as the day gets going there, right outside the Fox studios. Not looking too shabby at all, looking towards Radio City Music Hall. Got to turn to a pretty serious story here out of Long Island in the same neck of the woods as this shot you're looking at there. But in 24 hours, Long Island officials reported multiple shark bites, with officials spotting a school of sharks swimming offshore. But that didn't stop beachgoers from swimming. We have Fox 5's Briella Tomasetti joining us live from Robert Moses State Park with the details. Briella, good morning. Pretty scary situation.
Yeah, good morning to you. And, you know, we kind of run into this situation every summer. We have 4 suspected shark attacks, 2 of them reported yesterday, 2 others reported the day before that. One of the attacks could not be confirmed. Thankfully, everyone's going to be okay. But here's how it went down. Swimmers were called out of the water after a drone flying overhead captured a large group of sand sharks swimming off the shore of Robert Moses State Park. Then the swimmers were called out of the water again. That time, though, it was a false alarm. It was just a group of dolphins. Well, it's that time of year again. The weather's warm, the ocean full of swimmers, boogie boarders, and native marine predators.
It's not going to intimidate me. I'm not going to live my life around a couple of sharks. Sharks are generally safe.
2 confirmed shark attacks were reported yesterday out in Suffolk County. State officials say one man was bitten in the hand in Fire Island Pines and another in the knee in Quogue.
We think that's the new normal.
New York State Parks released this video captured by a drone flying 200 yards offshore Robert Moses Field 3, showing a school of more than 50 sand sharks swimming in the water. Just 24 hours earlier, a 15-year-old boy was nipped in the heel and toes by a shark at Kismet on Fire Island.
There were a lot of medical personnel there and police with, they had the lights on and everything.
And a 15-year-old girl was hurt in another suspected shark attack.
We had a 15-year-old female that was bit in the water here in front of Field 3 at Robert Moses State Park. She was bitten by marine life. She had 3 puncture wounds.
Authorities reported 6 shark bites off the coast of Long Island in 2022. In response to the surge in shark encounters, Governor Hochul deployed 10 drones to carefully monitor the beaches from above.
It's just as busy as normal. Not too many people are really speaking about the, quote, attack last night, yesterday afternoon in either Kismet or down in Field 3.
But news of the attacks didn't deter all 4th of July beachgoers at the Fire Island Ferry Terminal, and many are hoping these are just isolated incidents.
I still go in, it's okay if there's sharks. I'm scared of sharks, but I don't go that far in.
Yeah, warning signs are expected to go up at all town of Islip beaches. State officials in the meantime, though, say the bites were likely mistakes and that the sharks were waiting a little bit too close to the shoreline and they meant to feed on smaller fish. They got humans instead. Sometimes it happens, but I would say a little too close for comfort. Zach, we'll send it back to you in the studio.
Absolutely. Makes me think twice about getting in that water. That is for sure. Briella Tomasetti with Fox 5 New York. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. It is 7:19 over on the East Coast, over on the West Coast, 4:19 in the morning. Hopefully everybody is having a great Wednesday as we get you started after the 4th of July holiday. Hopefully everybody is at home and recovering. You might have remembered we had plenty of coverage here yesterday on Live Now from Fox, all the parades and festivities from all around the country, including right there, what you're looking at on your screen, a beautiful shot of Washington, D.C. I do want to get to this shot right here, still following a little bit of breaking news that we're working to learn more information about. An overturned truck here. This is in Stafford County in Virginia. So this is from our friends over at Fox 5 DC, some information that they do have. Again, this is a live look right now at the scene. A multi-vehicle crash involving an overturned tractor trailer closed Interstate 95 in Stafford County, Virginia early this morning. The crash happened along the northbound lanes of I-95 near Centerport Parkway, close to exit 136 in the Fredericksburg area. If you're familiar with that neck of the woods, but northbound I-95 traffic is being detoured to Route 1. If you're going to be driving in that area, that'll be important information to you, but we are looking to get more information about what happened here. Officials are saying there are injuries that have been reported, that the extent of those injuries and the cause of the crash, all that not known at this point. So we'll work to learn that and bring that to you when we do find that out. But let's go ahead and take our second commercial break out of the way. We'll work on this story here, and we'll come back and get into all the big news of the day right here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, taking a live look in Long Island, New York area, where we just had that live report on some shark attacks there in that neck of the woods. Pretty serious stuff. Didn't stop beachgoers there, though, but you might want to think twice getting in the water in the Long Island area today. Let's take another look over here at the nation's capital there, the U.S. Capitol in Washington, D.C. Background's looking a little washed out, but I see a few peaks of blue behind there as they get started in the nation's capital there on the East Coast. Do you want to get into some of that news of the day, talking about, unfortunately, not surprising, but unfortunately, an outbreak of violence happening over the holiday. In a pair of major U.S. cities, in Fort Worth, Texas, and in Philadelphia, at least 8 people were killed in a pair of tragic incidents, and even more are wounded. Fox News senior correspondent Mike Tobin is following it all from our Midwest Bureau.
Philadelphia first responders get credit for saving the injured as bullets flew. 5 were killed, and a gunman rampaged through the city of brotherly love.
I want to thank Commissioner Outlaw and the police department for their response to this terrible, tragic incident. Police responded immediately and courageously.
Police say he randomly fired at occupied cars and people on the street. His first victim retreated to a house and died. Others remained on the street, dead or wounded. Ultimately, the gunman surrendered to police. His identity and formal charges won't be released until the courts are open on Wednesday, but the premeditation of the rampage is evident.
The man who did this is in custody. The man who did this will be facing multiple counts of murder.
Fort Worth, Texas, as holiday celebrations wound down, shots rang out. 3 people are dead, another 8 recovering from injuries. Police have suggested the motive could be anything from a domestic problem to a gang dispute, but they know it created another scene of panic and bloodshed.
A lot of vehicle traffic, a lot of foot traffic. As you can tell, still fireworks were being shot off. Lots of people just trying to flee the area from the multiple gunshots.
And it all comes a day after a mass shooting in Baltimore left 2 dead and 28 injured. Like Fort Worth, people had gathered for a party, this one unpermitted. Suddenly, shots rang out. The mayor says it's remarkable because so many people shot video of young men with guns.
There were grown adults filming young people with guns who said nothing, who did nothing, who didn't say to the police, hey, I know this teenager's out here at this event with a gun, and we have to have a sense of responsibility to our own community.
Back to Philadelphia, police detained a second man for firing back at the gunman. District Attorney Larry Krasner said he fired lawfully in self-defense and was released. In Chicago, Mike Tobin, Fox News.
And thanks to Mike Tobin for that report. Well, dueling drone attacks across Russia and Ukraine, high-profile strikes inside Russia have increased over recent months. As Ukrainian officials remain silent over the assaults, Fox News senior foreign affairs correspondent Greg Palkut is in Kyiv with the latest.
Moscow again in the sights of Ukrainian drones. After dramatic earlier attacks, 5 said to be launched by Ukraine, all reportedly shot down, still disrupting flights at a Moscow airport, as Russia launched 4 of its drones at the town of Sumy, death and destruction, and shells hit the city of Kharkiv, children injured.
I don't know what happened. I heard an explosion.
Business as usual for Russian President Putin after the recent uprising by the Wagner mercenary group, speaking to a virtual conference of leaders, including Chinese President Xi and Indian Prime Minister Modi.
Russian society demonstrated unity when they responded against an attempted armed mutiny.
Ukraine's counteroffensive making some gains, still not as fast as expected with Western military aid. President Zelensky's Independence Day message.
I congratulate you on your Independence Day. Only the brave gain independence, and only the best of the brave are able to pass the freedom from generation to generation.
As in many conflicts, like our Revolutionary War, citizen soldiers here play a role. In this 21st century battle, factories turn out high-tech gear to fend off Russian invaders.
Our body armor is the last barrier from the shot, from the bullet.
Sadly, there are a lot more shots and bullets to come as Ukraine fights for its independence from Russia. In Lviv, Ukraine, Greg Palka, Fox News.
July 4th celebrations going strong across the country with spectacular firework displays in Washington, D.C., the Big Apple, and beyond. Fox News' Gary Bumgarden is here with a recap of all the extravaganzas.
Millions across the country coming together Tuesday night to celebrate America's independence with 4th of July fireworks celebrations lighting up the sky nationwide.
Welcome to July 4th at the White House.
In Washington, D.C., President Biden and the First Lady greeting large crowds at the White House South Lawn.
Today's America's Day. America's Day. Go get them.
Where the Bidens thanked military members for their service in keeping the nation free.
We are the leading nation in the world. The rest of the world looks to us.
Performances by Grammy Award winners Neo and Brothers Osborne delighted crowds before the Capitol was aglow with fireworks. The festivities also going hard in New York City for the Macy's 4th of July show, with live music from artists like Ashanti, Ja Rule, LL Cool J, and more, leading up to the pyrotechnics. The lengthy display in the Big Apple lasting roughly 25 minutes, with more than 60,000 fireworks shells exploding over the East River. A musical tribute to the late Tina Turner was also mixed into the show. Meanwhile, in Philadelphia, a robust set of fireworks dazzled in the sky. Across the same city, the Founding Fathers signed the Declaration of Independence back in 1776. Gary Baumgarten, Fox News.
And thanks to Gary Baumgarten for that report. Millions of Americans taking advantage of the 4th of July holiday this year, with a record number of folks traveling all across the country. This despite a wave of delays and cancellations. Fox News correspondent Charles Watson reports from Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport.
More than 50 million Americans are traveling this 4th of July, breaking the record set back in 2019. AAA estimating that more than 4 million of those travelers are taking to the skies, with the TSA averaging nearly 2.7 million screenings per day. But many of those travelers have been facing massive delays and cancellations, with more than 40,000 disruptions last week.
I flew from New York, and then I was supposed to be here yesterday, but they directed my flight to Washington and booked me a hotel, and yeah, now I'm in Atlanta. Flights were delayed, flights were canceled. I mean, we sat on a plane for an hour waiting for something to happen. Eventually they just said, nope, it's canceled.
Some travelers waiting for days for new flights.
We've been to 4 different airports in 2 days due to canceled flights. It's just been hectic, left out with no answers. Baggage is lost right now, so we've been wearing the same clothes for 2 to 3 days.
Severe weather in the Northeast contributing to those delays and cancellations, but many airlines are also blaming the FAA, saying things like staffing shortages and outdated technology are only making the problems worse.
You cannot assume under the current situation, probably for the next year or so at least, that you're going to get to your destination in any timely way.
So far today, more than 1,000 flights have been delayed or canceled. At Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport, Charles Watson, Fox News.
A federal judge sets out to limit how much interaction the Biden administration has with social media companies. Doug Luzader with Fox News has that story for us.
Well, this injunction means that a number of federal agencies, including the Department of Health and Human Services and the FBI, are now prohibited from some efforts to remove or suppress social media posts.
Well, happy 4th.
President Biden celebrating the 4th at the White House yesterday, just as his administration suffered a major setback in federal court. In a lawsuit brought by the attorneys general of Louisiana and Missouri, the White House has been accused of trying to influence big tech companies like Facebook and Twitter. And from the administration's perspective, it's part of an effort to combat what they see as disinformation. A federal judge in Louisiana, though, called it an almost dystopian scenario, saying that during the pandemic, the United States government seems to have assumed a role similar to an Orwellian Ministry of Truth.
It's a great president on Independence Day to defend the liberty of the American people from a government that's been spying and censoring them.
The backers of expansive free speech rights were delighted. A White House official, though, says this administration has promoted responsible actions to protect public health, safety, and security when confronted by challenges like a deadly pandemic and foreign attacks on our elections.
Well, this is a pretty broad ruling, and it feels a lot more political than judicial. But these are private companies. They make decisions about content on their platforms.
We're going to see this, in all likelihood, continue to be challenged in the court system, perhaps even the Supreme Court.
In the meantime, as this case progresses, the judge is allowing efforts to target posts that involve criminal activity or national security issues. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News. Well, this injunction means...
And thanks to Doug Luzader for that report. I want to get back to this event that we were playing earlier. We recorded on this from earlier this morning, but it happened in about the past hour and a half out of Fukushima, Japan. The IAEA, that's the International Atomic Energy Agency, giving a tour, or going for a tour in that plant. Again, that's a plant that was hit pretty hard by a tsunami many years ago and caused a nuclear meltdown. Now they're going through and at this point taking some questions from reporters. So let's listen in raw and unfiltered.
The ALPS system and what the IAEA does. Maybe you can start.
はい、まず、中国についてですけれども、もちろんですね、私としても中国政府が、この件についてですね、どういうふうに考えているか十分に、承知しています。何週間か前に私自身、北京におりました。これは IAEA の代表として正式に中国を訪問したわけですね。その時の中国側とのやり取りの中でも、この件は当然議題として上がってきました。で、報告書の内容についてもですね、議論がありました。
So, as I said before, any concern is a concern that I take very seriously. I have seen what they have to say, and of course, I'm at their disposal in case they want to have or to seek any clarification from us. This has not been the case so far, although, as I said, China is a very important partner also of the IAEA, and we are in close contact. So, yeah, please.
ですね、はい、中国、政府に対してはですね、さらなる説明、等々が必要なのであればいつでも申し上げてくださいと、伝えてあります。現時点で、そのような、要望がですね、中国からは、いただいておりません。で、IAEA にとってはですね、中国もですね、非常に重要なパートナーになるわけですね。ですので、何か、中国から懸念が表明されればですね、IAEA として私としては、これに真摯に対応するつもりでおります。
Zaporizhia, as you know, we have a permanent presence. There is a permanent mission of the IAEA there. I have been in contact with them today, just a few hours ago. We are aware of these affirmations, these statements from both sides. You refer to President Zelensky's statements, but the Russian side has also come up with some of these things. What I say is what I said at the United Nations Security Council. A nuclear power plant should never, under any circumstances, be attacked. A nuclear power plant should not be used as a military base. The IAEA is there to observe, to monitor this, and to inform the world community if this happens. In our latest inspections, we haven't seen any mining activity, but we remain extremely alert. As you know, there is a counteroffensive ongoing. There is a lot of combat. I have been there a few weeks ago, and there is combat there, very close to the plant. So we cannot relax, and we will be informing and updating constantly.
はい、ではウクライナについてですけれども、はい、ウクライナの発電所にもですね、IAEA の常駐スタッフがおります。そして、適宜ですね、私も彼らから報告を受けています。数時間前にもですね、そのような報告がありました。で、今、ウクライナとロシアの双方から、ゼレンスキー大統領と名前が出ましたけれども、双方から、いろんな主張が出ているということも当然理解しています。で、これについて私が申し上げられるのはですね、これはもう国連の場でもですね、私が発言した通りなんですけれども、まず一つ、原子力発電所というのはいかなる理由でもですね、攻撃されてはいけないということと、もう一つはですね、軍事基地として原子力発電所を用いてはならないということですね。この、観点からですね、IAEA としては今後も、観察、監視、をしながら、そ その内容を、国際社会にですね、情報として発信していくということを、当然、心がけるつもりです。では、じゃあその爆発物が、発電所に仕掛けられているかどうかについては、今の時点では私どもはそういったことは確認していません。ただし、そのような危険はあるであろうということは、十分認識しています。でまた、ウクライナの戦況ですけれども、今、ウクライナ軍が、反転攻勢に出ているということで、あちこちで戦闘が起きているわけですね。発電所の近い地域でも戦闘がまさに起こっています。ですので、IAEA としてはですね、決して、心を、その安心できる状況ではないということです。
Maybe one or two questions and we have to go.
はい、では、あと一つか二つ質問。はい。
Yeah, let's do last.
はい、ラストワンかツーですね。はい。
じゃあ、いいですか。朝日新聞の大月と言います。
朝日
Yes.
本日の午前中の会議のことで、質問があります。
You had a big meeting.
その会議の中で一番印象に残った首長とかですね、漁業者の団長からの発言で印象に残った発言はあるかというのと、もう一つは会議の中でグロッシー局長が処理水の放出については科学的観点から安全だと証明できる。そして安心できないというのは非科学的だというふうな発言をしたということを出席者から聞いたんですけれども、これはどういう意味なのかというのを教えてください。
unscientific and so not rational. That's something I heard. I wasn't there, but that's something I heard.
Well, I understand the sense of your question, although I never characterized.
Do you have any updates on this? Or you?
Of course, I am aware of the People's Republic of China's position on this issue. A few weeks ago, you may know that I was in Beijing. I was in an official visit to China, and this issue was one of the themes that we discussed, because apart from the fact that my report had not been issued, there is not much secret about the ALPS system and what the IEA does. Maybe you can.
はい、まず、中国についてですけれども、もちろんですね、私としても中国政府が、この件についてですね、どういうふうに考えているか十分に、承知しています。何週間か前に私自身、北京におりました。これは IAEA の代表として正式に中国を訪問したわけですね。その時の、中国側とのやり取りの中でも、この件は当然議題として上がってきました。で、報告書の内容についてもですね、議論がありました。
So, as I said before, any concern is a concern that I take very seriously.
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we are listening in raw and unfiltered to this meeting of the IAEA, that's the International Atomic Energy Agency, doing a tour and giving remarks at the Fukushima plant, the nuclear plant there in Japan. Also, you see on your screen, we're monitoring a bit of breaking news out of Virginia and Stafford County there. An overturned truck. We're hearing injuries or reports of injuries. We don't know the extent of those at this point. We'll bring that to you when we do learn that. And you see in the box above there a bit of a kind of a coronation light, if you will. The Queen and King, King Charles III, Queen Camilla, will be in Edinburgh for Scottish celebrations to mark their coronation. So that'll be an event. As you see, they're setting up there. Actually, they've got a number of different cameras, so you'll see in that box that shot is going to change periodically. But once we see some events and folks speaking and the festivities begin, we'll dip into that live, raw, and unfiltered. I do want to take our third commercial break of the hour, though. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back in just 2 short minutes, and we'll talk about travel problems around the 4th of July holiday. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox as we take a live look outside at the nation's capital in Washington, D.C. A beautiful day there on the East Coast. But if you were traveling, might not have been such a beautiful experience, depending. Some people were, it was a good experience, some bad, but there were some problems as people traveled for the July 4th holiday. We do have Bob Barnard with Fox 5 D.C. He is live at Reagan International with a report about how things are going there so far. So Bob, good morning to you. How is it?
Hey, Zach, good morning. It's been busy here at Reagan National this morning. As far as we know from FlightAware this morning, 7 flight delays and 2 cancellations. The 2 other D.C. area airports at Dulles International, 16 delays and 2 cancellations at BWI. Up closer to Baltimore, there are 8 delays and 3 cancellations across the country right now. Just giving you some numbers. According to FlightAware, 376 delays, 76 flight cancellations, but compare that to the thousands of delays and hundreds of cancellations throughout the 4th of July weekend, and it was a mess. Here, this is Terminal 2 here at Reagan National, the American airline ticket counter, and the people we've been speaking to this morning seem to have no issues, and for the most part, these are people heading out on new trips, not people heading home from visiting the nation's capital on the 4th of July holiday weekend. So far, so good today, but there have been all these issues related to weather, staffing issues at airports and with the FAA, antiquated computer systems, which they're telling us makes it difficult to recover from all the delays and cancellations and the impacts that has on travelers and getting people to where they need to go. We have heard the horror stories, people stuck in airports for a couple of days, wearing the same clothes, sleeping on the floor. This is at airports around the country. But again, we seem to be emerging from it this morning, although the experts say, hey, good morning. All right, thank you. Good morning. One of the airport officials here at Reagan National just walking by. We've been hearing that these issues, whether it's weather-related, staffing, computer systems, that, really for the rest of the summer and on into the foreseeable future, delays and cancellations are going to be kind of a routine thing if you're traveling by air, unfortunately, here in the United States. You mentioned, Zach, just a minute ago about, the roadways around here. There's been a double fatal accident on I-95, which is just south of here in Stafford County, Virginia. That was a tractor trailer that overturned onto 2 cars, and 2 people have been killed in that accident. So for folks on the roadway, and that's a terrible stretch at the end of a holiday weekend, people coming, say, from the Outer Banks and other parts of Virginia north back into the D.C. area, it's bad to begin with. This morning, those northbound lanes coming into the D.C. area from central and southern Virginia are closed right now because of that fatal tractor-trailer accident. So of the 50 million or so people who are traveling this holiday weekend, according to AAA, 43 million plus were going to be traveling by road. Those impacts are going to be greater, at least here in the D.C. area this morning, than at the airports, which are having just a few issues, but so far, pretty much so good.
Well, glad to hear that things are doing better in terms of people flying today, but that, of course, that, like you mentioned, that tractor trailer that is overturned, a very tragic situation and messing up a lot of travel in that area. We're staying on top of it here, too, at Live Now from Fox. But Bob Barnard with Fox 5 DC, we appreciate your time. Thank you so much. It is 7:47 on the East Coast, 4:47 over on the West Coast. Let's get our last commercial break out of the way. But before we do that, I do want to get to that breaking news. That's what we were just talking about. And you heard Bob Barnard with Fox DC there. He did say that this is a fatal accident. We did just hear that there were reports of injuries, but this is a fatal accident right now, blocking the I-95 northbound lanes. Also, you can see the southbound lanes affected as well. So pretty serious situation that's causing a lot of problems in the DC area. So certainly an area that you would want to avoid. We'll bring you some more details here in just a bit, but let's get to that break. We'll be back in just 2 short minutes. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Want to get to some of this news here. An outbreak of violence in a pair of major U.S. cities in Fort Worth, Texas and Philadelphia. At least 8 people were killed in a pair of tragic incidents, and even more were wounded. Fox News senior correspondent Mike Tobin is following it all from our Midwest Bureau.
Saving the injured as bullets flew, 5 were killed, and a gunman rampaged through the city of brotherly love.
I want to thank Commissioner Outlaw and the police department for their response to this terrible, tragic incident. Police responded immediately and courageously.
Police say he randomly fired at occupied cars and people on the street. His first victim retreated to a house and died. Others remained on the street dead or wounded. Ultimately, the gunman surrendered to police. His identity and formal charges won't be released until the courts are open on Wednesday, but the premeditation of the rampage is evident.
The man who did this is in custody. The man who did this will be facing multiple counts of murder.
Fort Worth, Texas, as holiday celebrations wound down, shots rang out. 3 people are dead, another 8 recovering from injuries. Police have suggested the motive could be anything from a domestic problem to a gang dispute, but they know it created another scene of panic and bloodshed.
A lot of vehicle traffic, a lot of foot traffic. As you can tell, still fireworks were being shot off. Lots of people just trying to flee the area from the multiple gunshots.
And it all comes a day after a mass shooting in Baltimore left 2 dead and 28 injured. Like Fort Worth, people had gathered for a party, this one unpermitted. Suddenly, shots rang out. The mayor says it's remarkable because so many people shot video of young men with guns.
There were grown adults filming young people with guns who said nothing, who did nothing, who didn't say to the police, hey, I know this teenager's out here at this event with a gun, and we have to have a sense of responsibility to our own community.
Back to Philadelphia, police detained a second man for firing back at the gunman. District Attorney Larry Krasner said he fired lawfully in self-defense and was released. In Chicago, Mike Tobin, Fox News.
And thanks to Mike Tobin for that report. Dueling drone attacks across Russia and Ukraine. High-profile strikes inside Russia have increased over recent months as Ukrainian officials remain silent over the assaults. Fox News senior foreign affairs correspondent Greg Palkut is in Ukraine with the latest.
Moscow again in the sights of Ukrainian drones. After dramatic earlier attacks, 5 said to be launched by Ukraine, all reportedly shot down, still disrupting flights at a Moscow airport, as Russia launched 4 of its drones at the town of Sumy, death and destruction, and shells hit the city of Kharkiv, children injured.
I don't know what happened. I heard an explosion.
Business as usual for Russian President Putin, after the recent uprising by the Wagner mercenary group, speaking to a virtual conference of leaders, including Chinese President Xi and Indian Prime Minister Modi.
Russian society demonstrated unity when they responded against an attempted armed mutiny.
Ukraine's counteroffensive making some gains, still not as fast as expected with Western military aid. President Zelensky's Independence Day message.
I congratulate you on your Independence Day. Only the brave gain independence, and only the best of the brave are able to pass the freedom from generation to generation.
As in many conflicts, like our Revolutionary War, citizen soldiers here play a role. In this 21st century battle, factories turn out high-tech gear to fend off Russian invaders.
Our body armor is the last barrier from the shot, from the bullets.
Sadly, there are a lot more shots and bullets to come as Ukraine fights for its independence from Russia. In Lviv, Ukraine, Greg Palka, Fox News.
And thanks to Greg Palkut for that breakdown there. Well, July 4th celebrations going on strong yesterday and the day before. Might even be a few left over for today, but with spectacular firework displays in Washington, D.C., the Big Apple and beyond, Fox News' Gary Bumgarden is here with a recap of all the extravaganzas.
Millions across the country coming together Tuesday night to celebrate America's independence with 4th of July fireworks celebrations lighting up the sky nationwide.
Welcome to July 4th at the White House.
In Washington, D.C., President Biden and the First Lady greeting large crowds at the White House South Lawn.
Today's America's Day. America's Day. Go get 'em.
Where the Bidens thanked military members for their service in keeping the nation free.
We are the leading nation in the world. The rest of the world looks to us.
Performances by Grammy Award winners Neo and Brothers Osborne delighted crowds before the Capitol was aglow with fireworks. The festivities also going hard in New York City for the Macy's 4th of July show, with live music from artists like Ashanti, Ja Rule, LL Cool J, and more, leading up to the pyrotechnics. The lengthy display in the Big Apple lasting roughly 25 minutes, with more than 60,000 fireworks shells exploding over the East River. A musical tribute to the late Tina Turner was also mixed into the show. Meanwhile, in Philadelphia, a robust set of fireworks dazzled in the sky. Across the same city, the Founding Fathers signed the Declaration of Independence back in 1776. Gary Baumgarten, Fox News.
And thanks to Gary for that story there. Well, millions of Americans taking advantage of the 4th of July holiday this year, with a record number of travelers all across the country. This despite a wave of delays and cancellations. Fox News correspondent Charles Watson reports from Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport.
More than 50 million Americans are traveling this 4th of July, breaking the record set back in 2019. AAA estimating that more than 4 million of those travelers are taking to the skies, but the TSA averaging nearly 2.7 million screenings per day. But many of those travelers have been facing massive delays and cancellations, with more than 40,000 disruptions last week.
I flew from New York, and then I was supposed to be here yesterday, but they directed my flight to Washington and booked me a hotel, and yeah, now I'm in Atlanta. Flights were delayed, flights were canceled. I mean, we sat on a plane for an hour waiting for something to happen. Eventually they just said, nope, it's canceled.
Some travelers waiting for days for new flights.
We've been to 4 different airports in 2 days due to canceled flights. It's just been hectic, left out with no answers. Baggage is lost right now, so we've been wearing the same clothes for 2 to 3 days.
Severe weather in the Northeast contributing to those delays and cancellations, but many airlines are also blaming the FAA, saying things like staffing shortages and outdated technology are only making the problems worse.
You cannot assume under the current situation, probably for the next year or so at least, that you're going to get to your destination in any timely way.
So far today, more than 1,000 flights have been delayed or canceled. At Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport, Charles Watson, Fox News.
A federal judge sets out to limit how much interaction the Biden administration has with social media companies. Doug Luzader with Fox News Channel has that story for us from Washington.
Well, this injunction means that a number of federal agencies, including the Department of Health and Human Services and the FBI, are now prohibited from some efforts to remove or suppress social media posts.
Well, happy 4th.
President Biden celebrating the 4th at the White House yesterday, just as his administration suffered a major setback in federal court. In a lawsuit brought by the attorneys general of Louisiana and Missouri, the White House has been accused of trying to influence big tech companies like Facebook and Twitter. And from the administration's perspective, it's part of an effort to combat what they see as disinformation. A federal judge in Louisiana, though, called it an almost dystopian scenario, saying that during the pandemic, the United States government seems to have assumed a role similar to an Orwellian Ministry of Truth.
It's a great president on Independence Day to defend the liberty of the American people from a government that's been spying and censoring them.
The backers of expansive free speech rights were delighted. A White House official, though, says this administration has promoted responsible actions to protect public health, safety, and security when confronted by challenges like a deadly pandemic and foreign attacks on our elections.
Well, this is a pretty broad ruling, and it feels a lot more political than judicial. But these are private companies. They make decisions about content on their platforms.
We're going to see this, in all likelihood, continue to be challenged in the court system, perhaps even the Supreme Court.
In the meantime, as this case progresses, the judge is allowing efforts to target posts that involve criminal activity or national security issues. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News. Well, this injunction means
And thanks to Doug Luzader for that report. Let's go back to this event here that we recorded on early this morning. Happened about the past couple hours, but this is the IAEA, the International Atomic Energy Agency, doing a tour of the Fukushima plant. This is over in Japan. Of course, that being the site of that massive tsunami that hit that plant a number of years ago, causing a nuclear meltdown. So they're doing a tour, giving some remarks. You'll hear a translation in this, and the audio is a little blown out, but when the IAEA guy there in the blue vest starts speaking, it is in English and very clear. So just bear with me on that. But let's go ahead and bring up the audio and listen in raw and unfiltered.
Yes.
So this morning you had a big meeting. その会議の中で一番印象に残った首長とかですね、漁業者の団長からの発言で印象に残った発言はあるかというのと、もう一つは会議の中でグロシーが処理水の放出については科学的観点から安全だと証明できる。そして安心できないというのは非科学的だというふうな発言をしたということを出席者から聞いたんですけれども、これはどういう意味なのかというのを教えてください。 So not rational. That's something I heard. I wasn't there, but that's something I heard.
Well, I understand the sense of your question, although I never characterized criticism as irrational.
はいです。まずどのような趣旨で質問されているかということは、十分理解できるかと思います。そしてですね、まず最初にお話ししたいのが、私たちの評価結果について何らかの疑問を持つということがですね、必ずしも非合理的だと申し上げるつもりはないんですね。
What I'm saying is that our report and our evaluation is based on objective scientific criterion supported by the overwhelming scientific opinion all over the world and the past practice.
で報告書で、に書かれている内容というのはですね、科学的な客観的な、基準に基づいた、評価で、ありまして、でこれはですね、世界的に合意された、科学的な、原則をもとに、得られた結果です。
But this doesn't mean that criticism is out of place.
だからといってですね、じゃあこのような結果について何らかの批判をするということが間違っているとも申し上げません。
Especially when you live here and you fish and you want to sell your fish.
特に、例えば、福島県で漁業に、身を置かれているですね、魚を売ろうと、している方々に、してみればですね、当然感じ方が違うというのは私もよくわかります。
This morning I said one thing. I said I don't have a magic wand, but I can do something.
で今朝もその会議の場でこういうふうにお話をしました。私は何も魔法の杖を持っているわけではありませんと。ただ私としてもできることはあるんですと。
We must explain, we must be clear, we must listen to everybody and make sure that any action that is taken is fundamentally and sufficiently justified and with a very solid basis. Then confidence will come, I'm sure, with time.
はい、では何をしなくてはならないのか、できること、やらなくてはならないことは何かといえばですね、まず非常に明快な形で、説明をしていくということ、同時にですね、皆さんの懸念について耳を傾けるということですね。そしてまた何か、実施されることがあるのであればですね、その
Of course, I am aware of the People's Republic of China's position on this issue. A few weeks ago, you may know that I was in Beijing. I was in an official visit to China, and this issue was one of the themes that we discussed, because apart from the fact that my report had not been issued, there is not much secret about the ALPS system and what the IAEA does.
はい、まず、中国についてですけれども、もちろんですね、私としても中国政府が、この件についてですね、どういうふうに考えているか十分に、承知しています。何週間か前に私自身、北京におりました。これは IAEA の代表として正式に中国を訪問したわけですね。その時の中国側とのやり取りの中でも、この件は当然議題として上がってきました。で、報告書の内容についてもですね、議論がありました。
So, as I said before, any concern is a concern that I take very seriously. I have seen what they have to say, and of course, I'm at their disposal in case they want to have or to seek any clarification from us. This has not been the case so far, although, as I said, China is a very important partner also of the IAEA, and we are in close contact. So, yeah, please.
ですね、はい、中国、政府に対してはですね、さらなる説明、等々が必要なのであれば、いつでも申し上げてくださいと、伝えてあります。現時点で、そのような、要望がですね、中国からは、いただいておりません。で、IA にとってはですね、中国もですね、非常に重要なパートナーになるわけですね。ですので、あろうということは、十分認識しています。でまた、ウクライナの戦況ですけれども、今、ウクライナ軍が、反転攻勢に出ているということで、あちこちで戦闘が起きているわけですね。発電所の近い地域でも戦闘がまさに起こっています。ですので、IAEA としてはですね、決して、心を、その安心できる状況ではないということです。
Maybe one or two questions and we have to go.
はい、では、あと一つか二つ質問。はい。
Yeah, these two last.
はい、ラストワンかツーですね。はい。
じゃあ、朝日新聞の大月と言います。
Yes.
本日の午前中の会議のことで、質問があります。実はその会議の中で、一番印象に残った首長とかですね、漁業者の壇上からの発言で印象に残った発言があるかというのと、もう一つは会議の中でグロッシー局長が処理水の放出については、科学的観点から安全だと証明できる。そして安心できないというのは非科学的だというふうな発言をしたということを出席者から聞いたんですけれども、これはどういう意味なのかというのを教えてください。
So not rational. That's something I heard. I wasn't there, but that's something I heard.
Well, I understand the sense of your question, although I never characterized criticism as irrational.
はい、ですまずどのような趣旨で質問されているかということは、十分理解できるかと思います。そしてですね、まず最初にお話ししたいのが、私たちの評価結果について何らかの疑問を持つということがですね、必ずしも非合理的だと申し上げるつもりはないんですね。
What I'm saying is that our report and our evaluation is based on objective scientific criterion supported by the overwhelming scientific opinion all over the world and the past practice.
で、報告書で、に書かれている内容というのはですね、科学的な客観的な、基準に基づいた、評価で、ありまして、で、これはですね、世界的に合意された、科学的な、あるであろうということは、十分認識しています。でまた、ウクライナの戦況ですけれども、今、ウクライナ軍が、反転攻勢に出ているということで、あちこちで戦闘が起きているわけですね。発電所の近い地域でも戦闘がまさに起こっています。ですので、IAEA としてはですね、決して、心を、その安心できる状況ではないということです。
Maybe one or two questions and we have to go.
はい、では、あと一つか二つ質問。はい。
Yeah, these two last.
はい、ラストワンかツーですね。はい。
じゃあ、 朝日新聞の大月と言います。
So Asahi
Yes.
newspaper.
本日の午前中の会議のことで、
this
質問があります。
You have
実は
a big meeting.
その会議の中で一番印象に残った首長とかですね、漁業者の壇上からの発言で印象に残った発言はあるかというのと、もう一つは会議の中で
Any fisheries
グロッシ
comment that made a
ー
strong
が
impression on you.
処理水の放出については、科学的観点から安全だと証明できる。そ
Scientific basis.
し
That
て、
you have scientific
安
basis.
心で
You
き
can
ないという
explain
の
it.
は非科学的だというふうな
And you
発言をしたと
said,
いうこと
you
を
said
出席者から聞いたんですけど。
And if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we are listening in raw and unfiltered to this visit by the IAEA, the International Atomic Energy Agency, doing a tour, giving some remarks on the Fukushima nuclear plant. Of course, that's the plant that was hit by a tsunami a number of years ago. Pretty heavy damage, pretty serious situation there. Probably still recovering to a certain extent in that part of Japan. We might come back to this here in a bit, but you see also on your screen a live event happening right now in Scotland. King Charles III and Queen Camilla, they're going to be actually celebrating their coronation Scottish style today. They'll be in Scotland for that. So that's the event you're looking at right there. If there's some commentary, we'll go ahead and dip into that live raw and unfiltered, but so far no audio available. And below that, a beautiful shot of New York City. So we're going to take our first commercial break of the hour. We're going to come back and talk about air travel. That's been a bit of an issue around the country for the 4th of July holiday. Stay with us. We'll be right back in 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, talking about that outbreak of violence in a pair of major U.S. cities in Fort Worth, Texas and Philadelphia. At least 8 people were killed in a pair of tragic incidents, and even more are wounded. We do have Fox News senior correspondent Mike Tobin is following it all from our Midwest Bureau.
Philadelphia first responders get credit for saving the injured as bullets flew. 5 were killed, and a gunman rampaged through the city of brotherly love.
I want to thank Commissioner Outlaw and the police department for their response to this terrible, tragic incident. Police responded immediately and courageously.
Police say he randomly fired at occupied cars and people on the street. His first victim retreated to a house and died. Others remained on the street, dead or wounded. Ultimately, the gunman surrendered to police. His identity and formal charges won't be released until the courts are open on Wednesday, but the premeditation of the rampage is evident.
The man who did this is in custody. The man who did this will be facing multiple counts of murder.
Fort Worth, Texas, as holiday celebrations wound down, shots rang out. 3 people are dead, another 8 recovering from injuries. Police have suggested the motive could be anything from a domestic problem to a gang dispute, but they know it created another scene of panic and bloodshed.
A lot of vehicle traffic, a lot of foot traffic. As you can tell, still fireworks were being shot off. Lots of people just trying to flee the area from the multiple gunshots.
And it all comes a day after a mass shooting in Baltimore left 2 dead and 28 injured. Like Fort Worth, people had gathered for a party, this one unpermitted. Suddenly, shots rang out. The mayor says it's remarkable because so many people shot video of young men with guns.
There were grown adults filming young people with guns who said nothing, who did nothing, who didn't say to the police, hey, I know this teenager's out here at this event with a gun, and we have to have a sense of responsibility to our own community.
Back to Philadelphia, police detained a second man for firing back at the gunman. District Attorney Larry Krasner said he fired lawfully in self-defense and was released. In Chicago, Mike Tobin, Fox News.
And thanks to Mike Tobin for that report. Well, talking about dueling drone attacks across Russia and Ukraine, high-profile strikes inside Russia have increased over recent months as Ukrainian officials remain silent over those assaults. Fox News senior foreign affairs correspondent Greg Palkut is in Ukraine with the latest.
Moscow again in the sights of Ukrainian drones. After dramatic earlier attacks, 5 said to be launched by Ukraine, all reportedly shot down, still disrupting flights at a Moscow airport, as Russia launched 4 of its drones at the town of Sumy, death and destruction, and shells hit the city of Kharkiv, children injured.
I don't know what happened. I heard an explosion.
Business as usual for Russian President Putin, after the recent uprising by the Wagner mercenary group, speaking to a virtual conference of leaders, including Chinese President Xi and Indian Prime Minister Modi.
Russian society demonstrated unity when they responded against an attempted armed mutiny.
Ukraine's counteroffensive making some gains, still not as fast as expected with Western military aid. President Zelensky's Independence Day message.
I congratulate you on your Independence Day. Only the brave gain independence, and only the best of the brave are able to pass the freedom from generation to generation.
As in many conflicts, like our Revolutionary War, citizen soldiers here play a role. In this 21st century battle, factories turn out high-tech gear to fend off Russian invaders.
Our body armor is the last barrier from the shot, from the bullets.
Sadly, there are a lot more shots and bullets to come as Ukraine fights for its independence from Russia. In Lviv, Ukraine, Greg Palka, Fox News.
Now let's talk about those 4th of July celebrations. There were plenty of them over the past couple days. You saw a ton of them here on Live Now from Fox yesterday, from parades to live interviews to live events. We had it all for you. Now we're going to kind of have a bit of a recap of all those beautiful firework displays that we saw across the country. We have Fox News' Gary Bumgarden. He's here with a recap of all the fun.
Millions across the country coming together Tuesday night to celebrate America's independence with 4th of July fireworks celebrations lighting up the sky nationwide.
Welcome to July 4th at the White House.
In Washington, D.C., President Biden and the First Lady greeting large crowds at the White House South Lawn.
Today's America's Day. America's Day. Go get 'em.
Where the Bidens thanked military members for their service in keeping the nation free.
We are the leading nation in the world. The rest of the world looks to us.
Performances by Grammy Award winners Neo and Brothers Osborne delighted crowds before the Capitol was aglow with fireworks. The festivities also going hard in New York City for the Macy's 4th of July show, with live music from artists like Ashanti, Ja Rule, LL Cool J, and more, leading up to the pyrotechnics. The lengthy display in the Big Apple lasting roughly 25 minutes, with more than 60,000 fireworks shells exploding over the East River. A musical tribute to the late Tina Turner was also mixed into the show. Meanwhile, in Philadelphia, a robust set of fireworks dazzled in the sky. Across the same city, the Founding Fathers signed the Declaration of Independence back in 1776. Gary Baumgarten, Fox News.
Millions of Americans taking advantage of the 4th of July holiday this year, with a record number traveling all across the country. This despite a wave of delays and even cancellations. Fox News correspondent Charles Watson reports from Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport.
More than 50 million Americans are traveling this 4th of July, breaking the record set back in 2019. AAA estimating that more than 4 million of those travelers are taking to the skies, with the TSA averaging nearly 2.7 million screenings per day. But many of those travelers have been facing massive delays and cancellations, with more than 40,000 disruptions last week.
I flew from New York, and then I was supposed to be here yesterday, but they directed my flight to Washington and booked me a hotel, and yeah, now I'm in Atlanta. Flights were delayed, flights were canceled. I mean, we sat on a plane for an hour waiting for something to happen. Eventually they just said, nope, it's canceled.
Some travelers waiting for days for new flights.
We've been to 4 different airports in 2 days due to canceled flights. It's just been hectic, left out with no answers. Baggage is lost right now, so we've been wearing the same clothes for 2 to 3 days.
Severe weather in the Northeast contributing to those delays and cancellations, but many airlines are also blaming the FAA, saying things like staffing shortages and outdated technology are only making the problems worse.
You cannot assume under the current situation, probably for the next year or so at least, that you're going to get to your destination in any timely way.
So far today, more than 1,000 flights have been delayed or canceled. At Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport, Charles Watson, Fox News.
And thanks to Charles Watson for breaking down all those travel problems across the country. Well, a federal judge sets out to limit how much interaction the Biden administration has with social media companies. Doug Luzader with Fox News Channel has that story for us from Washington.
Well, this injunction means that a number of federal agencies, including the Department of Health and Human Services and the FBI, are now prohibited from some efforts to remove or suppress social media posts.
Well, happy 4th.
President Biden celebrating the 4th at the White House yesterday, just as his administration suffered a major setback in federal court. In a lawsuit brought by the attorneys general of Louisiana and Missouri, the White House has been accused of trying to influence big tech companies like Facebook and Twitter. And from the administration's perspective, it's part of an effort to combat what they see as disinformation. A federal judge in Louisiana, though, called it an almost dystopian scenario, saying that during the pandemic, the United States government seems to have assumed a role similar to an Orwellian Ministry of Truth.
It's a great president on Independence Day to defend the liberty of the American people from a government that's been spying and censoring them.
Backers of expansive free speech rights were delighted. A White House official, though, says this administration has promoted responsible actions to protect public health, safety, and security when confronted by challenges like a deadly pandemic and foreign attacks on our elections.
Well, this is a pretty broad ruling, and it feels a lot more political than judicial. But these are private companies. They make decisions about content on their platforms.
We're going to see this, in all likelihood, continue to be challenged in the court system, perhaps even the Supreme Court.
In the meantime, as this case progresses, the judge is allowing efforts to target posts that involve criminal activity or national security issues. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
And thanks to Doug Luzader for that report as we take a live look here from one of the 2 shots we have of this. But this happening in Scotland right now. King Charles III and Queen Camilla, they're going to be kind of having you'd call it a coronation light of sorts. They're celebrating their coronation as King and Queen of England, but they're doing it in Scotland today. So that's what you're seeing, a lot of important people arriving there. At some point there should be a formal sort of event happening with presentations and whatnot that we can sort of dip into and bring up the audio on. But so far, nothing, just these beautiful live pictures as things get set up there in Scotland. But I do want to take our second commercial break of the hour. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back in 2 minutes. Good morning and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Zach Horner. It's 8:26 on the East Coast, 5:26 in the morning over on the West Coast. Hopefully everyone is recovering after a busy 4th of July. Hopefully you got out there and enjoyed some of those festivities. We brought you a lot of those here on Live Now from Fox, from parades to live interviews to live events from all across the country. We had all that coverage for you. But wrapping all that up today, talking about travel, we've hit that quite a few times today as we take a live look outside at the Atlanta International Airport there. Things appear to be mostly smooth today, but the past couple days, cancellations, delays, we've seen that all across the country as folks making their way back home after a busy holiday travel season. I do want to go back to an event we recorded on earlier today. I've played this a couple times, but it's the International Atomic Energy Agency doing a tour of the Fukushima power plant, nuclear power plant. Of course, that in Japan. It was the site of a tsunami that hit that area and caused pretty much a nuclear meltdown. So they're giving a tour, making sure everything's doing well at the Fukushima plant. So let's go ahead and listen in.
やらなくてはならないことは何かといえばですね、まず非常に明快な形で、説明をしていくということ、同時にですね、皆さんの懸念について耳を傾けるということですね、そしてまた何か、実施されることがあるのであればですね、その計画について、十分な根拠、というものを示さなくてはなりません。どのような根拠があるのか、そしてこういったことをですね、地道に続けていくことによって時間はかかるかもしれませんが、徐々に理解は得られていくだろうと信じています。
The IAEA, this would be the last point on your question. The IAEA is not in an ivory tower.
はい、で IAEA、強調したいのはですね、何も私たちはですね、象牙の塔の上にですね、隠れているわけではないんですね。
So this is why I, as Director General, I come here. I will continue coming here. I will be talking directly to the fishermen's associations, to the schools. Today I got a request to go to schools. I will do it. I think this is my duty.
はい、そして、IAEA の事務局長としてもですね、私、今回福島に来ました。今後も来続けるつもりです。そして、単に来るだけではなくてですね、日本の福島の皆さん、漁協の皆さんともですね、対話を続けたいと思っています。まさに今朝の会合の場でですね、今日したような話を高校生にも直接話していただけませんかというお願いがいただいたんですが、私ぜひそうしたいと思っています。そういったことが大事だなと。
And the last one, please.
じゃあもう一つ。福
島民放の方まで言いますとよろしくお願いします。
福島ローコペーパー。
Yeah.
今日午前中の会合で事務局長から常に私は皆さんにオープンでありたいという。
So you said you would be always open to people of 福島。
ただその後の意見交換はクローズ非公開で行われました。これについてどうお考えか。
We the press had to vacate the premise.
その意見交換する機会があったらどういうふうに対応したいか合わせて教えてください。
So what do you think about press being removed from your meeting in the morning? And
well, yeah, I think what matters is that you can talk to me anytime and that I will be available anytime. This is what matters. There are no secrets here. As you know, from time to time, the protocol requires that for a free flow of ideas, the meetings are closed. But there is nothing confidential. There is nothing confidential really about what we do, what I do. And I think the key to success, because the science is there, but the key to success, to convince people that they can trust, is transparency. Transparency. Explain, explain, explain. And we will never get tired of explaining. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure. I hope to see you again. I will be back in Fukushima soon. Thank you very much.
はい、ですね、まず、原則としてどなたかが私に話したいということであればですね、私は常に、お話を伺います。何も秘密はないんですね。ただ、会議の、内容によってはですね、より活発な意見交換を促すためにもですね、今朝のような形で、やるということはあると思います。今後もですね。ただ、何かを隠すものは一切ありませんし、その
And if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we are listening in raw and unfiltered to this International Atomic Energy Association, or agency rather, taking a tour and giving remarks at the Fukushima nuclear plant there in Japan. I do want to switch gears and take this full. You saw this in a box there. This is happening in Edinburgh, Scotland. This is King Charles III and Queen Camilla visiting Scotland for celebrations to mark their coronation. The King will be presented with the Honours of Scotland at a national service of Thanksgiving at St. Giles Cathedral, following a procession on the Royal Mile. So there's a little bit of audio to this, kind of some natural sound as we call it in the business, but this is a live look. So let's go ahead and bring up the audio and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered. Presenting the King with the Honours of Scotland at a national service of Thanksgiving at St. Giles Cathedral. And then that will follow after processions along the Royal Mile there, which I believe is what we're watching right now. So what I want to do is take a commercial break. It'll be our third one of the hour. We'll come back and dip back into this live, raw, and unfiltered right here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox as we dip back in live, raw, and unfiltered to this event happening here in Scotland. It's King Charles III and the Queen giving a visit to mark their coronation. The King will be presented with the Honours of Scotland at a national service. I do hear a little bit of audio here. Let's bring up the audio and listen in. If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we've been listening in live, raw, and unfiltered. This is happening in Scotland. King Charles III and the Queen, they're there to celebrate a kind of a coronation celebration. The big one happened already in England. This is happening in Edinburgh, Scotland. Yeah, Edinburgh, Scotland. Just wanted to check the exact place where this is happening right now. But this event that's happening right now, the King will be presented with the honors of Scotland at a national service of Thanksgiving at the St. Giles Cathedral. Following processions, we've been watching those processions right now as people arrive at that cathedral. At some point, there'll be that formal presentation. We'll keep an eye on all of it for you here on Live Now from Fox. But let's get that last commercial break out of the way. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Let's go ahead and dip back into this live, raw, and unfiltered. This is King Charles III and the Queen in Edinburgh, Scotland. I think I said that right that time. Look at that. Celebrating their coronation. Their big coronation, of course, was in England already. This is now in Scotland today. There will be a presentation of the honors of Scotland at a national service of Thanksgiving at the St. Giles Cathedral there after the procession on the Royal Mile, which is what we're seeing right now as people arrive there at the cathedral. So what we'll do is bring up the audio and kind of listen in as those folks do arrive.
Household covering! Now! One! Return! Return! Burn!
You are watching there over in Edinburgh, England, in the Scotland area, as King Charles III and Queen Camilla visit Edinburgh for Scottish celebrations to mark their coronation. The King will be presented with honors of Scotland at a national service of Thanksgiving at St. Giles Cathedral. That is what we just saw on our screen right there on what's being called the Royal Mile. That's going to include a 21-gun salute that'll fire from Edinburgh Castle at the end of the St. Giles service, just before the royal procession travels back to the palace of Holyrood House. This is Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. Thanks so much for joining us. We're going to a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll reset with some more of this event and bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered. I'll see you back here in just a couple minutes. All right, welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. Thanks so much for joining us, taking a live look over the Hartsfield-Jackson Airport there in Atlanta, Georgia. Incredibly busy holiday and return to the holiday travel season as folks are continuing to return from their July 4th travels. But I do want to turn on over to the D.C. area right now, where we have and we are learning that 9 people were shot overnight, including 2 juveniles ages 9 and 17 after that shooting in northeastern D.C. That according to police. Let's turn now over to Fox 5 DC's Melanie Alnwick with the very latest on all of this. Good morning, Melanie. Tell us what we are learning about these tragic incidents this morning.
Right. So, here in D.C., the 4th of July, as in many cities, is a very busy time for law enforcement as well as rescue crews. And last night was no exception. Certainly going into this morning, a lot of people out in the streets having block parties. And that's what apparently happened here on Meade Street Northeast in one neighborhood. Many other shootings in the district as well. But in this one, 9 people shot in one incident. Let's take you to some of the video from early this morning. It happened around 1 a.m. There were a group of people out in the street. They were clearly having some kind of a block party there. We saw remnants of firecrackers mixed with shell casings. Investigators say a dark SUV drove down the street, stopped, and then someone inside started shooting at the crowd. Now, I want you to listen carefully here. You're going to still hear fireworks going off in the background while police canvass the area and address the situation.
Several victims were transported by DC Fire and EMS to area hospitals, and several victims sought their own treatment at area hospitals. All of our victims have non-life-threatening injuries.
So police now working to track down that dark-colored SUV. A lot of people out on the street, but nobody really wanting to say anything, as you can understand. And again, these victims, we know that 2 of them were juveniles, 17 years old and 9 years old. But fortunately, as you heard there from the assistant chief, all non-life-threatening injuries, and police do believe that this was a targeted shooting.
Wow, what a very tragic incident that we learned after folks finishing up their 4th of July celebrations. Now, Melanie, tell me, we're learning that there might be other shootings that happened in the D.C. area overnight. What do we know about those?
That's right. So we had at least 2 fatal shootings. The first one starting at 4:30 in the afternoon near North Capitol Street. And then we had another one on another area of the city, Livingston Road. So those were 2 fatal shootings. And then we had at least 3 other shootings across the city throughout the night. 7:30 in the evening, 10:30 in the evening, in the 11 o'clock hour, and then one also in the early morning hours, about 12:15 in the morning. In all, we can count at least 7 different shooting scenes in the city overnight from the 4th of July holiday celebrations into the early hours of this morning. In all, again, just 2 fatalities there. But certainly the one that is getting the most attention is this one on Meade Street, where 9 people were shot in that one incident.
And are police responding in any different way, just because of the number and the level of the amount of incidents, the number of people who have been injured in gun violence in just a 24-hour period?
Well, we do know that the city is aware that July 4th can be pretty hot. And so one of the things that the city did do is they put together 28 neighborhood go teams that were supposed to be made up of citizens, of violence interrupters, not so much law enforcement, but people who are known in the community and respected in the community. And they were out from 4 p.m. until midnight in different areas of the city that they said hadn't been hot spots in the past. So that was one of the ways that the city was trying to be proactive. But we've had a lot more shootings in the city this year, a lot more guns, what police are telling us, a lot more drugs. And so unfortunately, it seems like we've had a lot more violence on this July 4th.
All right. Well, we certainly hope that police and many more can get that under control. Our thoughts and prayers with the families of all those affected. Melanie Alnwick there in Washington, D.C., following the very latest on those numerous injuries and shootings that happened overnight. Thank you, Melanie.
You're welcome.
All right, folks, I do want to go ahead and turn it over back to that event that we were following for you over in Edinburgh, England. We had the King of the UK there, King Charles, along with Queen Camilla, there for celebrations marking the coronation. The King was presented with honors of Scotland at a national service of thanksgiving at St. Giles Cathedral following processions on the Royal Mile. That also followed by a 21-gun salute that will fire from Edinburgh Castle at the end of the St. Giles service before the royal procession travels back to the palace of Holyrood House. We are just taking a look right now. It looks like just of that church there. That is, again, the St. Giles Cathedral in Edinburgh, in Scotland. And it looks like the procession itself, video has come off of that. Essentially what we saw earlier was the King and Queen going into the church. We also saw Kate and William, the heirs there. William, of course, the Prince of England. And we will go to a quick break here on Live Now from Fox. It's 9:15 on the East Coast, 7:15 over on the West Coast. We'll see you back here in just a couple minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. Time now 9:17 on the East Coast, 6:17 over on the West Coast. The head of the UN Nuclear Agency toured the Fukushima power plant in Japan this morning. This is ahead of a planned release of treated radioactive wastewater into the sea from the damaged nuclear plant. That plan is endorsed by the UN nuclear regulators, who say release of the treated water, some 1 million tons, meets international standards and will have a negligible environmental and health impact, although groups in China, South Korea, and the Pacific Island nations oppose the move over safety and political reasons. Earlier this morning, we heard from the Director General, Rafael Grossi, during a doorstep interview there after touring the wrecked Fukushima nuclear power station. Let's listen into this, raw and unfiltered.
President Zelensky of Ukraine is
これに対してロシア側はウクライナが攻撃を計画しているというふうに言っています。これについてですね、何か IAEA は現地から何か報告が入っていますでしょうか。
As IAEA, do you have any updates on this? Or you?
Of course, I am aware of the People's Republic of China's position on this issue. A few weeks ago, you may know that I was in Beijing. I was in an official visit to China, and this issue was one of the themes that we discussed, because apart from the fact that my report had not been issued, there is not much secret about the ALPS system and what the IAEA does. Maybe you can.
はい、まず、中国についてですけれども、もちろんですね、私としても中国政府が、この件についてですね、どういうふうに考えているか十分に、承知しています。何週間か前に私自身、北京におりました。これは IAEA の代表として正式に、中国を訪問、したわけですね。その時の、中国側とのやり取りの中でも、この件は当然議題として上がってきました。で、報告書の内容についてもですね、議論がありました。
So, as I said before, any concern is a concern that I take very seriously. I have seen what they have to say, and of course, I'm at their disposal in case they want to have or to seek any clarification from us. This has not been the case so far, although, as I said, China is a very important partner also of the IAEA, and we are in close contact. So, yeah, please.
はいですね、はい、中国、政府に対してはですね、さらなる説明、等々が必要なのであれば、いつでも申し上げてくださいと、伝えてあります。現時点で、そのような、要望がですね、中国からは、いただいておりません。で、IAEA にとってはですね、中国もですね、非常に重要なパートナーになるわけですね。ですので、何か、中国から懸念が表明されればですね、IAEA として私としては、これに真摯に対応するつもりでおります。
Zaporizhia, as you know, we have a permanent presence. There is a permanent mission of the IAEA there. I have been in contact with them today, just a few hours ago. We are aware of these affirmations, these statements from both sides. You refer to President Zelensky's statements, but the Russian side has also come up with some of these things. What I say is what I said at the United Nations Security Council. A nuclear power plant should never, under any circumstances, be attacked. A nuclear power plant should not be used as a military base. The IAEA is there to observe, to monitor this, and to inform the world community if this happens. In our latest inspections, we haven't seen any mining activity, but we remain extremely alert. As you know, there is a counteroffensive ongoing. There is a lot of combat. I have been there a few weeks ago, and there is combat there, very close to the plant. So we cannot relax, and we will be informing and updating constantly.
はい、ではウクライナについてですけれども、はい、ウクライナの発電所にもですね、IAEA の常駐スタッフがおります。そして、適宜ですね、私も彼らから報告を受けています。数時間前にもですね、そのような報告がありました。で、今、ウクライナとロシアの双方から、ゼレンスキー大統領と名前が出ましたけれども、双方から、いろんな主張が出ているということも当然理解しています。で、これについて私が申し上げられるのはですね、これはもう国連の場でもですね、私が発言した通りなんですけれども、まず一つ、原子力発電所というのはいかなる理由でもですね、攻撃されてはいけないということと、もう一つはですね、軍事基地として原子力発電所を用いてはならないということですね。この観点からですね、IAEA としては今後も観察、監視をしながら、その内容を国際社会にですね、情報として発 発信していくということを、当然、心がけるつもりです。では、じゃあその爆発物が、発電所に仕掛けられているかどうかについては、今の時点では私どもはそういったことは確認していません。ただし、そのような危険はあるであろうということは、十分認識しています。で、また、ウクライナの戦況ですけれども、今、ウクライナ軍が、反転攻勢に出ているということで、あちこちで戦闘が起きているわけですね。発電所の近い地域でも戦闘がまさに起こっています。ですので、IAEA としてはですね、決して、心を、その安心できる状況ではないということです。
Maybe one or two questions and we have to go.
はい、ではあと一つか二つ質問。はい。
Yeah, these two last.
はい、ラストワンかツーですね。はい。
じゃあ、朝日新聞の大月と言います。
朝日
Yes.
本日の午前中の会議のことで質問があります。その会議の中で一番印象に残った首長とかですね、漁業者の代表からの発言で印象に残った発言があるかというのと、もう一つは会議の中でグロシ局長が処理水の放出については科学的観点から安全だと証明できる。そして安心できないというのは非科学的だというふうな発言をしたということを出席者から聞いたんですけれども、これはどういう意味なのかというのを教えてください。
So not rational. That's something I heard. I wasn't there, but that's something I heard.
Well, I understand the sense of your question, although I never characterized criticism as irrational.
はい、です。まずどのような趣旨で質問されているかということは、十分理解できるかと思います。そしてですね、まず最初にお話ししたいのが、私たちの評価結果について何らかの疑問を持つということがですね、必ずしも非合理的だと申し上げるつもりはないんですね。
What I'm saying is that our report and our evaluation is based on objective scientific criterion supported by the overwhelming scientific opinion all over the world and the past practice.
で、報告書で、に書かれている内容というのはですね、科学的な客観的な、基準に基づいた、評価で、ありまして、で、これはですね、世界的に合意された、科学的な、原則をもとに、得られた結果です。
But this doesn't mean that criticism is out of place.
だからといってですね、じゃあこのような結果について何らかの批判をするということが間違っているとも申し上げません。
Especially when you live here and you fish and you want to sell your fish.
特に、例えば、福島県で漁業に、身を置かれているですね、魚を売ろうと、している方々に、してみればですね、当然感じ方が違うというのは私もよくわかります。
This morning I said one thing. I said I don't have a magic wand, but I can do something.
で、今朝もその会議の場で、こういうふうにお話をしました。私は何も魔法の杖を持っているわけではありませんと。ただ、私としてもできることはあるんですと。
We must explain, we must be clear, we must listen to everybody and make sure that any action that is taken is fundamentally and sufficiently justified and with a very solid basis. Then confidence will come, I'm sure, with time.
はい、では何をしなくてはならないのか、できること、やらなくてはならないことは何かといえばですね、まず非常に明快な形で、説明をしていくということ、同時にですね、 皆さんの懸念について耳を傾けるということですね。そしてまた何か、実施されることがあるのであればですね、その計画について、十分な根拠、というものを示さなくてはなりません。どのような根拠があるのか、そしてこういったことをですね、地道に続けていくことによって時間はかかるかもしれませんが、徐々に理解は得られていくだろうと信じています。
The IAEA, this would be the last point on your question. The IAEA is not in an ivory tower.
はい、で IAEA、強調したいのはですね、何も私たちはですね、象牙の塔の上にですね、隠れているわけではないんですね。
So this is why I, as Director General, I come here. I will continue coming here. I will be talking directly to the fishermen's associations, to the schools. Today I got a request to go to schools. I will do it. I think this is my duty.
はい、そして、IAEA の事務局長としてもですね、私、今回福島に来ました。今後も来続けるつもりです。そして、単に来るだけではなくてですね、日本の福島の皆さん、漁協の皆さんともですね、対話を続けたいと思っています。まさに今朝の会合の場でですね、今日したような話を高校生にも直接話していただけませんかというお願いがいただいたんですが、私ぜひそうしたいと思っています。そういったことが大事だなと。
The last one, please.
じゃあもう一つ。
福島民報の方までよろしくお願いします。
福島ローカルペーパー。
Yeah.
今日午前中の会合で事務局長から常に私は皆さんがオープンでありたいというお話がありました。
Always open to people of 福島。
ただその後の意見交換はクローズ非公開で行われました。これについてどうお考えか。
We, the press, had to vacate the premise.
その意見交換する機会があったらどういうふうに対応したいか合わせて教えてください。
So what do you think about press being removed from your meeting in the morning?
Well, yeah, I think what matters is that you can talk to me anytime and that I will be available anytime. This is what matters. There are no secrets here. As you know, from time to time, the protocol requires that for a free flow of ideas, the meetings are closed. But there is nothing confidential. There is nothing confidential really about what we do, what I do. And I think the key to success, because the science is there, but the key to success, to convince people that they can trust, is transparency. Transparency. Explain, explain, explain. And we will never get tired of explaining.
All right, you have been listening in there to the director of the IAEA, that is the UN Nuclear Regulatory Agency, answering questions over there in Japan as the Fukushima power plant, the nuclear power plant there, is expected to release some 1 million gallons of radioactive yet treated water into the sea, something that officials say is within regulation, and it's also considered to be negligible in terms of impacts on health as well as the dangers there to ocean life. However, it's still coming with protest, but again, the UN regulatory agency officials there touring that Fukushima nuclear power plant earlier this morning. Here's a live look over at the U.S. White House. The White House was briefly evacuated on Sunday evening while President Joe Biden was at Camp David after the Secret Service discovered suspicious powder in a common area of the West Wing. A preliminary test has showed that the substance has been confirmed as cocaine, according to a number of law enforcement officials on Tuesday. Secret Service agents were doing routine rounds on Sunday when they found the white powder in an area accessible to tour groups, but not in any particular West Wing office, according to those officials, who say they were not authorized to discuss any ongoing investigation and spoke to the AP on the condition of anonymity. The complex was evacuated at about 8:45 on Sunday as fire emergency crews were brought in to do a rapid test on that white powder, which preliminarily identified there as cocaine. The White House was soon reopened and the powder was sent for further testing. It's 9:33 over on the East Coast, 6:33 over on the West Coast. We're going to our second commercial break of the hour here on Live Now from Fox. I'll see you back here in just 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. Thanks for joining us. Taking a live look now over the airport there in Atlanta, Georgia. As the holiday weekend wraps up, a record number of travelers are traveling across the U.S. to make their way home. We'll have a live report from Jonathan Siri with Fox News coming up with all the latest info on those delays and cancellations that are already starting to stack up. But meanwhile, want to turn over to Mike Tobin following an outbreak of violence in a pair of major U.S. cities in Fort Worth, Texas, and in Philadelphia. At least 8 people were killed in a pair of tragic incidents, and even more are wounded. Fox News senior correspondent Mike Tobin following that for us from our Midwest Bureau.
A lot of foot traffic. As you can tell, still fireworks were being shot off. Lots of people just trying to flee the area from the multiple gunshots.
And it all comes a day after a mass shooting in Baltimore left 2 dead and 28 injured. Like Fort Worth, people had gathered for a party, this one unpermitted. Suddenly, shots rang out. The mayor says it's remarkable because so many people shot video of young men with guns.
There were grown adults filming young people with guns who said nothing, who did nothing, who didn't say to the police, hey, I know this teenager's out here at this event with a gun, and we have to have a sense of responsibility to our own community.
Back to Philadelphia, police detained a second man for firing back at the gunman. District Attorney Larry Krasner said he fired lawfully in self-defense and was released. In Chicago, Mike Tobin, Fox News. Philadelphia first responders get credit for saving.
All right, thanks so much there to Mike Tobin. Following the latest on those tragic incidents happening all across the U.S. President Joe Biden tonight plans to host Sweden's prime minister at the White House. It's all in a show of solidarity as the U.S. presses for the Nordic nation's entry into NATO. Just a week before the alliance is expected to hold its summit, Biden and Prime Minister Ulf Kristersson will review the growing security cooperation and reaffirm their view that Sweden should join NATO as soon as possible, according to the White House in a statement announcing that meeting. It's 9:38 right now over on the East Coast, 6:38 over on the West Coast for everyone waking up bright and early all across America. I'm Giacomo Luca. This is Live Now from Fox. We'll see you back here in just 2 minutes. Good morning and welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. Thanks so much for joining us. It's 9:41 over on the East Coast, 6:41 over on the West Coast. As the holiday weekend begins to wrap up, a record number of travelers across the U.S. now making their way home. But as Fox News correspondent Jonathan Seary reports, delays and cancellations already starting to stack up. Want to bring him in now live from the airport. We are taking a look at right now. There's Jonathan Seary. Good morning, Jonathan. What are we learning about all this travel?
Yeah, good morning to you. Well, now that the 4th of July holiday is over, people are returning home. We don't expect the gigantic numbers that we saw heading out on Friday. That set a new record at almost 2.9 million U.S. passengers passing through TSA checkpoints. You know, people get off work on the Friday before a holiday weekend. It's like you open up the floodgates. Coming back, it's a little more staggered. A lot of people have vacations that extend past July 4th, so you have some people coming back today, some tomorrow, and so we expect it to be more staggered and closing out the week, so might not be as bad. But the big wild card is the weather. There are thunderstorms brewing in parts of the Midwest and in the Southeast later in the day, which could delay travel. We're already seeing some of an impact following the tracking service FlightAware. Right now they are listing 939 flights to, from, or within the U.S. that have been delayed, and a total of 96 that have been canceled so far today.
All right, what a busy and very incredibly busy travel season that we are seeing there. Jonathan Seary reporting. As you look behind you, you see the lines right behind you. What are you seeing? Does it look like an incredibly busy return from July 4th?
Yeah, this is the main entrance to the TSA checkpoints, and this is actually not bad. It's moving along. People are moving along. But it can be somewhat deceptive because Atlanta, although it's the world's busiest airport, most of the travelers are changing planes. And so when there are problems, when there are backups, you're going to see the longest lines out on the concourse past the checkpoints. And so if people are here heading out, no problem, but they may encounter larger crowds on the concourse. And if they've already arrived from their flight and are in the baggage claim, they're home free, at least for now, until their next travel plans.
All right, Jonathan Seri there over at the Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport in Atlanta. Thanks so much for joining us, Jonathan, and glad
pleasure.
You don't have any busy travel here today. Thanks so much.
Yes, my pleasure.
All right, folks, let's go ahead and take a look over at Washington, D.C. Actually, sorry about that. This is actually the UK there. We have that shot up as the royals, King Charles and Queen Camilla, visit Edinburgh for Scottish celebrations to mark their coronation. The Queen and King, they did have an event that they already went to over at the St. Giles Cathedral following processions on what's being called the Royal Mile. There's also going to finish that day with a 21-gun salute that'll fire from Edinburgh Castle at the end of St. Giles service before the royal procession travels back to the palace of what's called Holyrood House. All right, folks, let's take a look now over in Washington, D.C. There is the White House there. We know that today President Biden is expected to be hosting the Prime Minister of Sweden. That, as Sweden is expected to be there invited into NATO. And we are expecting to see some more out of that event sometime later today. In a show of solidarity, though, this meeting is coming as the United States presses for the Nordic nations' entry there into NATO just a week before the alliance is going to hold a regular summit. President Biden, as well as Prime Minister Ulf Kristersson, they're going to review the growing security cooperation and reaffirm their views that Sweden should join NATO as soon as possible, the White House said in a meeting before announcing that statement. All right, we do know also that there has been a number of tragedies over the weekend. That in cities really across the country. Mike Tobin is following the very latest on this for us.
5 were killed, and a gunman rampaged through the city of brotherly love.
I want to thank Commissioner Outlaw and the police department for their response to this terrible, tragic incident. Police responded immediately and courageously.
Police say he randomly fired at occupied cars and people on the street. His first victim retreated to a house and died. Others remained on the street, dead or wounded. Ultimately, the gunman surrendered to police. His identity and formal charges won't be released until the courts are open on Wednesday, but the premeditation of the rampage is evident.
The man who did this is in custody. The man who did this will be facing multiple counts of murder.
Fort Worth, Texas, as holiday celebrations wound down, shots rang out. 3 people are dead, another 8 recovering from injuries. Police have suggested the motive could be anything from a domestic problem to a gang dispute, but they know it created another scene of panic and bloodshed.
A lot of vehicle traffic, a lot of foot traffic. As you can tell, still fireworks were being shot off. Lots of people just trying to flee the area from the multiple gunshots.
And it all comes a day after a mass shooting in Baltimore left 2 dead and 28 injured. Like Fort Worth, people had gathered for a party, this one unpermitted. Suddenly, shots rang out. The mayor says it's remarkable because so many people shot video of young men with guns.
There were grown adults filming young people with guns who said nothing, who did nothing, who didn't say to the police, hey, I know this teenager's out here at this event with a gun. And we have to have a sense of responsibility to our own community.
Back to Philadelphia, police detained a second man for firing back at the gunman. District Attorney Larry Krasner said he fired lawfully in self-defense and was released. In Chicago, Mike Tobin, Fox News.
All right, thanks so much there to Mike Tobin. Meanwhile, the British royals are visiting Scotland right now for celebrations to mark their coronation. We had coverage of the procession that happened earlier this morning. We're going to get you another look at that sometime after a quick break here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. Thanks so much for joining us. Taking a look right now over at the St. Giles Cathedral. That's where the English royals over in the UK, they're in Scotland. They did there. They did actually have a coronation event actually over there in Edinburgh. The King will be presented with honors of Scotland at a national service of Thanksgiving at that cathedral. Actually, that happened earlier today. It finished with a 21-gun salute that'll fire from Edinburgh Castle at the end of that St. Giles service before the royal procession travels back to their palace. I do want to go ahead and play some of the sights and sounds from that event that happened earlier this morning over there in Edinburgh, Scotland. Let's go ahead and listen in, raw and unfiltered. All right, you are taking a look over there in Edinburgh from earlier this morning. We will get back to more of those events happening today over in England, but first, Tampa Police Department detectives are now investigating a homicide in the 8500 block of Courtney Campbell Causeway after we're learning that a 7-year-old was shot, according to police there. The victim was transported to a local hospital and has since been pronounced dead. Second victim, an adult male, suffered a gunshot wound to his hand and was transported to a local hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. We are expected to hear from Tampa police authorities within the next 10 minutes at the top of the hour there. So it is 9:54 on the East Coast, 6:54 over on the West Coast. We will get back to that in a moment. But of course, let's go out to the White House today, where we are following a couple of stories out there over at the White House. One is the White House was briefly evacuated Sunday evening while President Joe Biden was at Camp David after the Secret Service discovered suspicious powder in a common area of the West Wing and preliminary tests showing that that substance was in fact cocaine. That's according to a couple of law enforcement officers there who reported that on Tuesday. Secret Service agents were doing quote, routine rounds on Sunday when they found that white powder in an area that's also accessible to tour groups, but not in any particular West Wing office, according to officials. The complex was evacuated at about 8:45 on Sunday as fire emergency crews were brought in to do a rapid test of that powder, which preliminarily identified cocaine, and the White House was soon reopened and the powder was sent for further testing. And meanwhile, we also know that the Prime Minister of Sweden is expected to appear at the White House today, there to meet with President Joe Biden. It's in a show of solidarity as the U.S. presses for the Nordic nation's entry into NATO. That's just a week before the alliance is set to hold its annual summit. Biden and Prime Minister Ulf Kristersson they'll review the growing security cooperation and reaffirm their view that Sweden should join NATO as soon as possible. The White House said that in a statement announcing that meeting. Now let's turn back over to Edinburgh, England, where we do have live events happening there today. Let's go ahead and take a listen in to some of the sights and sounds as folks there continue to celebrate the King and Queen in Scotland. All right, thanks so much for listening in there to the sights and sounds of that event happening over in Edinburgh, England. Want to turn now, though, over to Tampa right now, where we do have police speaking there on an incident that happened live raw that happened last night. Let's listen in live raw and unfiltered.
Are 100 yards to the east of the boat ramp. When the shooting began, the grandfather of the young man that was shot grabbed him and pulled him into the truck when he heard the gunfire going on. When they were inside the vehicle, a round went through the vehicle, hit the grandfather in the finger and the young man in the head. He was transported to St. Joe's Hospital, where he was pronounced deceased. Some witnesses who were out there advised law enforcement officers that there were two groups out there. They were in an argument over jet skis. One group was mad because the second group was riding their jet skis too close to the shore where the kids were playing in the water. During that argument, the group got agitated, came out the water, and there was a confrontation between both of the groups. That confrontation led to gunfire. Senseless gunfire. The gunfire led to 2 victims getting shot and 1 deceased. There was no reason, no excuse that an argument can lead to gunfire, much less an argument over jet skis. And now we got citizens, we got families, we got folks in our communities who have to deal with this tragic incident that occurred on the 4th of July. We're still investigating this incident. Our homicide detectives were out there all night long trying to find leads, trying to find anything that can lead them to holding the folks who did this accountable. With so many things going on around our nation, this incident at the Courtney Campbell Causeway just adds to what's been going on when folks are not responsible with their firearms. We need to do better as a community, really as Americans. We see everybody around the nation, including Tampa, the first thing they jump to is firearms. There's a better way to deal with anything you may be going through other than going to that firearm. Once somebody's gone, they're not coming back, and their families, friends, and loved ones have to deal with that loss for the rest of their lives. If you have any tips, please give us a call. We have a TPD app you can go on and leave us information. We also have Crime Stoppers. Give them a call. Give them any tip that you may have. We contacted them. The rewards are usually up to $9,500. We want to bring these folks who did this shooting to justice. We want to hold them accountable for their actions. If they're out here and they hear me today, turn yourself in. Your actions and your anger, it led to a 7-year-old just starting his life getting killed because you were angry over a jet ski. Just imagine if that was your child that was killed over this. So if you were involved in this or you know any information regarding this incident, contact us. If you were involved in this intimately, turn yourself in. Help bring closure to the family and to this community. Any questions?
So after that,
yes.
any arrests, any word on suspects' identities at this time?
Not at this time. The detectives, they worked all night long trying to put the puzzle together. The vehicles out there, the jet skis out there, the boats out there, whatever that was out there that we can use as a law enforcement agency to bring it to closure, they're trying to hit on everything right now.
So after the shooting happened, did these groups just sort of disperse and get out of the area, or did they call police right away?
One group or a fraction of individuals that were witnesses, they stayed out there and they gave us information. The ones that were involved in this incident, we haven't gotten too much as far as who they were, where they're from, where they went. Like I said, if you have any tips that may lead to anything that can help us resolve this case, please give us a call. It's early in the investigation. Usually we start getting tips coming in, and I just pray that we get the right tips to hold these folks accountable.
Do we know yet if it was both groups shooting at each other or one shooting at the other?
That's what we're still trying to find out. You know, we have some casings out there. The locations of them would suggest that may be the case, but we're not sure. That's why we want the witnesses who are out there to give us a call and give us concrete information.
Were these rented jet skis or personal jet skis that they left behind?
At this point in time, we don't know whether they were personal or rented.
I think this may go without saying, but I can hear in your voice how upset and angry you are that this.
I'm very angry because I watch the news like everybody else, and I see what's going on in different cities around the nation. And my officers are out here doing an excellent job trying to keep the city safe. And when you have individuals who know the power of guns and what they can do to other people, they pull them out and start shooting indiscriminately, not even caring about who they hit. You know, we have a society that at times they don't know that the impact of gun violence affects generations. You may shoot somebody's father, somebody's 7-year-old, that's going to affect that family and friends the rest of their lives. And we need to do better as a people, to be honest with you, when it comes down to firearms. We're seeing it too much.
Do you know if the child was in the water when they started shooting?
No, the child was inside the truck with his grandfather. And we believe that the same bullet that struck his grandfather's hand is the one that hit him. And just imagine if you're that grandfather. You lost your grandson, then you're second guessing where you had your hand at so it can ricochet. I mean, these are some of the things that impact people's lives, and we have to do a better job.
Is there any video evidence you're looking at? I know I've got cameras in the area, maybe surveillance cameras from mosquitoes. Is there any type of video evidence?
We are looking at any type of videos, any type of camera, cell phone footage, anything out there that can help us out. We're talking about a stray bullet. I'm sure the young child wasn't the intended target. But when folks are careless with their firearms and they let that anger take over, and now we see what occurs. These innocent bystanders become a victim to something that they knew nothing about what was going on. The grandfather knew nothing about the argument. He's going inside his truck when he hears the gunfire. It doesn't make sense to me on how folks can be so careless. Any other questions? Thank you very much.
All right, you have been listening in there to the Tampa Bay Police Department providing that update on that tragic incident involving a 7-year-old girl shot to death at a July 4th celebration. Another adult was also injured, shot in the hand. The police department there providing those updates here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to a quick break, but when we come back, the very latest on what the Kremlin might be willing to do. Stick with us. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. Thanks so much for joining us. It's 10:11 over on the East Coast, 7:11 over on the West Coast, taking a live look over at the White House this morning as the Kremlin on Tuesday held the door open for contacts with the U.S. regarding a possible prisoner exchange that could potentially involve the jailed Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich, but they did reaffirm that such talks must be held and kept out of the public eye. Of course, we do have Jeff Paul following the very latest on this for us. Good morning, Jeff. What are we learning today about this potential prisoner exchange, and is the Kremlin commenting on any of this?
Yeah, and really, Giacomo, two major developments when it comes to the imprisonment of Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich. First, you have what happened just yesterday. That's when reportedly the U.S. and Russia started engaging in a possible prisoner swap that might include Gershkovich. Now, this is all coming from Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov. He added that these types of discussions, though, should continue on in complete silence. We should mention both the Wall Street Journal, which employs Gershkovich, and the United States both deny these claims that he was involved in any sort of espionage. We're also learning in the second development that U.S. Ambassador to Russia, Lynn Tracy, was granted access to Gershkovich. This is the first time any U.S. embassy officials were granted access to see him since April 17th. She says he's in good health and he's staying strong despite the tough circumstances. We should also mention that Gershkovich has been held in Russia since late March. Tomorrow will mark his 100th day in detention.
That is certainly a difficult challenge for that young journalist there trapped in Russia. Anything that we've heard there from the U.S. side then, especially given kind of the rhetoric there from the Russians?
Well, the U.S. is steadfast in the fact that Gershkovich was not involved in any sort of espionage. They consider his detention a false detention, that he didn't really do anything wrong, and that he should be free and be allowed to be a journalist. So the U.S. Also referencing that they should have access to Gershkovich. So this huge gap between April 17th and then you have this July 3rd access, I mean, that's several months, and I think the U.S. is going to continue pressing Russia to have access to Gershkovich as this dialogue continues about a possible prisoner swap, whether that happens in the public eye or it happens behind the scenes like the Russian spokesperson Dmitry Peskov wants. We will see.
And have we heard of who the U.S. side might be exchanging? Obviously, we know that the U.S. may be eyeing someone like Gershkovich, but there's also another American in the hands of Russians. But what about on the Russian side to the U.S.? Do we know of any names?
Yeah, and that other American would be former U.S. Marine Paul Whelan, who's been there for a considerable amount of time and was hoping that he would be a part of the last prisoner swap that, of course, involved WNBA star for the Phoenix Mercury, Brittany Griner. So as far as who the U.S. would possibly swap, no, that hasn't been discussed because, again, this is all coming from the Kremlin. The United States really hasn't been commenting too much about a possible prisoner swap. This is all, again, coming from the Kremlin side of things.
Okay, thanks so much there, Jeff Paul, following the very latest on that about Evan Gershkovich and the other prisoners being held by Russians. Thanks so much, Jeff. All right, folks, I do want to go ahead and turn over to an event that we are following here on Live Now from Fox. This is happening over in the UK. The UK Foreign Secretary James Cleverly is holding a joint press conference with the Polish Foreign Minister and the National Defense Minister of Poland as well. That's happening at Lancaster House following bilateral talks. Let's go ahead and listen into this live, raw, and unfiltered. This may be with English translation just to make our audience aware.
Relatywnie szybko. Gdy teraz idzie o elektrownię jądrową w Zaporożu,
to NATO. And now the nuclear power plant in Zaporizhia. That is what your second question was about. We in Poland have our own opinion confirmed by the experience of long generations of Poles regarding Russia's step. Russia is predictable in its unpredictability. That's what we say. And that includes the minds of the majority of the blocks of the units in this nuclear power plant. As James has put it, it would not be right for me to speculate now, to speculate on what will happen, what may happen. But I can reassure you that in any new unprecedented situation, both Poland and the UK will respond accordingly. Dariusz, Polish TV. A question for all of you. You mentioned the NATO summit in Vilnius. You mentioned aid for Ukraine. My question is, what can Ukraine expect in terms of military aid, military help? And the minister for Vilnius for the Lithuanian issue. PKW Lithuania. Poland stands in solidarity with its ally. That's why we now have a unit which will act as a deterrent, which will secure our safety, which will act as a security unit. As my colleague has mentioned, Russia is predictable in its unpredictability, while NATO is strong through solidarity, through cooperation between its member states. That is why we support Lithuania in cybersecurity, and we are ready to invest in deterrence. We are developing the Polish army, but we are also trying to implement the principle we are stronger together. That's why we are open to cooperation, which will allow us to achieve more. Let me give you one example of a win-win situation, which is Polish-British cooperation in in the air defense, in the anti-missile defense systems. We are all set to collaborate.
Yeah, George Cruz, The Times. Probably
George Cruz.
Since the Russian invasion of Ukraine, we've heard a lot of language about NATO's centre of gravity shifting east, and we've now seen Germany increasing its permanent deployment in Lithuania to 4,000 troops, a brigade. Even if the UK can't do it immediately, would the UK be open to increasing its permanent deployment in Estonia to a brigade level similarly? And very quickly to my Polish counterparts as well. You've talked about how important it is for British troops to be in Eastern Europe. Would you like to see more of them?
So, George, just on the reported permanent brigade by Germany in Lithuania, you're going to have to wait because we're going to get some clarity on that. I met my German counterpart and my Canadian counterpart only as recently as Singapore, and there was no intention at that time to have a permanent brigade. We have all done what was being asked of us by those Baltic states, which we have annotated a permanent brigade to our permanent battle groups. Effectively, we have always a battle group deployed in Estonia from the United Kingdom, and indeed Germany has in Latvia and Lithuania a number of these enhanced forward presence. We've gone the next step, which is annotated an actual brigade headquarters and a brigade, and we've only just finished exercising deploying that brigade at a rapid speed into Estonia. But they both deliver the same outcome, but on asking if I match the Germans, I think it's important I get some clarity exactly about what the German intention is, because to date, when we've been just exploring that, we're just trying to get to the detail, I'm afraid. But one of the things I'm looking forward to in Vilnius is speaking to Boris Pistorius, my counterpart, to get the actual details. And I'm happy to come back and comment to you after that fact.
Ja chciałbym dodać, że wojska
And I would like to mention that British troops are present in Poland.
All right, you have been listening in to that meeting between the UK and the Polish foreign and defense ministers, respectively. Let's go ahead and turn over to this other event happening in England right now. King Charles and Queen Camilla are visiting Scotland, this part of essentially an extended coronation ceremony, if you will. They're making those celebrations there in England as they continue to celebrate that big momentous occasion. Let's go ahead and turn over and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered to the sights and sounds of this special coronation event for King Charles and Camilla in Scotland. All right, you have been listening in to the sights and sounds there as the coronation festivities begin. It wasn't just a single day. King Charles and Queen Camilla now continuing on their coronation celebrations, but now in Edinburgh, Scotland today for that special event. Over in Washington, D.C., here's a look over at the White House today, where we are expecting around 2 o'clock for President Joe Biden, planning to host the Swedish Prime Minister there at the White House. It's all in a show of solidarity as the U.S. presses for the Nordic nation's entry into NATO. And it all comes just a week before the alliance will hold its summit. Biden and Prime Minister Ulf Kristersson will review the growing security cooperation and reaffirm that their view of Sweden should be to join NATO as soon as possible. That all according to the White House, who said that in a statement announcing the meeting. It's 10:28 over on the East Coast. It's 7:28 over on the West Coast. Thanks for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We are going to a quick commercial break, but when we come back, we'll have much more live, raw, and unfiltered. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. Some quick news off the top. A portion of I-95 was shut down this morning in Stafford County, Virginia, after multiple vehicles, including a semi, crashed in the northbound lanes. It happened in the Fredericksburg area, where officials say drivers should expect major delays due to those closures. Drivers who aren't going directly into D.C., they're being urged to look for alternative routes. No word yet on who caused that accident. I do want to turn back over to Edinburgh, England, where we've been showing you these images live all morning long since the event started. This is a special event for the King and Queen of England, King Charles III and Camilla, happening over there in Scotland. This is a continuation of the celebration of those coronation events. Let's go ahead and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered. All right, you are taking a listen in there over in Edinburgh, England, as King Charles and the Queen are visiting Scotland today to celebrate their coronation. As you did hear, though, a bit in the background of this event, this has really been happening all morning long as there are revelers in the crowd, some excited for the King and Queen there to be visiting Scotland, but others booing and shouting, "Not my king," many also holding up big yellow signs there. That was also present just a bit during the coronation event earlier that happened just a couple months ago. This is Live Now from Fox. It's 10:38 over on the East Coast, 7:38 over on the West Coast. This event still continuing to go on. This again is a coronation event, celebration event really, to celebrate the coronation of King Charles III as well as his wife Camilla, the Queen, who are visiting Edinburgh, Scotland today, again to celebrate that event. Some people welcoming them and some not so much. This is Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. We'll see you back here in just 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. Thanks so much for joining us. Taking a live look this morning over Edinburgh, England, where the King Charles III and the Queen are meeting there in Scotland. This is a celebration of their coronation events. Let's listen into this live, raw, and unfiltered. Just witnessed King Charles III and Queen Camilla, along with Prince William and wife Kate, there in Scotland, visiting Edinburgh as they celebrate the coronation of King Charles III and his wife, the Queen. It's 10:46 over on the East Coast, 7:47 over on the West Coast. Time to take our final commercial break of the hour here on Live Now from Fox. When we return, we'll have much more live, raw, and unfiltered events. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. Thanks so much for joining us. Taking a look right now over in Scotland, Edinburgh, England. King Charles III and Queen Camilla, along with Prince William and his wife Kate, visiting Scotland now. This is all in a celebration of that coronation event that happened actually a couple of months ago, but this is a continuation there of that event. You're watching here on Live Now from Fox. We also had the full coronation on Live Now from Fox, but this event, of course, happening in Edinburgh, celebrating the King and Queen, newly announced. Let's listen into the sights and sounds, live, raw, and unfiltered.
perfect Spirit of God.
All right, everybody, that was King Charles III and the Queen Camilla over there in Scotland. That has now come to an end, courtesy the Associated Press. Taking a live look at the stock board right now, not a great day for the Dow. We are down about 0.32% right here, and it looks like we have been in the red for pretty much the entire day here. Now, we are following several different stories here on Live Now from Fox, and I do want to get to some of the big ones here. We've talked about a shooting going on in Philadelphia. Now, this did happen as a mass shooting. It was Monday night. A man wearing a bulletproof vest opened fire on random people in the city, killing 5 and wounding others, including children. The information on that shooting provided by Philadelphia police. Now, sources telling our Fox 29 Philadelphia team that the 40-year-old shooter, Kim Brady Carricker, fired, quote, aimlessly at occupied vehicles and people on the street. There is a lot to this story right now, and as I mentioned, the investigation is still underway here. Our Fox 29 Philadelphia team brings us the latest.
To be around somebody so genuine like him, I never met someone like him.
Driana Burnett tells me her boyfriend and the love of her life, Lashad Merritt, was one of the 5 people killed in Monday's mass shooting in Concessing.
He was just simply trying to go to the store and get something to eat.
Dozens gathering outside of the home on Greenway Avenue for a balloon release in honor of the 21-year-old whose loved ones, visibly distraught, say was an all-around good person.
To get his life cut short like this, that's not fair.
Just blocks away on Ethan Street, another vigil for another shooting victim held for 15-year-old DeJuan Brown. Family and friends gathering to console one another, the community broken over what investigators say happened within a matter of minutes. In an update from Philadelphia Police Tuesday, investigators say the shooting rampage happened just after 8:30 Monday night when the gunman, described by police as a 40-year-old man, opened fire near 56th and Chester Streets in what police believe was a random attack. Fox 29 has learned this video circulating on social media is being reviewed by police as part of the investigation, showing the suspect here turn and open fire.
The suspect then began shooting aimlessly at occupied vehicles and individuals on the street as they walked.
Police say officers ran towards the gunman, who was armed with an AR-15 style rifle, a 9mm handgun, a ski mask, and body armor, and in an alley near the 1600 block of Fraser Street, took the shooter into custody. Among those killed, 29-year-old Demir Stanton, 31-year-old Joseph Wama, and 59-year-old Ralph Morales. A 13-year-old boy was shot in the legs, according to police, and investigators say a 2-year-old little boy was also shot while he was riding in the back seat with his twin brother while their mother was driving. Both children, we're told, are in stable condition.
On what was supposed to be a beautiful summer evening, this armed and armored individual wreaked havoc, firing with a rifle at their victims, seemingly at random, shooting 7, killing 5, including children, babies.
All right, and I do want to talk more about this right here, so let's bring in Omar Sabir, the vice chair of the Philadelphia City Commission, to talk about all of this. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here.
Sure. Thanks for having me.
Of course. Now, first off, the details here, very disturbing. What was going through your mind as you did find out that this had happened?
Well, it just was, where the incident happened at, it's about a 2 to 3 minute drive from where I actually lay down and rest. And I'm a father of 7 children. And it just shocked me. And it just awakened me to the sad reality of what's going on in America. I mean, these mass shootings have touched every corner of America. Red states, blue states, rich areas, poor areas, white areas, black areas. I mean, it's a shame, and we need to do better.
And so when you do hear about this, I'm sure you quickly learn that police did make an arrest fairly quickly here. What are your thoughts on just the police response to the shooting overall?
Oh, man, I love our police because they ran into the gunshots. They ran to the shooting. So the valor, the character of the Philadelphia Police Department is great, and I'd like to thank them for their courageous works. And we definitely have to support our law enforcement officers. And in addition to the details, and everything is still under investigation, there was a law-abiding citizen who had a legal firearm And from what we understand is that he was shooting at the suspect as well. So if it wasn't for the action of the law enforcement officers and the individual that was shooting at the suspect, who knows, there may have been more lives taken.
And I'm not sure if you can speak to this, but that is one thing that was brought up at the news conference that was held yesterday. I guess initially they had mentioned possibly a second suspect, but it does appear that it turned out it was a Good Samaritan who was firing at the suspect and will not actually be charged there. Is that your understanding?
Yes, that's my understanding from the investigation so far. And again, it's like there was so much courage going all across the board. You know, we banded together to actually stop what could have been worse. Because again, he had the body armor, he had more ammunition. Who knows how far he would have went had it not been, again, for the valor of the Philadelphia Police Department and of that Good Samaritan who was actually shooting at the suspect.
What sort of effect does a situation like this have on the overall reputation of Philadelphia and the city itself?
Well, Philadelphia is a city that I was born and raised in. It's a very diverse city. It's the birthplace of democracy. And this incident will not define our city, just the same exact way how it will not define Texas, it will not define Florida, South Carolina, all the areas where these mass shootings are happening in our country. And it's incumbent upon us that we step up and we try to put all our heads together, put all of the partisan divide away, put everything away to the side, all our egos to the side, and see how can we come up with a solution for these problems.
In your opinion, does the city of Philadelphia in general have a problem with crime?
Well, I think whenever you see incidents like this, mass shootings, I think all across America has a problem with crime. And I think we have to look at it from a holistic standpoint to see how can we come up with a solution. It's going to take everyone, again, to put their ego aside, partisan decide away, everything that we could do, all hands on deck to see how can we fix this.
And you just kind of touched on this there, but what does need to be done to, let's say, lower the crime rate, lower the number of shootings that are happening there in Philadelphia?
Well, I think, again, it's not just a Philadelphia problem. I think it's an American problem. But I do think that we definitely need, we definitely have to increase our funding for our law enforcement officers. We have to increase the funding for our education. And we have to find out a way how we can systematically attack poverty that's affecting our inner cities. And we got to put our heads together, again, put the ego to the side, put the partisans to the side, and see how can we come up with a solution to fix this.
If a resident there over in Philadelphia were to come up to you and say, you know, this has me fearful after what's happened, or just other crimes in the past that have happened, again, specifically there in Philadelphia, what would you say to that resident?
I would say that we're going to keep on working. The future is as bright as we think it is. And whatever solutions that we need to do, we're going to do it. We're going to work tirelessly to make our city more safer. And I think that's what everyone wants. That's the American dream, to be able to play with your children on the street, safe. If you've been a tax-paying citizen your whole entire life and you just want to sit on your porch and read your newspaper, you shouldn't be in fear. So again, we're going to work tirelessly as possibly as we possibly can. I mean, that was a hot button issue on our mayoral primary, was crime. So we're definitely going to work hard to make it safe, not just here in Philadelphia, but all across America.
All right, Omar Sabir, thank you so much for taking the time to join us here. Is there anything else that you want to add about any of this before I let you go?
Sure. I mean, it's very crucial that us as Americans vote at a higher level. The more we vote, the more we get. The policies, the changes, the things that we want for our community. If our electorate is voting at a higher rate, policymakers will pay attention and will act on the suggestions that the voting electorate is offering.
All right. Thank you again for taking the time to join us here. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Of course. course. All right, I do want to get to another story that we have been following here on Live Now from Fox. Take a look at this video here, as it might look fairly familiar. A mass shooting under investigation in Fort Worth, Texas. That is where 3 people were killed, 8 others wounded after a 4th of July celebration in the western part of the city. As of now, police have not announced any arrests. Now, the shooting happened just before midnight on Monday night. Police say several people started randomly firing into the crowd, then took off running. Our Fox 4 Dallas team takes a closer look.
It's a time-honored tradition in this historic Fort Worth neighborhood.
My favorite part is when I see the cheerleaders come by the parade.
Families lining up on Horn Street for the annual Como Neighborhood Parade, which took place just hours after 3 people were killed and 8 others were injured in a shooting blocks away Monday night.
When I got home and finally laid down, I started getting phone calls about stuff and started seeing people looking for your family. But at the end of the day, it's not going to stop me from coming here to see the parade.
This woman and her son were at Como Fest, but left before the gunfire broke out. She and other longtime Como residents refused to let the tragedy ruin the tight-knit community's 4th of July festivities.
What happened was unfortunate, and our prayers go out to those families. But we're here today to celebrate and just be united as one. And pray that everything remains peaceful today.
And it did. The parade went off without a hitch, although the violence that penetrated the neighborhood during what was supposed to be a festive occasion was hard to ignore.
The devil have sneaked into this area and made people start shooting.
This is friend Caroline Ford's first Como Neighborhood Independence Day parade.
My daughter was concerned, but I just told her that's the same God. You can get shot in your own house doing nothing but minding your own business.
Among the participants in the parade was the Fort Worth police chief. He didn't talk to us about the shooting, but expressed his support for the community in passing.
This is what Como is about. One community, one love. This is Como.
Happy 4th.
Parade goers we spoke to agreed.
God wants us to celebrate, and we worship him, we praise him. Thank you.
Alex Boyer, Fox 4 News.
And thank you so much to our Fox 4 Dallas team and our Fox 29 Philadelphia teams for those stories there. It is now 11:08 on the East Coast and 8:08 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. Taking a live look at the stock board right now, we do remain in the red. Not quite as bad as we started the day, though. The Dow is down about 0.23%. We also have this beautiful shot here coming in from New York City, one of my favorites that actually shows the skyline there. And then we also have this one. This is Lady Liberty in the distance the day after July 4th. A lot of helicopters there in the sky. Let's head to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. And on the other side, we're going to get right back into your headlines, live events, top stories, all of it. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time 11:11 on the East Coast and 8:11 on the West Coast. Unfortunately, there have been multiple shootings involving children wounded or even killed on July 4th, whether during celebrations or by celebratory gunfire. This video right there on your screen is actually coming in from Tampa, Florida, where a 7-year-old boy was killed by gunfire during an argument over jet skis. We're also learning a 6-year-old boy was hit by a stray bullet while watching fireworks outside of his home in South LA. That is where we find Mario Ramirez with our Fox 11 LA team. He joins us live with the latest on that investigation. Mario, as always, thank you so much for being here.
Josh, good morning to you. We're in a South LA neighborhood where this all happened, and this is really a tough one. A 6-year-old boy was struck by a stray bullet here in front of the family's home, and it's unclear, or at least it was early this morning until we got it confirmed, whether or not it was falling debris, maybe a firework that had fallen and struck the boy. But police did confirm that it was in fact a stray bullet, and not uncommon for people to fire indiscriminately into the air on a holiday like July 4th. And you can see the driveway here. The family was reportedly hosting an Independence Day party with kids. They had a pool out front. They were watching fireworks, and that spilled out here into the street. And it was around 9 o'clock when police say that boy was struck. The mother panicking. She tried to drive that 6-year-old to the hospital herself. She only made it a few blocks before LA fire paramedics took over. We can tell you that LAPD's Newton Division is investigating, and we're being told that 6-year-old boy this morning is still in the hospital in critical condition. So you really feel for this family celebrating here right in front of their home when this came out of nowhere. Live in South LA, Josh, we'll send it back to you.
And Mario, have police given any indication, I guess, as to whether they could actually trace this stray bullet to a specific gun and a specific shooter?
Well, they don't have any leads right now, and as for tracing that stray bullet to either a firearm or a suspect, they say it's not impossible, but it is extremely difficult, especially when so much indiscriminate gunfire was reported in the area. But they've even had a PSA, a campaign on 4th of July gunfire reduction focused on spreading awareness, because they say many times people shoot their firearms into the air and don't know the dangers. It goes up, they say, 2 miles before it comes down with deadly force. So it can really be a dangerous situation, as we saw play out here in the South LA neighborhood.
For sure. All right, Mario Ramirez there with our Fox 11 LA team. Thank you so much, as always, for taking the time to join us.
Thank you, Josh. Take care.
It is now 11:14 over on the East Coast and 8:14 on the West Coast. I do want to take you back to this video here that I showed you a short time ago. This is out of Tampa, as we are learning a little bit more about that shooting investigation. A child unfortunately killed here, and I do want to go over some of the basics of what we do know so far. Again, take a look at your screen there. We brought you a live news conference with police about an hour ago, and they said a 7-year-old child was shot and killed in the 8500 block of Courtney Campbell Causeway there in Tampa. They said the incident at the Courtney Campbell Causeway just adds to what's been going on when folks are not responsible with their firearms. We need to do better as a community, really, as Americans. Now, just after 8:30 p.m. last night at Ben T. Davis Beach, police responded to reports of a shooting at a boat ramp. Investigators said they believe 2 groups got into a fight that led to gunfire. Witnesses told officials that one group was mad and that the second group was riding jet skis too close to the shore where the kids were playing in the water at the time. When the confrontation escalated to gunfire, the 7-year-old's grandfather grabbed the child into their truck. That is according to police. Now, officials say the bullet hit the grandfather's finger, and they believe the same bullet hit the 7-year-old in the head while they were both inside that truck. The Tampa Police Department said the child was rushed to a hospital after the shooting, but was pronounced dead there. Now, the Tampa Police Chief Lee Burkhoff saying, quote, "Our thoughts are with the family of the innocent child. Our detectives will work tirelessly until all of those involved are identified and arrested." The shooting scene did remain active just a few hours ago as authorities work to gather evidence and speak to witnesses. As we get more details on that active investigation, we will bring those to you live, raw, and unfiltered right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's head to our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. On the other side, a lot to get to here. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and I do want to get back to a big story that we have been following here. The latest on that mass shooting in Philadelphia. A man wearing a bulletproof vest opened fire on random people in the city, killing 5 people and wounding others, including children. The information on Monday night's shooting provided by Philadelphia police. You're looking at video from the scene. Now, sources tell our Fox 29 Philadelphia team that the 40-year-old shooter, Kim Brady Carricker, fired aimlessly at occupied vehicles and people on the street. Our Fox team out there did speak with some of the relatives of one of those victims and filed this report.
It's just sad, man. This is stuff I see on TV, not in real life. That's why I'm so shocked.
Dominique Evans says his 20-year-old brother, Lashad Merritt, simply walked outside his home to go to the store but didn't make it down the street.
Just walked up the house, and my best homie was right there and shot him twice. Kind person, sweet, good conversation, work hard, play with my sons and nephew, love them very well.
Philadelphia police say Merritt was one of 5 people shot and killed when a 40-year-old opened fire near 56th and Chester Streets in Kingsessing around 8:30 Monday night in what appears to be a random attack. Investigators say there's currently nothing connecting the shooter to the victims. Law enforcement sources identified the shooter as Kim Brady Carricker, and police say this video circulating on social media is part of the investigation, showing the suspect turn and open fire. Police believe the first victim, 31-year-old Joseph Wamad Jr., was killed inside a home on South 56th Street.
The suspect then began shooting aimlessly at occupied vehicles and individuals on the street as they walked.
Among the others killed, 29-year-old Dimir Stanton, 59-year-old Ralph Morales, and 15-year-old DeJuan Brown. Police say a 2-year-old little boy was also shot, while in the backseat of his mother's car as they were simply driving by, his twin brother injured by shattered glass. A 13-year-old boy was also shot.
He was still shooting as we're scooping up human. Police right there, they start running to the scene, he shoots at the police.
Police say 12th District officers ran towards the gunfire, caught up with the shooter on the 1600 block of Fraser Street, and took the shooter into custody. Police say the shooter was wearing a ski mask and body armor, armed with an AR-15 style rifle and 9mm handgun.
What happened in our Kingsessing neighborhood was unimaginably disgusting and horrifying. On what was supposed to be a beautiful summer evening, this armed and armored individual wreaked havoc.
This is
a national tragedy that we have a mass shooting a day, or more than a mass shooting a day, in America in 2023. And they are being committed with assault-style rifles.
City officials joining House Speaker Joanna McClinton out in the neighborhood with a message about guns. A bike a child was riding at the time of the gunshots left in the same exact spot untouched. This neighbor, who didn't share his name, said he met the alleged shooter a week ago.
But he looked like he was fine. Wasn't nothing wrong with him.
You saw him 1 week ago?
Yeah.
And he seemed completely normal?
Yeah, completely normal. He told me he was a town watchman around here, yeah.
Now, there is some information circulating online about the shooter's social media activity. Police would not comment on it at all, but did say the social media will be part of their active and ongoing investigation. Reporting outside police headquarters, I'm Kelly Rule, Fox 29 News.
A big thank you to our Fox 29 Philadelphia team for providing the latest information there. We are working to gather more details, as it did appear the suspect would be charged today. That was the latest coming in from police here. All right, so a 7-year-old child shot and killed over on the Courtney Campbell Causeway in Tampa. We brought you this story a bit earlier. Now, police held a very brief news conference a short time ago where they did speak about what happened. We played a portion of that for you earlier, but I do want to play it out full for you. It's about 8 minutes in length.
Good morning, Calvin Johnson, Deputy Chief, Tampa Police Department. I want to give you an update on the shooting that we had last night. First, I want to express that our thoughts and prayers are with the family of the shooting victims. Just after 8:30 p.m. last night on July 4th, Tampa police responded to Courtney Campbell Causeway Bridge in reference to a shooting. Officers who were working at Ben T. Davis Beach heard the call and responded down to the boat ramp where the shooting occurred, maybe 100 feet or 100 yards to the east of the boat ramp. When the shooting began, the grandfather of the young man that was shot grabbed him and pulled him into the truck when he heard the gunfire going on. When they were inside the vehicle, a round went through the vehicle, hit the grandfather in the finger and the young man in the head. He was transported to St. Joe's Hospital, where he was pronounced deceased. Some witnesses who were out there advised law enforcement officers that there were two groups out there. They were in an argument over jet skis. One group was mad because the second group was riding their jet skis too close to the shore where the kids were playing in the water. During that argument, the group got agitated, came out the water, and there was a confrontation between both of the groups. That confrontation led to gunfire, senseless gunfire. The gunfire led to 2 victims getting shot and 1 deceased. There was no reason, no excuse that an argument can lead to gunfire, much less an argument over jet skis. And now we got citizens, we got families, we got folks in our communities who have to deal with this tragic incident that occurred on the 4th of July. We're still investigating this incident. Our homicide detectives were out there all night long trying to find leads, trying to find anything that can lead them to holding the folks who did this accountable. With so many things going on around our nation, this incident at the Courtney Campbell Causeway just adds to what's been going on when folks are not responsible with their firearms. We need to do better as a community, really as Americans. We see everybody around the nation, including Tampa, the first thing they jump to is firearms. There's a better way to deal with anything you may be going through other than going to that firearm. Once somebody's gone, they're not coming back, and their families, friends, and loved ones have to deal with that loss for the rest of their lives. If you have any tips, please give us a call. We have a TPD app you can go on and leave us information. We also have Crime Stoppers. Give them a call. Give them any tip that you may have. We contacted them. The rewards are usually up to $9,500. We want to bring these folks who did this shooting to justice. We want to hold them accountable for their actions. If they're out here and they hear me today, turn yourself in. Your actions and your anger, it led to a 7-year-old just starting his life getting killed because you were angry over a jet ski. Just imagine if that was your child that was killed over this. So if you were involved in this or you know any information regarding this incident, contact us. If you were involved in this intimately, turn yourself in. Help bring closure to the family and to this community. Any questions? Yes. Not at this time. The detectives, they worked all night long trying to put the puzzle together. The vehicles out there, the jet skis out there, the boats out there, whatever that was out there that we can use as a law enforcement agency to bring it to closure, they're trying to hit on everything right now.
So after this shooting happened, did these groups just sort of disperse and get out of the area, or did they call police right away?
One group or a fraction of individuals that were witnesses, they stayed out there and they gave us information. The ones that were involved in this incident, we haven't gotten too much as far as who they were, where they're from, where they went. Like I said, if you have any tips that may lead to anything that can help us resolve this case, please give us a call. It's early in the investigation. Usually we start getting tips coming in, and I just pray that we get the right tips to hold these folks accountable. That's what we're still trying to find out. You know, we have some casings out there. The locations of them would suggest that may be the case, but we're not sure. That's why we want the witnesses who are out there to give us a call and give us concrete information.
Were these rented jet skis or personal jet skis that they left behind?
At this point in time, we don't know whether they were personal or rented. I'm very angry because I watch the news like everybody else, and I see what's going on in different cities around the nation. And my officers are out here doing an excellent job trying to keep the city safe. And when you have individuals who know the power of guns and what they can do to other people, they pull them out and start shooting indiscriminately, not even caring about who they hit. You know, we have a society that at times they don't know that the impact of gun violence affects generations. You may shoot somebody's father, somebody's 7-year-old, that's going to affect that family and friends the rest of their lives. And we need to do better as a people, to be honest with you, when it comes down to firearms. We're seeing it too much.
Do you know if the child was in the water when they started shooting?
No, the child was inside the truck with his grandfather. And we believe that the same bullet that struck his grandfather's hand is the one that hit him. And just imagine if you're that grandfather. You lost your grandson, then you're second guessing where you had your hand at so it can ricochet. I mean, these are some of the things that impact people's lives, and we have to do a better job. We are looking at any type of videos, any type of camera, cell phone footage, anything out there that can help us out. We're talking about a stray bullet. I'm sure the young child wasn't the intended target. But when folks are careless with their firearms and they let that anger take over, now we see what occurs. These innocent bystanders become a victim to something that they knew nothing about, what was going on. The grandfather knew nothing about the argument. He's going inside his truck when he hears the gunfire. It doesn't make sense to me on how folks can be so careless. Any other questions? Thank you very much.
And that was a news conference held there by Tampa Police a short time ago. It was around 10 a.m. Eastern Time. Now, we do have a news conference that is set to begin any moment now with Atlanta Police after a weekend of violent shootings there. So we'll bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered right here on Live Now from Fox. 11:31 on the East Coast and 8:31 on the West Coast. Time for a quick 2-minute commercial break. On the other side, we'll get right back into your headlines and live events. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, taking a live look at just one of the cameras that we have across the country here. That is a beautiful shot of New York City. A disturbing story now involving confidential documents stolen from schools and dumped online by ransomware gangs. The Associated Press reports the documents detail student sexual assaults, psychiatric hospitalizations, abusive parents, truancy, and even suicide attempts. More than 300,000 files dumped online in March alone after Minneapolis public schools refused to pay a $1 million ransom, and that right there is just one example. I do want to bring in John Pescatori, the Director of Emerging Security Trends at SANS Institute, to talk more about, again, a very disturbing story here. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here.
Good to be here.
So this is not just a one-time thing. This sounds like it's been going on for weeks, months, and even a year at some point.
Well, ransomware attacks over the past couple of years have been very damaging. A lot of people on the East Coast here remember the Colonial Gas Pipeline, where we actually had gas lines because gas stations shut down because gas wasn't getting delivered. That was ransomware. Here for the past, really since last fall, attackers have been targeting schools for a number of reasons. And been finding they can break in through many of them.
And what sort of dangers are posed? Because again, it sounds like from what the Associated Press is reporting, we are talking about some very intimate details of students' lives and I believe teachers as well.
Yeah, the most common thing that happens is the ransomware attackers send out one of those phishing emails pretending to be something legitimate, and they're usually now sending them to the IT department. And if they fool one of the IT people into giving away their password, they can now get access to anything that's stored on any system, from the student system, the employees, the teachers, everything. So they're finding out that quite a bit of information is being stored that probably shouldn't have been stored in such an easily accessible area. But the most important thing is none of these attacks work if the IT administrators weren't using reusable passwords. We're all getting familiar with, on PayPal or our banks, we have to get a text message on our phone in order to log in. That's really what needs to happen to stop these things.
And that was going to be my next question, is what can be done? Is there anything overall that can be done, especially when you're talking about schools and sensitive information like that?
There's a lot of things that can be done. Schools have a unique impediment that they don't get a lot of money for staffs, for training, or to spend on things. But there are some very inexpensive things to do, as I mentioned, such as turning off those standard reusable passwords and requiring you get one of these text messages or using a free authenticator from Google or Microsoft on a phone or a PC to log in. Those are often free or very inexpensive, very low cost. And you don't have to do it at the start for everybody in the school system, just the administrators of the computer systems and perhaps the teachers. Doesn't have to be for every kid. Obviously, elementary students don't have cell phones. Well, actually, these days, most of them probably do, but many of them, not all of them do. So it doesn't have to be super expensive to take that first step. Then going beyond that, this is what larger companies have had to do, and they've gotten more secure. That's why the attackers are going after these smaller targets for these smaller ransomware attacks.
Do you think most parents are paying attention to this and even know that this is going on, or do you think hearing something like this is actually shocking and surprising to them?
Many years ago, my wife was a consultant who worked with kids who they called latchkey kids. They would come home from school and no adults would be home. They didn't have daycare and so on. And there was a whole set of safety things we learned when that started to happen, when latchkey kids being alone at home after school began to become common. Now that it's common that these same age kids, 10-year-olds, 8-year-olds are online, there are some common security things to teach our kids about what not to do online. This is a case, though, where the school systems really need to up their game in security. We saw what happened when COVID hit and everything had to go remote. Schools were unprepared, so they did a lot of things to quickly put everything online. Now's the time to check. Now, how do we make that be secure now that we know we're going to keep things online?
Is there ever going to be a time when these ransomware attacks do decline and we don't see as many of them when we're talking about things like schools, hospitals, and serious situations like that?
If you're always putting meat scraps out in your garbage can, you're always going to have dogs and raccoons coming up and trashing the place. So the key is you got to either stop doing that or better protect these tasty nuggets. So again, we've seen large companies pay off millions to these ransomware attackers, which attracts more attackers. We've seen more recently most school systems saying no and not paying. And that's the number one thing you can do, is to say, no, we're not going to pay. You may have got us this time, but the next time you're not going to get us. We're going to be too secure. So really the only way to make these stop, it's kind of like if ATM machines didn't require you to have a card and a password, we'd see loads of ATM machines being emptied of cash every night. And obviously we don't see that.
Is there anything that comes to mind that you think most people don't know about ransomware attacks that you want to make sure that people do know?
The first thing is the ransomware part is really the unique part of the attack where they ask for ransom. It used to be in Bitcoins. When Bitcoin's values started diving down, even that's changed. So the first thing is the name's kind of a bad thing to think about. But when you think about ransom, when you think about what parents should think about is if you did get a phone call where somebody said, we've kidnapped your child and we want you to pay a ransom, how do you know they did or did not really kidnap your child? So the one key is really, really knowing where your child is, obviously, and having some sort of safe word. This is something my wife used to teach. Have a safe word that little Johnny would always say, flabbergast, or whatever the safe word was, so you would know they had him or didn't have him. So it's a similar thing with your child's data. Do you really know the data about your child, or what data related to your family is stored at school? That's very key to find out from the school systems. And then how do you really know if you were to receive, a parent was to receive a ransomware notice, how do they know? From a school system point of view, it's really basic security hygiene they need to step up to. It's not a lot of unknown things that need to be done. It's just some annoying things that everybody said, oh, I really don't like to have to log in twice. I don't want to do that. Those things have to be done in today's environment.
I think about that all the time because I have to log in several different times to get into the system, but it is worth it because it's a way to protect your information. John Pescatori, thank you so much for taking the time to join me here and help kind of break that down. Is there anything else that you want to add before I let you go?
Yeah, the final thing I'll say is a lot of companies like Microsoft and Google, you're using their products. They give you a lot of free tools in the Chrome browser, in Microsoft's browser, in Word Online, and all these things we're using for free. They give us a lot of free tools to make it much, much harder for these ransomware attacks to take place. So check out the big guy sites, Apple, Google, Microsoft, and take advantage of what you can do on your phone, on your computer for free to raise the bar against ransomware attacks.
All right. Thank you again for taking the time to be here. We appreciate it.
Okay, good to talk to you.
All right, everybody, taking a live look once again over at New York City. One of my favorite shots here, as we do have the top of the skyscrapers there, and we have this wide image that shows Lady Liberty the day after July 4th. Want to take a look at the stock board as well. You can see we started off the day in the red, and we are still there. The Dow down about 0.17%. It's 11:42 on the East Coast and 8:42 on the West Coast. The perfect time to step away for our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. On the other side, a lot more news to get to. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time 11:45 over on the East Coast, and it is 8:45 on the West Coast. Take a look at your screen here as a battle between Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Musk over social media. Meta announcing a new Twitter alternative called Threads that is set to launch tomorrow. Kelly O'Grady with Fox Business joins us live now to discuss more on this. Kelly, thank you so much for taking the time to be here. I'm excited. I know a lot of people are fairly excited for the possibility of another high-profile Twitter alternative.
Oh, that's right. I can't wait to use it. Maybe I'll actually, get my follower count up a bit. But that's right. I think this is pretty interesting because Twitter is going through a lot of challenges right now. There's been a lot of backlash with different things that Musk has done when he's taken over. So I think a lot of folks are looking to this as, okay, well, Instagram already has a very big user base. So does Facebook. This could be something that gets a lot of traction.
For sure. And users, as you kind of mentioned here, are not too happy with Twitter right now, specifically because we know over the weekend the tweet limits were put into place, and it seems like it sent more users to some of the other platforms like Blue Sky.
That's right. We have seen, if you go to the App Store, you can see, number of downloads and where an app ranks. And you've seen Blue Sky start to jump up there. You've seen former President Trump's app, Truth Social, start to jump up. I will say we've seen this a number of different times where Elon Musk has done something and people are upset, and then you see these other apps spike in terms of popularity, but it doesn't necessarily lessen the engagement. Now, over the weekend, or rather yesterday, Twitter did finally put out a statement, and they said, we've had a lot of issues with bots, and this is something that we need to do in order to make the platform have a good user experience for our customers, and it's going to be temporary. But certainly when this happened over the holiday weekend, people were very, very frustrated, because what do you do when you're stuck in a car or on an airplane or something and you're traveling? You're scrolling. So the fact that you weren't able to just scroll endlessly was very, very frustrating.
Yeah, I don't want to have conversations with people. I just want to scroll. That's what I do. But so I do want to ask you about some of the other alternatives, because it seems like none of them have really taken off. We're talking about, Mastodon, Blue Sky still has a long wait list, I guess, at this point. You also have Spill that just launched. Is there really another Twitter alternative that exists that could potentially become as high profile as Twitter?
So right now, I would say no, because Twitter just has such a head start on all of these other platforms that you just mentioned, that it's really difficult from a technology standpoint really to build something that can handle that very large user base that can just grow in popularity, getting people to try it. But that's where I think this Threads app that's supposed to launch tomorrow, that's being launched by Meta and Instagram, is really interesting, because you do have that built-in scale. So Threads is going to be, they're kind of marketing it as an Instagram product. So if you have Instagram, like I do, I'll be able to use my same username with one click of a button. I'll be able to follow all the same people that I already do on Instagram. And that's really attractive if you're a tastemaker, an influencer, if you will. I won't put myself in that category, but you can move over to Threads and you might have a huge built-in audience if you can convince your Instagram followers to use this. And so for Meta, that's a really, really attractive thing, because you could get a lot of people excited about using this immediately. You're not starting from square one, and you already have those built-in relationships with advertisers, which is where Twitter has been faltering a little bit. And so they could capitalize on that. But otherwise, I don't think those other smaller players that you mentioned have much of a chance right now of overtaking Twitter.
And one thing that's interesting to think about, you hear people talking a lot about, hey, Facebook's out, we don't use it as much, but Facebook is still overall the #1 social media platform. Isn't that correct?
It is. I think it has close to 3 billion users at the last time I checked. TikTok, for example, which you always hear talked about, has about a billion users. Instagram has 2.3, I think, billion users. But the thing is that TikTok, Instagram, even Snapchat, like those are kind of the popular apps with Gen Z, if you will. Whereas, as you said, most people kind of look at Facebook in the younger generations and they say, oh, okay, that's not where I'm going to use or I'm going to share my opinions or share photos. It's more of that older generation, my generation and upwards. But the thing that I love about Meta is they always find a way, whether it's to buy or copy, to stay in that conversation. TikTok was really popular with during the pandemic and whatnot with all the dances. Instagram launched Reels. Even when they were taking a run at Snapchat back in the day, they launched Instagram Stories. And so with Threads, they are opening up that run at Twitter in a very meaningful way. And it's a way to stay relevant in that conversation.
And my last question for you, because the question we get a lot is about the privacy policies when you're talking about Twitter versus Threads. What do we know so far about that privacy policy?
Well, I'm so glad you asked me, Josh, because I have it pulled up here right on my phone. So this is one of the things that has been talked about as a negative for Threads thus far. Jack Dorsey, who was the founder of Twitter, he's no longer with the company anymore, but he posted a screenshot of Threads data privacy policy, and he said, quote, all your threads belong to us. And that's because the list is pretty long. Data that would be linked to you is health and fitness, your financial info, your browsing history, contacts, location, purchases. The thing is that if you go and you look at, say, a Twitter, and you can, by the way, find all of this info if you just go to the App Store and you swipe around, you'll find their privacy policies. It's pretty much the same things that they link to you and they track. Twitter doesn't focus on your health and fitness or your financial info or anything, so that's a little bit different. But then if you start to go look at things like Blue Sky, they actually take very little of your data, track very little of it. Now, one could argue that if they aren't tracking that much, that might be why the app isn't as, quote, good or as popular, because the more data a social app has on you, the better it's able to create things and suggest things that are linked more to your preferences. But certainly it also ties into a lot of the concerns that users have about having so much of their data out there.
All right, Kelly O'Grady there with Fox Business. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us here. We appreciate it.
Appreciate it. It was good to be on.
And don't forget, you can find both of us on Threads starting tomorrow. So we want to up our follower count there. Thank you again. All right, everybody, taking a look here over in Atlanta. That is where police are now holding a news conference. This is all related to some of that July 4th violence that we've seen. Let's pop up the audio and listen in.
Their first responder network.
Mayor, do you support domestic terrorism charges for those who are already arrested and potentially these who could be arrested?
You know, I'm not a lawyer, I'm not a police officer, I'm not a prosecutor. What I support is that criminals be arrested so they're off the street and then they go through the judicial process to be found guilty or innocent. I want processes to play out. I don't want any uncertainty that violence brings into our community. So whatever stops the violence is what I'm in favor of. The police will arrest you and the DA and others will make the charges and the judge will make the decision on your sentencing, your guilt, your innocence. But we're looking for this all to be resolved with individuals having whatever charges are necessary to make sure that they're off the streets of Atlanta creating this violence.
Mayor, can you tell us what the total cost in the damages, if you guys have any assessment of what this is all going to cost?
Yeah, I don't have that number right in front of me. What's a police motorcycle cost, Chief?
It's going around $35,000, and then once you outfit us a little bit more, so do that times 8. That's going to put you in the ballpark.
Yeah, and that's not even including the rest of the smoke and damage and other things, and the broken windows on the police car, et cetera.
The actors this weekend, do you think they're all connected to each incident, like when they've done construction equipment and
Chief,
the motorcycles? Is this all the same group going from each location?
This is a very small group. The facts will lead us where it leads us, but there's indications that this was likely committed by the exact same individuals. But we will let and see where the facts take us.
Can you talk about that message you received? Was that that would have been very clear that this was related to the public safety center? Was that an email or what?
This is a site that's commonly used by this group. This isn't the only one. We've shared one with you. There's been many others where they've taken responsibility for other attacks that's laid out across this city, this region, and actually this country. So we shared one with you today, but that was one that just gives their clear intent of their willingness to go to any extreme to be able to stop a project that is so meaningful to every resident that calls this city home.
Is it like a social media site or like a 4chan or a chat room? Can you give us more details?
Yeah, I'm not sure the specific platform it's on. It's one that's readily available. They use frequently to be able to communicate their intent, and remember they're trying to stop people through fear and intimidation. And so they're using this to magnify their efforts.
And that made it clear that the sites were, that these were all related?
Yeah, there's other reasons as well, but they're not shy in taking credit for what they've done.
Chief, could you comment on the extent to which this may have an impact on contractors if they're being intimidated by folks who destroy equipment? And I'm asking specifically because there's video on social media showing protesters in front of a contractor's house at a place called Atlas Contracting, where the contractor appears to be telling them, we got out of this Cop City business because y'all broke all our windows.
Right, just think about if someone didn't want you to go to work today to be a reporter, and they threaten your family, they threaten your children, they destroyed your car, destroyed your house, what that would make you feel, right? Would you become willing to report the truth to Atlanta today? They know this is a tactic that we make families feel afraid, and we threaten children, and we attack homes. If they're going to attack the police precinct, you're going to attack the home. That is their intent. But we know that the individuals that are committed to the public training center see the bigger picture, and they see the good that is going to get done to that. This effort of fear is not going to succeed, and the coalition of law enforcement, from the GBI to the FBI to the ATF to the Atlanta Police Department and a slew of regional agencies, is going to stop that campaign so it doesn't happen and individuals do not leave the project.
Have you documented incidents in addition to the construction site that you showed us of folks damaging or intimidating individual contractors connected to the project?
We do. A lot of those are occurring across the state and not necessarily inside of Atlanta. So we will let those agencies speak on that. And the Georgia Bureau of Investigation is the lead investigating entity on this, and they are aggressively investigating all of those acts of intimidation.
Mayor, some of the protesters and opposers of the training center have begun collecting signatures in the hope of having a referendum put in the November ballot. What's your reaction to that? What's your comment on that? Will you allow them to do what they're doing right now and possibly have this in the referendum?
Yeah, absolutely. The referendum process is one that's legally documented. It's in the city code, and anybody can attempt to get the petition going and get the necessary signatures. We ask that they do so with honesty and truth, collect the signatures from real people with sharing the truth about what they are looking to do. And so I don't personally believe they're going to be successful. I believe that based on what we know about the citizens of Atlanta, they are supportive of the Atlanta Public Safety Training Center. They have to get voters to sign, and voters of Atlanta, and we know what the voters of Atlanta think about it. They want more public safety to be, public safety officials to be trained, want them to be trained together with police and fire. They want to make sure that this project is successful so that we can have all of the service that we need for the citizens of Atlanta. So we know that this is going to be unsuccessful if it's done honestly. And so we're making sure that we continue to monitor the process, but there's no one in law enforcement or my administration that would ever get in the way of them doing their constitutional right to have a petition. Thank you.
All right, that right there was the tail end of that news conference that was held by Atlanta Police. We also do have another news conference that is getting ready to begin over in Atlanta as well. We will bring you this coming up here, live, raw, and unfiltered on LiveNOW from Fox. A lot of live events tend to start around this time, so it looks like Manuel and Patricia Oliver are going to visit Uvalde, Aurora, Columbine, Louisville, Nashville, Sandy Hook, and several other cities that have been devastated by gun violence here, mass shootings. They're the parents of Joaquin Guac Oliver, who was killed in the Parkland mass shooting there in Florida, and they're spending their summer driving a revamped school bus that you see in the background around the country as part of their ongoing gun violence prevention activism. They're going to stop here in Atlanta, or have stopped there, and it looks like this news conference is getting underway. So let's pop up the audio and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Young people to make change. So I would like to introduce our first speaker. Her name is Ashley Ewald, and she is the Vice President of Voters Tomorrow Georgia. Let's give it up for Ashley.
Hello everyone. Thank you for gathering here today. Each of us standing here could be at home doing our usual business or spending time with loved ones. Unfortunately, here we are again, doing these rallies, again to advocate for policies that aren't being implemented by our current legislators, mainly those that deny most proposed gun violence prevention measures. Gun violence in America continues to be a major issue that politicians want answers to. Americans experience more significant shootings than any other nation in the Western world, and the effects of this have left their mark. In spite of these mass shootings, our government does not act. The effects of gun violence continue to deepen wounds in American communities, while progress on gun safety legislation stagnates in many states. 2022 was a particularly violent year for the country, with a 4-decade high in school shootings. Uvalde, Texas, 21 people were killed, the youngest of whom was just 9 years old. After these never-ending shootings, we continue to see words written on paper, promising something to help prevent these from occurring. And you probably have scrolled seeing thoughts and prayer posts. It is not enough for these similar results of people taking to their keyboards to upload thoughts and prayers are with the victims to end gun violence. Posts such as these only work to underplay the seriousness of gun violence in America. In 2021, 81% of all murders in America involved a gun, according to Pew Research. These ongoing mass shootings seem to have no end, as young Americans and children's leading death are firearms, according to recent collected data from CDC. Something needs to be done about gun violence. Yet in the federal government, it seems any legislation on the matter has been disturbed by extreme Republican opposition. While Democrats struggle to reason with their Republican colleagues on this matter, more will die. Most gun legislation never sees the light of day, and people are getting fed up. However, there might finally be some action on the horizon. Last June, President Biden signed the first significant change to American gun laws in the past 30 years in response to the Uvalde and Buffalo shootings. The law expands on previous legislation restricting the ability of minors and domestic abusers to own weapons. While this legislation is opposed by major organizations such as the NRA, the efforts of groups across the nation mobilizing against gun violence have gotten the president's attention and given results to America, though more can and should be done. This is where youth-led organizations such as Voters of Tomorrow change the ref that come into play. March for Our Lives as well. From registering potential voters and mobilizing young people to vote for candidates that will take action in dealing with gun violence, to lobbying for legislation like the HB 161 with Georgia State Representatives Michelle Au, Mayor Margaret Oliver, we actively take to frustration of waiting for something to change and therefore take the initiative to make that difference. For instance, my state chapter, Georgia's Voters of Tomorrow, has and will continue lobbying for those gun safety legislation. This includes further advocacy from our generation and more resources into the effects of gun violence on communities across America. We should all be concerned because innocent young lives like Joaquin Oliver were stolen, and more lives will continue to be lost if we stop fighting for gun violence prevention and spreading awareness of the seriousness of these ongoing mass shootings. Imagine, that could have been you or someone you love. Be gone because we could have done more to stop it from the start. These are people. We are people. And that is why we should be concerned, because how many more lives that could have been future doctors, lawyers, teachers need to be taken in order for bills to be passed that hold gun abusers accountable and for extreme lawmakers to wake up. Therefore, I call upon you to not just attend these rallies in honor of victims of mass shooting with new saved memories, but join the fight by contacting your representatives, meeting with them, getting registered to vote, getting others registered to vote, and most of all, keep showing up. Together, with all our efforts combined, I am confident that we will not only see, but become that change. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashley. Our next speaker will be Devontae Jennings Townsend. He is the chair of the Black Caucus of Young Democrats of Georgia.
Appreciate you. I want to thank everybody for the opportunity to be here and speak on behalf of the Young Democrats of the Black Caucus. My motivation for today to get out here and rally is to more so give the message to the young people that we have to stop waiting for people to do for us what we need to go do for ourselves. So that inspiration I would like to shock or spread along would be to get people involved in the political atmosphere, running for office. A lot of things that get watered down in these conversations are things that we forget every day when it comes to passing this legislation and stuff like that, which is for the people. Instead of waiting for our state legislators, or you're unhappy with what's happening in the state legislation, become that state legislator. There needs to be more of us getting out and doing more things like this, connecting with people like this who are doing great things at rallies and rallying together to make the change that we want to see. So if you're not happy with the change, you have to be the change. too much I'm seeing in the city of Atlanta and even in my county of Clayton County of young, even African Americans and minorities, black, brown, white, dying from gun violence to where kids are being caught with AR-15s at the age of 12, 13. It's no reason at all a kid by any age that can't drink, can't go and enlist in the military yet, is able to get their hands on such an assault rifle. My message today and my push today is to let the state legislators know, all government officials know, that we're putting our agenda together and we're coming for those seats. We're no longer asking, we're demanding. If you don't give it to us, we're gonna take it. This is not a threat, this is a promise. And before I go, I would like the last message to be, if you're tired of your state legislators not doing what you want them to do, take their seat. The motivation of today is take their seat. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Olivia Shremkowski. She is the former state director of March for Our Lives.
Hello. A little over a year ago, I, along with my co-director, organized the second Atlanta March for Our Lives. During my speech then, I asked for the support of those who agreed with our cause, but did not necessarily feel moved to mobilize. Today, I again ask for action, not only by those new to the movement, but by those who have been with us for some time. Yes, action in the way of voting, lobbying, protesting, and the other mainstream methods we use to enact change, but also in more creative ways, like through art, healthcare, and community action. In a letter to the nation yesterday, Reverend William Barber likened the responsibility of our crumbling foundation of the democracy to the response Martin Luther King gave to the press after the murder of Jimmy Lee Jackson, in which he asked how many other fingers were on the trigger. In the same way, I asked us to think of the other fingers on the triggers of gun violence. Are they the fingers of the Republican politicians who, when asked to support gun control, say they agree, but then silently sit behind their fellow legislators and never attempt to bring about action? Are they the fingers of the Democratic politicians who use the gun violence crisis as a means for votes or for fundraising and place other policy issues before the exponential toll of gun violence? Yes, the people in power all have their fingers on the trigger, but in some ways, society forces all of us to have our fingers on the trigger as well. We need people that are going out in the streets and taking action. Doctors in the medical field are to blame when they choose not to take mental health seriously, or they prefer to look at their job in a care-only way instead of educating patients on safe storage and engaging in gun violence prevention research. Companies are to blame when they do not divest from gun companies, partner with GVP organizations, and use their influence to save lives. Citizens are to blame when they become apathetic to democracy or choose not to rock the boat by having conversations surrounding gun control with their friends. Even activists ourselves are sometimes to blame when we refuse to meet people where they are and do not invite gun control supporting gun owners to join us in the work. I say all of this because it's time that everyone starts looking at solving gun violence in a holistic way, and not just through the government. All industries, all professions, and all people play a role. Gun violence impacts everyone, and therefore we need everyone to join us in this fight and take action. In this past year, since our march, I've seen gun violence only grow worse across the country and right here in Georgia. But I've also seen hope and encouragement through this community. I've seen it through those that have reached out to me, anxious to help after never having been involved before. I've seen it through state legislatures who have joined together to create change, and through fellow youth activists who are on the front lines negotiating with both sides to secure a gun safety bill in Georgia. Most importantly, I've seen it in the way that Georgia continues to strive to be an example of a better South. Time and time again, Georgia has shown that there is worth in reaching across boundaries and working together for the common good, and that progress can be made. Part of being a better South is finding the space between where gun violence prevention and gun ownership can exist. Both sides might not like that prospect, but it's the only way we can move forward. This compromise looks like banning assault weapons, buying them back, and continuing to regulate accessories that can turn weapons used for sport into killing machines. It also looks like promoting safe gun storage and making it so buying a gun is like buying a car, and there are numerous restrictions and regulations. These policies are basic laws that decrease gun violence while still allowing law-abiding citizens to own a gun. And for Georgians, that's probably as far as we can get right now. A year ago at the march, we rededicated our commitment to a world free of gun violence, and we must do the same today. But this time, I encourage you to go beyond the stalemates of politics and not only look for other ways that you can contribute to this cause, but continue to push the adversity of polarization and look for commonalities. To everyone here today, thank you for your continued support and your willingness to do the hard but necessary things to create change. We still have a long way to go, but I'm confident that together we can end gun violence and create a better South. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mark Putman. He's the president of the Georgia Voters of Tomorrow chapter.
Hello, everybody. Can you all hear me okay? We are here today because the issue of gun violence cannot wait any longer. We cannot wait any longer to take action because with each day, another person is killed. More blood is shed. More families are torn apart. Another day, and you have an innocent child that gets a gun in their hands and makes the fatal mistake of thinking that it's a toy. Another day, and you have a woman killed by her abuser because she tried to flee. Another day, you have a young black or brown man who was killed by a vigilante because he fit the description, or because he wore a hoodie like Trayvon Martin, or because he was jogging like Ahmaud Arbery, or because he was playing loud music like Lucy McBath's son. And another day, you have people who go about their day-to-day lives, going to church, going to school, buying groceries, going to where they work, and even at birthday parties. Never thought birthday parties would be added to the list, but they have been. In every instance, they're going about their lives and they are slaughtered by their fellow Americans. Our generation has become desensitized to this violence. We've seen it in the headlines time and time again. And when one of our friends asks us, "Did you hear about the recent mass shooting?" Our response isn't surprise, it's not horror. We say, which one? That is a messed up world that we are going to be living in. And we're not going to take it anymore. We're not accepting this as something, as the world we're going to live in. We're standing up and we're fighting back. We understand that we can't rely on any legislators or congressmen to be our savior. We are demanding a seat at the table, and we are not taking no for an answer. It's with our voices and our votes. It's with our brains and with our hearts. We are showing up and we are doing the work because we know we have seen all of the lies and the distractions whenever we have had a mass shooting. Something that represents the horrific broad trend of gun violence that impacts everybody. But when it is laid bare in front of our politicians to the point where they cannot ignore it, they come up with all sorts of excuses for their inaction. When we show them the statistics, they say that they are wrong. When we show them the mass shootings, they say they aren't significant, as if they are waiting for more people to die in order to reach a threshold for them to act. When we get them to have the conversation, they tell us, as in Columbine, that the problem was the 9-inch nails and the music that the shooters listened to. In Sandy Hook, the problem was Call of Duty. In Uvalde, the problem was having too many doors. I kid you not, that is what they blamed it on. We're not putting up with the playbook. We are standing up for ourselves, because if you put any of our loved ones within 6 feet of danger, when you put any of them in harm's way, you cannot expect us to accept that. So, we're demanding change, we're not taking no for an answer, and we are not going anywhere.
Our next speaker is Shazan Somnani. He is the vice chair of the LGBTQ caucus and also the AAPI caucus of Young Democrats of Georgia. Let's give it up.
Let's go.
Hello, everyone. Thank you all for gathering here. I'm Shazan Samnani. I go to the University of Georgia. Seeing recent gun violence attacks in college campuses is making me more afraid to be in school, whether I'm in class or whether I'm in my dorm. And I am scared that someone with a gun will shoot my friends as well as me. This is because our politicians will not do anything to stop the gun violence epidemic, and they would rather shoot down any gun measures to prevent mass shootings and not protect our lives. Also, they would rather take money from gun companies and lobbyists. This is unacceptable because we all should live without feeling afraid of getting shot. Our politicians must take action now. Enough is enough. We live in a country where voting is much more harder than obtaining a gun, and it is unacceptable. So I demand that our politicians need to do something. We are tired of waiting. It's been way too long. So, thank you.
I would now like to introduce to you State Representative of Georgia, Elmadi Holly. He represents Georgia's 116th district in the Georgia House of Representatives. Let's give it up.
Thank you. All right, you're listening in right there as parents of a Parkland school shooting victim are speaking on gun violence there, part of their bus stop that they are making in Atlanta. They are visiting several different cities and right now stopping there live in Atlanta. We have heard from them a few times in the past as well, but again, those are the parents of one of the people killed in that Parkland school shooting. I do want to switch gears right now and talk about another story that is making headlines. We brought you more on this a bit earlier on today, but we do want to talk about at least 2 swimmers attacked by sharks off the shores of Long Island July 4th, and a day earlier, at least 2 others reported being attacked while at popular New York beaches. I want to bring in CB Cotton with Fox News. She joins us live with the latest here. CB, thank you so much for taking the time to be here. Sounds pretty scary.
Hi, Josh. Yeah, we've got some details on this, and I can tell you sharks are swimming closer to the shore than ever before, and experts say this is the new normal. It's the reason why waters in the Northeast are being closely monitored every single day before swimmers can get in, and for good reason. Take a look at this video. A pod of 50 sand tiger sharks was spotted by drone surveillance 4th of July morning. This is about 200 yards offshore at a Long Island beach. The sharks were spotted at 8 a.m., and swimmers were not allowed in the water until about an hour and a half later. The heightened surveillance came the day after a 15-year-old girl was bitten, leaving behind 3 puncture wounds that were treated by EMS. And get this, Josh, since July 3rd, a total of 5 swimmers have reported being bitten in waters off of Long Island. The bites leaving behind wounds on people's feet, thighs, knees, hands, but good news, all were non-life-threatening injuries. And take a look at this video out of Florida. A shark was spotted at a Pensacola beach, dangerously close to swimmers who start rushing to shore. Experts say unprovoked attacks are rare. Sharks are swimming, though, closer to the shore to feed on bunker bait fish. If you stay in areas where lifeguards are, there's less chance a shark will mistake you for food. Listen.
Swimmers should only swim in lifeguard-protected areas. Don't go into murky waters, and do not go into areas that have dolphins or other marine life.
Last summer, there were 8 shark bites in waters off of Long Island beaches, and at this point, we're currently at 5 in the span of 2 days. So where we stand right now, Josh, Long Island is set to outpace the number of shark bites that we saw last summer. Across the state, lifeguards and EMTs are not only using drones, they're also using jet skis to survey the waters. Back to you.
CB Cotton there with Fox News reporting from New York. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here.
Thanks, Josh.
All right, everybody, do want to take you out to a live image of New York. This is the beautiful skyline right there. You can see not a cloud in the sky. It is looking pretty good out there. We also have this shot showing Lady Liberty the day after July 4th. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and on the other side, we'll get right back into your headlines and live events. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time is 12:23 over on the East Coast and 9:23 in the morning over on the West Coast. Coming up here in just about 30 minutes or so at 1 p.m. Eastern Time, we expect to hear from the district attorney on that Philadelphia mass shooting. That is where a man wearing a bulletproof vest opened fire on random people in the city, killing 5 and wounding others, including children. The information on Monday night's shooting provided by Philadelphia police. Now, sources tell our Fox 29 Philadelphia team that the 40-year-old shooter, Kim Brady Carricker, fired, quote, aimlessly at occupied vehicles and people on the street. Now, the district attorney expected to announce charges against that suspect. Those charges had not been filed as of last night, but again, we do expect to hear that coming up at 1 p.m. Eastern Time, so you can watch it right here on Live Now from Fox. All right, everybody, I do want to get to some of the other news that we are following at this hour right now, and we've been taking a look at this news conference that's been going on in Atlanta, where we do have the parents of a person killed at the Parkland school shooting in Florida speaking now on gun violence alongside other folks. Let's pop up the audio and listen in.
Of violence that targets black and brown communities, and a type of violence that it seems like none of our politicians are interested in stopping. Police violence is one of the main killers of people out here. Domestic violence is one of the main killers of people. I encourage you to Google the amount of police officers who have been reported for domestic abuse. It will shock you, it will horrify you, and it will shock you that these people are allowed to come into your house with no warrant, plausible whatever, and kill you and point a gun at you. Atlanta faces gun violence every single day, and the cameras don't show it because Atlanta is not like Parkland. Atlanta is not a majority white city where a high school that got shot up will be shown everywhere. You know Sandy Hook, you know Parkland, you know Newtown, you know Aurora. Why isn't the news covering the gun violence in Atlanta? They cover the gun violence in Chicago so they could use it as a weapon against black and brown communities. They pass gun bills that are Trojan horses to put more cops in black and brown communities. At some point, we have to ask ourselves, when is this going to be enough? When are we going to stop terrorizing communities with police violence? When are we going to hold the police accountable? And when are we going to stop making gun control task forces that target black and brown communities to throw more cops in there and spread more violence? You know what Parkland is because most of the kids you saw on TV were white like me, and people on the news love talking about what we have to say. But what do the people of Atlanta have to say about the gun violence that they face on the daily? What do the people of Georgia have to say about the fact that the most dangerous states that face gun violence, the majority of the most dangerous states are red states, like Florida, where I come from, which Ron DeSantis, somebody who's only interested in being president, calls the free state of Florida. Joaquin Oliver did not get to be free when he was shot. His voice, his message, they continue on. He is free in the impact he has left on our lives, but there was no freedom at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School. There is no freedom as long as the police continue to terrorize these communities, and until real accountability is brought to the police, until gun control task forces are anything but an excuse to put more cops in black and brown communities, to throw kids in prison for having a lack of resources that are provided to other communities, gun violence will only spread. Thank you.
Finally, I would like to introduce to you a man who really needs no introduction. He is the father of Joaquin Oliver, who was 17 years old when he was killed in his classroom in Parkland, Florida. Manny Oliver.
So yeah, we live in Parkland, a privileged white community. We moved there from Venezuela more than 20 years ago. It was a promised land. Everything was going to be perfect. It was going to be a better future for our kids. But nobody sent me the dress code. Nobody told me that this is actually what could make your future be a little safer. This is the identity of Americans to the rest of the world. You can ask anyone to mention one element of America that they know in another country, and they will say a gun or a bulletproof vest. And here today in Atlanta, along with these groups of young people, I feel hope. I feel that we really are getting into something here, because they are concerned, just like Joaquin, about gun violence. Since the tour started, after 3 stops, the support online through social media has been incredible. But we also got a few threats. And it's funny, because I had someone telling me, don't come to my state. I didn't know that states had owners. The thing is that I'm already in your states, because all these groups have chapters all around the nation. And the only thing that Joaquin's parents are doing now is expanding that message. So it's up to you to decide wearing this for the rest of your life, or to get out there and vote for change and solutions. We vote for this option. Thank you to everyone in Atlanta, and please expand the message. We're all together in this, and yes, we will go to every single state. Thank you.
Change the ref.
All right, time to answer some questions. Time to say something in Spanish. Anything that you want to share with us, just this is the moment. No, but
All right, looks like the audio did dip out of there. That was courtesy our Fox 5 Atlanta team. I do want to remind you that coming up at 1 p.m. Eastern Time, so about 30 minutes from now, we will have a live news conference with the district attorney over in Philadelphia. That is after that mass shooting where the suspect was taken into custody, reportedly firing aimlessly into crowds, hitting people who were in parked cars and, of course, in homes there as well. That suspect expected to face charges here, so it is likely that is what the district attorney is going to speak about. Again, you can watch it live, raw, and unfiltered right here on Live Now from Fox at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. The time now 12:32 on the East Coast and 9:32 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and the world. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and on the other side, we'll get right back into your headlines and top stories. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. You can see the stage is now set as the district attorney there in Philadelphia will be speaking in just about 26 minutes here about the mass shooting that we've been following. That is where a man wearing a bulletproof vest opened fire on random people in the city, killing 5 and wounding others, including children. The information on Monday night's shooting provided by Philadelphia police. Now, sources telling our Fox 29 Philadelphia team that the 40-year-old shooter, Kim Brady Carricker, fired aimlessly at occupied vehicles and people on the street. At last check, charges had not been filed against that suspect just yet, but it is likely that is what the DA is going to address. So we'll bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered right here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, our Fox 29 Philadelphia team does have more on the victims.
It's just sad, man. This is stuff I see on TV, not in real life. That's why I'm so shocked.
Dominique Evans says his 20-year-old brother, Lashad Merritt, simply walked outside his home to go to the store but didn't make it down the street.
Just walked out the house. Yeah. My best homie was right there and shot him twice. Kind person, sweet, good conversation, work hard, play with my sons and nephew, love them very well.
Philadelphia police say Merritt was one of 5 people shot and killed when a 40-year-old opened fire near 56th and Chester Streets in Kingsessing around 8:30 Monday night in what appears to be a random attack. Investigators say there's currently nothing connecting the shooter to the victims. Law enforcement sources identified the shooter as Kim Brady Carricker, and police say this video circulating on social media is part of the investigation, showing the suspect turn and open fire. Police believe the first victim, 31-year-old Joseph Womad Jr., was killed inside a home on South 56th Street.
The suspect then began shooting aimlessly at occupied vehicles and individuals on the street as they walked.
Among the others killed, 29-year-old Dimir Stanton, 59-year-old Ralph Morales, and 15-year-old DeJuan Brown. Police say a 2-year-old little boy was also shot while in the backseat of his mother's car as they were simply driving by. His twin brother injured by shattered glass. A 13-year-old boy was also shot.
He was still shooting as we're scooping up human. Police right there, they start running to the scene, he shoots at the police.
Police say 12th District officers ran towards the gunfire, caught up with the shooter on the 1600 block of Fraser Street, and took the shooter into custody. Police say the shooter was wearing a ski mask and body armor, armed with an AR-15 style rifle and 9mm handgun.
What happened in our Kingsessing neighborhood was unimaginably disgusting and horrifying. On what was supposed to be a beautiful summer evening, this armed and armored individual wreaked havoc.
This is a national tragedy that we have a mass shooting a day, or more than a mass shooting a day, in America in 2023. And they are being committed with assault-style rifles.
City officials joining House Speaker Joanna McClinton out in the neighborhood with a message about guns. A bike a child was riding at the time of the gunshots left in the same exact spot untouched. This neighbor, who didn't share his name, said he met the alleged shooter a week ago.
But he looked like he was fine. Wasn't nothing wrong with him.
You saw him 1 week ago?
Yeah.
And he seemed completely normal?
Yeah, completely normal. He told me he was a town watchman around here, you know, yeah.
Now, there is some information circulating online about the shooter's social media activity. Police would not comment on it at all, but did say the social media will be part of their active and ongoing investigation. Reporting outside police headquarters, I'm Kelly Rule, Fox 29 News.
Thank you so much to our Fox 29 Philadelphia team. Again, a live look over here as the district attorney will take the podium and speak. That's expected to start around 1 p.m. Eastern time, so you can watch it right here on Live Now from Fox. We also have another shot that just popped up here. This is a live look over in D.C., where we are expecting to get an update from police any moment now after authorities say 9 people, including 2 juveniles, were shot and wounded early Wednesday during 4th of July holiday celebrations there in D.C. Now, police say they responded to a report of a shooting on the 4700 block of Meade Street in the Northeast, if you are familiar with that area. This happening just before 1 a.m. local time. According to the Assistant Chief, Leslie Parsons, police arrived and found multiple shooting victims, including a 9-year-old and 17-year-old. Parsons said several of the victims were taken to a hospital and others transported themselves there. All appeared to have suffered injuries that were not life-threatening. Now, according to Parsons, the shooting happened after a dark-colored SUV was seen driving through the neighborhood, stopped, and then shot at the victims who were outside enjoying the July 4th holiday. It's not clear just yet if there was more than one shooter in the vehicle, and no arrests have been announced yet. But once we do get that news conference, we will also bring that to you raw and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and we will be right back. And welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. We have seen several news crews over here in D.C. doing their mic checks, and it looks like this news conference with D.C. police should get underway soon. It comes after 9 people were shot, all of which are expected to survive, but this happened very early this morning, so we'll bring you that news conference as it does get underway. We also have this other one in Philadelphia. This is going to be the district attorney's office, and they're going to speak on that mass shooting that happened late Monday night. We unfortunately know that several people did die as a result of that shooting, and the suspect was reportedly wearing body armor and a ski mask. We expect the district attorney is going to discuss charges in that case right here because at last check, the suspect had not been charged. In the meantime, while we wait for those to get underway, I do want to bring you back to a news conference from a short time ago here with Atlanta police. We do know they were addressing some targeted attacks that happened over the 4th of July weekend. It sounds like at least one of them did involve the police department being targeted. We played the very tail end as this was happening, but I do want to start it from the beginning here on Live Now from Fox.
All right, good morning. I hope that you and your families had an enjoyable and safe, happy 4th of July as we come out of a busy weekend in our city. I wanted to speak to all of you directly about a few things related to public safety. Overall, we had a safe and enjoyable holiday weekend in Atlanta with no major incidents impacting the public. Thank you to the hardworking men and women of the Atlanta Police Department, the Atlanta Fire Rescue Department, EMS, Grady, our Department of Public Works, ATL, DOT, and so many other partners and our Emergency Preparedness Department, and all our partners for a successful and safe Peachtree Road Race, the world's largest 10K that was held just yesterday without incident in our city. Our city is safer. Violent crime is down in our city. And as of Friday, we are down 35% in homicides this year versus last year. But unfortunately, however, our public safety facilities and property were the target of an extremely violent and dangerous attack on Saturday, July 1st. And there were several other destructive acts of extreme vandalism on public and private property that occurred that we have reason to believe are related to the construction of the Atlanta Public Safety Training Center in DeKalb County. As reported by local media and various social media accounts, the current Atlanta Police Training Center at 180 Southside Industrial Parkway was set ablaze in the early morning hours of Saturday, July 1st. The targeted attack utilized extremely dangerous, homemade, incendiary devices to set a fire to the building and completely destroyed 8 police motorcycles. Thankfully, no one was hurt and no one was injured. As shocking as this was not an isolated incident of violence. This group actually took credit for these incidents, and they stated, as I quote, "We are vengeful wingnuts with nothing left to lose." They stated, "We are vengeful wingnuts with nothing left to lose." I want to urge the people of Atlanta to stay vigilant. If you see something, say something. There were several other incidents which Atlanta Police Chief Darren Schierbaum and Atlanta Fire Rescue Chief Rod Smith, they will describe in further detail in just a few moments. Collectively, these have been some of the most significant attacks on public safety in our city and in our nation over the past year. Yes, right here in our own backyard in Atlanta. Folks, this is serious. This investigation into who is behind these criminal attacks is ongoing, and we are working with both state and federal law enforcement agencies to find those responsible and hold them accountable. I want to be very clear and unequivocal that violent attacks on public safety facilities or personnel or private citizens or private property are completely unacceptable in our city and will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. There is no reason or excuse for crime that destroys public property or private property and endangers the lives of innocent people in our neighborhoods and communities for any reason whatsoever. For months, some have accused our public safety personnel of hindering or restricting protests or gathering around the city, including the so-called Week of Action events that were organized by citizens who have concerns about the Atlanta Public Safety Training Center. I don't want there to be any confusion. This administration and our public safety personnel 100% support the rights of those who choose to peacefully gather and peacefully voice their opinions and their views. For those who gathered last week to share their concerns and voice their opinions at Brownwood Park in East Atlanta, we respect your rights to do so within the city's rules and the park's rules and laws. However, groups or individuals that have the extreme intention to intimidate, to threaten, to participate in acts of violence and intentionally break the law, that will not be tolerated.
And you're listening to a news conference there from a bit earlier on with Atlanta police. They're talking about targeted attacks that happened over the holiday weekend. Coming up, we do have several different news conferences that are about to get underway, one of which is over in D.C., where police say 9 people were shot overnight. We also have the update coming in from the district attorney over in Philadelphia after that mass shooting that killed 5 people on Monday night. That suspect apparently wearing body armor and a ski mask, according to police. We will have those for you coming up right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's head to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour, and on the other side, right back into your headlines and live events. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Here on Live Now from Fox, we have plenty of live events that are about to get underway, including that news conference over in Philadelphia with the district attorney after that mass shooting from Monday night, where the suspect was allegedly wearing a bulletproof vest and possibly a ski mask as well. No charges had been filed against that 40-year-old man as of yesterday, but it appears the district attorney is going to announce that those charges have been filed. We also have another podium that is set up as we expect any moment now. D.C. police will be holding a news briefing on a shooting that injured 9 people. So we'll bring you that. It looks like they are trying to get started, but they are working on some of the audio issues there. While we wait for that to get underway, I do want to head back to that news conference. That is actually from Atlanta. Let me pop up the audio to see if this is actually someone with one of the departments that is speaking.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
So they are working on those audio issues, as I mentioned. But for now, let's head back to that news conference with Atlanta police as they discuss targeted attacks on people over the July 4th weekend, one of which did involve police officers.
On Saturday, July 1st at approximately 2:15 in the morning, Atlanta Fire Rescue responded to a possible working fire at the address of 180 Southside Industrial Parkway. Upon arrival, our units discovered that there were several motorcycles on fire that belonged to APD. We further determined that incendiary devices were utilized to set these fires, and it is now under investigation as arson. Atlanta Fire Rescue has partnered with APD and ATF to begin the investigation, and it is currently underway.
Thanks, Chief. Thank you, Mayor. Morning, everyone. Appreciate your time today and taking this important message to your viewers and your readers. The Fire Chief referred to a fire that started at our precinct at 180 Southside Industrial. This is a dual-purpose facility. Our training center is housed there most recently, and then our Special Operations Precinct is there. This is the precinct that has a key role in protecting large-scale events such as the Peachtree Road Race, which unfolded yesterday in our city. But prior to that, about 1 hour prior to the event at 180 Southside Industrial, we had another precinct that was targeted in the city. This is our Path Force precinct on Memorial Drive in the 800 block of Memorial. These officers patrol the Beltline, which many of you all visit frequently. At that location, we had multiple windows broken on police vehicles. We believe the intent was to set those vehicles on fire as well. You saw the photograph of the red fusee on the ground. That has been used by this group in the past to set police vehicles on fire. That was dropped when a citizen observed the criminal acts in progress and actually interrupted the crimes that were occurring there. So we believe that the fire attack that was planned on Memorial Drive was thwarted by an observant citizen. A short time later, about an hour, we had the fire at our facility on Southside Industrial. Now, while 8 motorcycles were destroyed, there were 40 police motorcycles at that location, belonging to the Atlanta Police Department, MARTA, as well as the Fulton County Sheriff. We know now in the early stages of this investigation, the intent was not for 8 motorcycles to be destroyed. The intent was for all 40 to be destroyed. And had all those 40 vehicles caught on fire, that police facility would have been gravely damaged, if not destroyed, in the fire. And we are thankful for our police officers that saw this unfolding and likely interrupted that plan from being able to play out in its fullness. This attack at 180 Southside Industrial and on Memorial was not only an attack on the men and women of this police department, but it was an attack on every neighborhood that this department protects and every visitor that comes to our city to enjoy Atlanta. The Peachtree Road Race the day before, on yesterday's date, could easily have been impacted by this group on Saturday had they been successful in carrying out the full intent of that arson attack. But this was not all that transpired over the weekend. We know from the postings of this group, their intent to stop the Public Safety Training Center has left the democratic process of the City Council and is now moving to intimidate and force out contractors that are committed to building the Public Safety Training Center. This weekend, during the week of action, 3 different locations, private residences, were targeted. Tires were flattened on a contractor's home. A home of an executive for Brasco Gorey was significantly vandalized in another jurisdiction. And then we had another location where graffiti was used to intimidate. And then yesterday morning, as many of you were covering the Peachtree Road Race, slightly after 7 o'clock in the morning, a location at 418 McDonough Boulevard belonging to Brent Scarborough's company, which is a key provider of work on this training center, was also targeted and attacked, and equipment was set on fire at that location. These acts are of a small, determined group that does not represent a wider population. These are small individuals from across the country that are using violence and fear and intimidation to stop a public safety training center that trains firefighters and police officers to save lives. And the effort of law enforcement is committed to stop this. A number of arrests have been made in the past that has diminished other actions. And this group cannot hide behind the dark of night or the home address and feel that they are not going to be held accountable. I have standing at this podium with me today representatives from the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the ATF, and we are also partnered with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. These agencies are working together to determine where federal laws violated this weekend and ensure that the full expertise of American law enforcement is present right here in Atlanta to stop this group across the region, stop their ability to impact the public safety network of Atlanta, and hold them accountable. And so thank you very much, SAC Gibbons and Assistant SAC Whistler. We appreciate your support and the dedication of your men and women who've been present throughout the weekend in our city investigating these crimes. I'm also pleased to announce that Atlanta Crime Stoppers has raised a award to $10,000 for anybody that has information on the 2 attacks of police facilities in Atlanta, the attack on the construction site, or any private citizen that is working to advance the public safety of Atlanta. Please give us your information so you can help be a partner in solving these crimes. And at this time, I'd like to turn the podium over to Special Agent in Charge Ben Gibbons of the ATF.
And you are listening to a news conference underway. This was actually a bit earlier in Atlanta, Georgia, as they spoke about several targeted attacks that happened over the holiday weekend. Do want to call your attention to 2 other live events that are about to get underway. We have an update here from the Philadelphia District Attorney's Office scheduled to begin in just about 2 minutes. This is all connected to Monday night's mass shooting where the suspect was reportedly wearing a bulletproof vest and a ski mask and firing randomly at people on the streets and in cars. As of last night, the suspect was in custody but had not been charged. We do anticipate here that the DA is going to announce those charges and speak more about the suspect. Up to the top right-hand side of your screen, that is a news conference that they've been trying to get underway for a little while now in D.C. This is after 9 people were shot overnight. Unfortunately, they are having some audio issues at this point, so they are still working to get those fixed. For now, while we wait for the Philadelphia news conference to get underway, I'm going to pop up the audio on this Atlanta one.
With that being said, we are also offering an additional reward for information that could lead to the rest of these individuals committing these heinous acts. And we're doing a $5,000 reward as of right now. And let me provide that number for the tip line. ATF tip line is 1-888-283-8477. Again, 1-888-283-8477 or 1-888-ATF-TIPS. That's all. Thank you very much, Chief.
All right, so you've heard from Chief Shearbaum, Chief Smith, as well as ATF SAC Gibbons, and of course we have the FBI here as well. We're all in partnership. I did want to make clear that this construction site is not an Atlanta Public Safety Training Center site. This is a whole nother site where this contractor is working, and yet these individuals have burned up construction equipment on a totally separate site. So that's a private piece of property and on a private construction site. So again, this violence expands beyond the Atlanta Public Safety Training Center. So now we will answer your questions.
Mary, if I can ask just 2 quick questions. First of all, how were they able to get onto these different properties without anyone being able to see them or stop them? I know you mentioned one citizen was able to stop them at one location. And also, you did mention the difference between basically the extremists and the peaceful protesters. How can you differentiate between the two, and how are they able to infiltrate some of the peaceful protests?
So I'll answer the second question, and I'll have Chief maybe talk about the incident and what time of day it might have occurred and any other details related to it that he can express, as this is an ongoing investigation. But the second question that you asked is an important one about how are arsonists, vandals, violent actors able to be alongside peaceful protesters. You have individuals that will burn up construction equipment, light a fire to police vehicles, and then have a bouncy house party the next day with, peaceful protesters at a park. So they will go to a park by day, and then by night they're burning up police equipment or setting fires or trying to destroy construction equipment. So these individuals are trying to use the guise of peaceful protests that maybe some local Atlantans may actually be engaged in a desired conversation about their views on public safety. But these individuals have different views than those folks. These individuals are anarchists. They want to destroy. So they are hiding in the midst. You will see them change clothes, as we've seen in March. We've seen them throw rancid meat at commercial properties, even at a lieutenant of the Atlanta Police Department. So these individuals are alongside, these arsonists, these criminals are alongside peaceful protesters, and sometimes the peaceful protesters are aware of it, and sometimes they are not. We have made it clear to local activists that we know and individuals that tend to be peaceful. We're letting them know that we are aware that there are individuals that are in our city that have committed crimes across the nation, and that they are on your social media or in your network saying they're coming to your event to do the same. So when we give you that heads up as a local organizer, you should take that heads up and also see something, say something, as we're asking any other citizen to do. When peaceful protesters, when organizers are not, utilizing their best judgment, then bad things can happen with them being alongside them. And it makes it real tough for APD to know who was the one with the dirty hand, so to speak. And so that's what the message that we want to get out to the public is that these individuals mean harm, and you don't want to be around them or associated with them. When you are, it makes it difficult to tell who's who. Chief, you want to answer the question?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So the group that struck this weekend is a dedicated group of professional anarchists, and I know that may seem a contradiction in terms. So this is a group of individuals that don't play by any rules and will go to any lengths they need to carry out. And this is their words: we will wage a campaign of violence and destruction. And so what we saw this weekend was part of that campaign. So we don't want to disclose exactly how the attacks were carried out. That is part of the investigation. But they do not play by any rules, and they put others at risk when they do these attacks, our police officers, the citizens of the city. So once we make the arrest, some of that will become more clear. We have made other arrests from this exact same group. They will not escape law enforcement. This is a group who was on borrowed time, and soon they will be held accountable, and Atlanta will see who has been threatening their city and harming their first responder network.
Mayor, do you support domestic terrorism charges for those who are already arrested and potentially these who could be arrested?
You know, I'm not a lawyer, I'm not a police officer, I'm not a prosecutor. What I support is that criminals be arrested, so they're off the street, and then they go through the judicial process to be found guilty or innocent. I want processes to play out. I don't want any uncertainty that violence brings into our community. So whatever stops the violence is what I'm in favor of. The police will arrest you, and the DA and others will make the charges, and the judge will make the decision on your sentencing, your guilt, your innocence. But we're looking for this all to be resolved with individuals having whatever charges are necessary to make sure that they're off the streets of Atlanta creating this violence.
Mayor, can you tell us what the total cost and the damages, if you guys have any assessment of what this is all going to cost?
Yeah, I don't have that number right in front of me. What's a police motorcycle cost, Chief?
It's going around $35,000, and then once you outfit us a little bit more, so do that times 8. That's going to put you in the ballpark.
Yeah. And that's not even including the rest of the smoke and damage and other things. And the broken windows on the police car, et cetera.
The actors this weekend, do you think they're all connected to each incident? Like when they've done construction equipment and the motorcycles, is this all the same group?
All right, so that is a news conference underway there with Atlanta police as they are talking about the targeted attacks that happened over the July 4th holiday. We do have several news conferences that are about to get underway. That includes this one right here on your screen. That is with the Philadelphia District Attorney. Any moment now, he is expected to approach the podium and speak on that mass shooting from Monday night. We know 5 people were killed, multiple others wounded, including children, when a gunman opened fire, and police say that person was wearing a bulletproof vest and a ski mask. We're going to have coverage of that. You can watch it right here on LiveNOW from Fox. Let's head to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour, and we will be right back with more live, raw, and unfiltered coverage. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The stage is set here. Coming up any moment, we do expect to hear from the district attorney there in Philadelphia. This is all related to that mass shooting from Monday night. Now, the 40-year-old accused of killing a man in a house and then gunning down 4 others in Philadelphia before surrendering to police officers was arraigned on murder and other charges earlier today. Kim Brady Carricker was arraigned on 5 counts of murder, as well as charges of attempted murder, aggravated assault, and weapons counts of possession without a license and carrying firearms in public. That is according to prosecutors. Now, a 2-year-old boy and a 13-year-old boy were also wounded by gunfire, and another 2-year-old boy and a woman were hit by shattered glass in that Monday night rampage that made the working class area in southwest Philadelphia the site of the nation's worst violence around the July 4th holiday. Police called to the Kingsessing neighborhood found gunshot victims and started to help them before hearing more shots being fired. Some officers rushed victims to hospitals while others ran toward the gunfire and chased that firing suspect. Staff Inspector Ernest Ransom, the homicide unit commander, said witness interviews and video indicated that the suspect went to several locations in a ski mask and body armor carrying an AR-15 style rifle. The suspect then began shooting aimlessly at occupied vehicles and individuals on the street as they walked. That is according to the staff inspector. Now, the vehicles included a mother driving her 2-year-old twins home, one of whom was shot 4 times in the legs and the other was hit in the eyes by shattered glass. While we wait for that news conference to get underway, I do want to head over to Washington, D.C. That is where police are providing a briefing here. This is after 9 people were shot overnight during various 4th of July celebrations. Let's pop up the audio and listen in.
I know many of our residents are very concerned about news reports that we've heard, especially today, about violence in the district. We are also troubled by violent incidents that we've seen around the country, where violence and guns marred a holiday weekend. So we want to make sure that we are sending the clear message that our public safety apparatus and our team are working around the clock to keep district residents safe. And we want to make sure that we are using all of our tools to investigate these violent incidents and to hold the people responsible accountable. I'm asking the acting chief of police, Leslie Parsons, who is acting for Sean these few days, to provide a briefing on some of these incidents, and then we'll be able to take your questions. Chief.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Assistant Chief Leslie Parsons of MPD's Investigative Services Bureau. As you all know, the 4th of July brings thousands of visitors to our nation's capital, and each year, MPD is fully activated to be present in and respond to community needs, as well as facilitate the many events around our city. Yesterday and into the overnight hours, we experienced a number of shootings and homicide, and that is totally unacceptable. And while we should acknowledge there were many events to include multiple neighborhood parades, Major League Baseball game, a concert and fireworks display that went off without incident, the gun violence that occurred in the evening cannot be ignored, and we are asking our community for help. I'm going to briefly speak on 2 cases that occurred last night and this morning. The first case I'll start on is the case from Meade Street that occurred just before 1 a.m. this morning, the 4700 block of Meade Street Northeast. In this case, there were several residents of our community outside celebrating the 4th of July when a vehicle that is described as a dark-colored SUV sped through the block, stopped, and suspects recklessly discharged firearms at these residents. That vehicle then fled the scene. As a result, we ended up with 9 total victims. Initial reports where our youngest victim was 9 years old. That victim is actually 10 years old. So we had a 10-year-old victim and a 17-year-old victim. Everyone is expected to survive. Nobody has any life-threatening injuries. They are all being treated at local hospitals. The next case that I was going to speak on, just to give you a briefing and update about, is the case from Catholic University that I know everybody has questions on. So right around 8 a.m. this morning, 4th District officers responded to the 600 block of Alumni Lane, which is the address on Catholic's campus. Now this occurred just off Michigan Avenue, just on the campus, but it was outside. In this case, they responded, they located an adult male shooting victim. DC Fire and EMS responded, transported that victim to a local hospital where he unfortunately succumbed to his injuries. Although very, very preliminary in this investigation, the investigation so far suggests that the victim and suspect were known to each other, and it appears that whatever transpired between two individuals that knew each other. We'll have more updates on that case later. Unfortunately, that's all I have on that one at the moment. But I'd like to encourage anybody that has any information on any of these cases or any other cases to please contact the Metropolitan Police Department. Call our 24-hour command center at 202-727-9099, or you can send us a text tip at 50411.
Thank you. And I know there were also some questions about our non-law enforcement deployments across the city, and I wanted to ask the city administrator just to comment briefly on that.
Thank you, Mayor. So for large events like the 4th of July, we deploy something called GO teams throughout the city. Last night there were 28 GO teams that had over 100 individuals involved. And those GO teams have a few missions. One is to be present and provide a safe space for individuals. These are often individuals who are known to community, who grew up in community, that are assigned to each GO team. Second, to walk the adjacent blocks to be able to observe rising tensions, keep things safe, encourage people to have fun. And third, if they do spot rising tension, that's not even yet at the point where there would be a crime, to notify their chain of command, who notifies MPD, so they can adjust their deployment. So we had 28 present yesterday, about 100 individuals. In the past, we've been at prior 4th of Julys, we've been out at Halloween. These consistently show they reduce violence in the area. They cannot control for or stop every instance of violence, but they do have a calming effect on community. I had a chance to visit about 5 GO teams last night between 9 and 11, all actively walking the adjacent blocks and engaging with community.
Questions? Yes, Darcy.
Regarding the mass shooting incident, so we spoke to someone who lives there. She indicated that she has a party every year, a peaceful party, food, they set off fireworks, things like that. So if you could confirm what was going on in that area. I saw on Twitter you said that this was targeted. If you could kind of explain, were the children targeted? Like, who exactly was targeted? And was there police presence in that area?
Yeah, so as I mentioned during the summary of the case, it appears that this vehicle came down the street in a split second and fired shots recklessly towards the folks that were outside. We're still investigating the case, so it's hard for me to give you a firm answer on your question, but it appears the folks that were outside merely celebrating the 4th of July were targeted, and we're trying to figure out why. We're working on that. If we're able to develop whatever we can develop in this case, we'll definitely share it with the public.
Chief, on Catholic, can you tell us anything about the victim? Did the victim have any connection to the university whatsoever?
Yeah. So far, as I said, very preliminary in the investigation, but so far we're not seeing a connection to the victim and the university.
Or to, I know, the Marionberry leadership.
All right, so that is a news conference underway with the mayor and police chief over in, this is actually D.C., where 9 people were shot. But I do actually want to head live over to Philadelphia, where the district attorney is now live speaking about a mass shooting there from Monday night. Let's pop up the audio and listen in.
And it took a minute, so thank you for your patience. I really appreciate it. We are here today to discuss a collaborative community response to Monday's mass shooting here in the King-Sessing community. This breaks down into several parts, but the essence of it is this. This is really not my time to talk and talk and talk. This is the time for a lot of other people who are affected by what occurred and who work to try to make it better now as much as they can and to try to make it better in the future. This is their opportunity to talk, and it's their opportunity for the public to understand that an entire community does come together despite the horrific trauma of this nightmarish mass shooting. Someone back there, while we were getting ready, said the bullets don't care, but we do. I'd say that's about right. The bullets don't care, but we do. And I know the rest of this city does, and I know the rest of this country does. I want to identify some of the good people who are here today, many of whom will be speaking. We have ADA Joanne Pescator, who is the chief of the DAO's Homicide and Non-Fatal Shooting Unit. We have the prosecutor specifically assigned to this case and assigned to the case from the beginning, and that is ADA Bob Wainwright of the DAO's Homicide Non-Fatal Shooting Unit. We have with us the Reverend Myra Maxwell, Director of the DAO's Victim Support Services Division, who has done incredible work with her team to try to reach out to so many different victims, survivors, co-survivors, and families affected by this tragedy. Reverend Maxwell is here with Shakina DeShazer, who is the Administrative Manager of the DAO's CARES Unit. Now, the CARES Unit is the subpart of the Victim Witness Unit in the DA's office that is specifically tasked with working intensively with the families of homicide victims in the first 45 days. Just imagine for a second what it's like when you can't afford the funeral, what it's like when you feel that you're endangered, what it's like when all that grief is crushing you and causing health problems in your family. Just imagine what it's like to try to deal with all the immediate logistics and simultaneously try to find a way in the future to address your own trauma. Well, that's the kind of work that is done by Reverend Maxwell, Shakina DeShazer, and we also have Shalyn Harris, who is a victim witness coordinator specifically working in our Homicide Non-Fatal Shooting Unit and specifically working on this particular case. Aunt Brown, Anthony Brown. Aunt Brown is here for ABRO, that's ABRO, which is an anti-gun violence organization that works in schools. As you may know, a lot of juveniles have been affected very directly and indirectly by this, and we appreciate his work, appreciate his being here. We have several members of the DAO's LGBTQ plus liaison group, some of whom are also victim witness coordinators, and they include Kelly Burkhart, who is a victim witness coordinator in the DA's office. In addition to filling this role, we have Asa Khalif. Mr. Khalif, I mean, frankly, I shouldn't have to introduce him. He should be so well known to many of you for his remarkable work as an activist and in many other ways. We also have the wonderful Sappho Fulton and Micah Thomas here on behalf of that group. Our Sheriff, Rochelle Bilal, is here. Senator Sharif Street of PA Senate District 3, who has done so much with his colleagues in the Senate to try to address issues of gun violence and issues of prevention around gun violence, is here. We have Dr. Zaf Qasim, that's Z-A-F, next name Qasim, Q-A-S-I-M, who is a medical doctor and emergency physician from Penn Presbyterian Medical Center. He is here with registered nurse Stephanie Horton, also works in emergency at Penn Presbyterian Medical Center, and both of these individuals have come here to tell you what it was like to treat many of the injured in the emergency room on the night that occurred, and to speak more generally about the reality that their everyday situation is gun violence victims coming in for years. Dr. Qasim has been doing this work at Penn Presbyterian for 8 years, but he has been a doctor for 22 years. We have with us Vofi Jabatet, who is the executive director of ACANA, that's A-C-A-N-A. ACANA is the Africa Cultural Alliance of North America. The offices of ACANA are very close to where this incident occurred, and Vofi is very well known. Some call him the mayor up here, the mayor of that neighborhood anyway. Vofi is very well known and played an important role here in assisting the DA's office in reference to one of the homicide victims, who is the son of an immigrant from Africa. He is present. We have Reverend W. Lonnie Herndon, Senior Pastor of the Church of Christian Compassion, who has collaborated with us many times, and among other things, is providing assistance to one of the families to deal with one of the most traumatic aspects of the aftermath of the shooting. We have Imam Kenneth Noordin of the Philadelphia Masjid, whose anti-gun violence work is constant. And we have the Reverend Dr. Sean James, Senior Pastor here at the Salt and Light Church, which is our host. In the back at this time, we also have Josephine Wama, and we have Jasmine Wama, who are the two sisters of one of the homicide victims. If they are able, they will be speaking today. And if they are not able, you will understand the reality of what they're up against. So let me just say a couple words, because it really should only be a couple words before we hear more from community. As many of you are aware, there were a lot of people who came to the scene of this crime yesterday within several hours of the shooting itself. My office at that time had fully deployed our CARES team, our victim witness coordinators team, who immediately, with the families of all of the victims of this shooting, with the exception of the one young man who had not been identified at that time, as soon as he was identified, they kicked into gear to address that. While we were out at the scene yesterday, we were accompanied by Leader Joanna McClinton, who is the Speaker of the Pennsylvania House, Representative Jordan Harris, who is essentially her right hand, the number 2 in the Pennsylvania House for the Democrats. Councilmember Catherine Gilmore Richardson was there. Councilmember Jamie Gauthier was there by phone. She was actually a couple thousand miles away, but wanted to know everything that was going on, and we were in close contact. Vofi Jabata of Akana was there as well. Reverend G. Lamar Stewart was there as well. And we were all struck by many things, but just one of those things was the bicycle, which is still there. I don't know if you saw it, but right at the corner where this all went down, yesterday, 24 hours ago, actually 28 hours ago, there was a small bicycle, looked like a child's bicycle, which was sitting on that corner. And we were informed by some people who were there that that bicycle was dropped by someone, I presume a child, during the shooting. Hours later, nobody had touched it. Nice little bike. Hours later, nobody had touched it, as if they all felt they couldn't, that it was a memorial. It was some kind of a silent memorial. Well, it's there now. It's been moved a few feet. Maybe somebody came along, some child came along and moved it, and somebody else told them to put it back. But it's there now. And I think that fact, the desolation on those streets, the absence of cars, the absence of people, the curtains closed, the doors locked in that neighborhood, and also the comments from neighbors, the ones who did come out, about how close they themselves came to being shot and killed. Thank goodness I didn't go get that bag out of my trunk right then, because those are the kinds of things that we heard. Obviously, this office is 100% committed to the vigorous prosecution of this mass killer, and we will do justice in court with this case. But it's not my time to keep talking. It's my time to call forward some people who have, in my opinion, very important things to say. It is my pleasure, my honor first, to call forward Zaf Qasim, MD, an emergency physician from Penn Presbyterian, as well as registered nurse Stephanie Horton, to speak as much as they wish and as little as they wish about their experience and their thoughts about this incident.
Thank you, DA Krasner. My name is Zach Qasim. I am an emergency room physician and an ICU physician at Penn Presbyterian, and I'm here with my colleague Stephanie Horton, who's a registered nurse also in the emergency room at Penn Presbyterian. And certainly would like to start to thank the DA for the invitation to speak today. Also our deepest condolences to everybody who was affected by the tragedy that happened on Monday night. The families in particular. Wanted to also thank the Philadelphia police officers who, whilst taking fire, were rapidly able to get the victims of this insanity that happened on Monday to Penn Presby in a very timely fashion. And we're also able to limit the additional loss of life on the scene by apprehending the suspect very quickly. And most importantly, I think I'd like to thank my colleagues who I'm representing here today, and Stephanie as well, who came together on that night with very little notice and were able to effectively and rapidly provide life-saving care to the victims who arrived. And some of the details are already made public to the press. I won't go into any further details on any specific patient. You know, this is really kind of a tragedy that we're here. We, as a team at Penn Presby, deal with gun violence not just on Monday night, but on an everyday basis. Especially over the last few years, we've seen a huge escalation in the amount of gun violence that we're seeing. It's not uncommon to see multiple victims who come in. Despite that, what happened on Monday was perhaps on a scale far above what we've seen before. From the degree of injury that we saw, from the style of weapon that was used, and the amount of damage. And remember, this isn't something that just affects the victims. As I said to the DA, the bullets really don't care. They don't care what faith you are, what party you belong to the victims, but to the families who we then have to go to talk to in the family rooms, and the wider community, as you saw, where the streets are now empty because people are scared to go out in the street. Let me hand it over to Nurse Horton.
I just would like to echo what Dr. Kassem said about the families.
As this briefing continues on, some of you are going to see a 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox.
A toll on my colleagues, and to go through this, like Dr. Kassem said,
to make sure that they are offered services immediately in the aftermath of this homicide death. Unfortunately, we have to do this quite a bit here in the city of Philadelphia, and we hope that we won't have to do that much. So we're looking one day that you all can put us out of business. However, in the immediate aftermath, there are so many issues that families have to deal with. We're there to not just offer the immediate support, but to make sure we help them to navigate the numerous systems that they have to navigate. That could be assisting with funeral expenses. It could be helping them to obtain counseling support or any other types of services. Because once there's a loss, there are many people impacted, as we've heard here already. So we have to consider there are children involved, there are other family members involved, there are neighbors involved, and the community. And our office is offering what I like to call it a continuum of support, because not only is our CARES unit out to be deployed in the immediate aftermath, but if there's an arrest in the case, our homicide victim witness coordinators, as well as our non-fatal shooting coordinators, are there to support the family through the criminal justice process. There's also another component because we also work with community-based providers. So not only are we working alongside of our community-based providers, but we're also making certain that the community is cared for. Because in the aftermath of such tragedy such as this or any incident, the community is absolutely impacted. So the trauma is going from not just the family to the community, even to those who are providing the service. We are impacted by this as well. So our continuum of services, again, reaches out to not just the immediate family, but also to those people who are impacted in the community, as well as those who are serving. So we do have information on some of the other organizations, including our network of neighbors who provide trauma support to the community. So we have reached out to these organizations already to make sure that we are touching every single aspect of this particular traumatic event. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It is now my pleasure to call forward Asa Khalif to say a couple words on behalf of a whole team who are here, which is the DAO's LGBTQ+ Advisory Committee. Well, as wonderful as his speaking is, it should not be necessary, but, you know, there are some people for whom hate is a full-time job, and if they can stay away from the facts and talk about nonsense, that's what they're going to do. We will have more to say about this if there's any need to say it, but there really shouldn't be. Nevertheless, I call forward Asa Khalif.
Thank you very much, Mr. District Attorney. We are members of the District Attorney's LGBTQIA Advisory Committee. We have done wonderful work within our community and educating the District Attorney's Office and connecting them with our community is the first that has ever been done in the District Attorney's Office, and we are very proud of the success that we've had moving forward. I'm not going to take a lot of time because we have some pressing issues here. First and foremost, we'd like to give our deepest condolences to the victim's family. We want to lift the victims up in our thoughts and honor them. Even though they died in a tragic way, their lives mattered. And the impact of the community. This is a community that we belong to. We used to live, some of us lived in this community before we moved to other communities in Philadelphia. It has impacted us. We have family members. So it's a triple effect. It just doesn't stop with the shooter being arrested. There is a triple down effect, and it affects all of us as a community and keep us all as a city in our prayers. I want to discuss very briefly, because there is a nasty, violent, in terms of verbal and written words, spewed by the conservative press regarding the shooter. There are certain pictures that are circulating. Some of you may be aware of those pictures. Have the shooter in one picture as male and other pictures dressed in female attire or female outfits. They have used those pictures to attack trans people, and particularly trans women of color, which are extremely vulnerable to violence in our community. I want to set the record straight because language is extremely important when we're talking about anything dealing with violence in trans community. The suspect or the shooter has not identified themselves as trans. They have only identified themselves as male. And that's the language that will be used until further developments if they change that type of language. But the language that is spewed out by the conservative press is violent and is dangerous and is targeting trans women of color. It's rallying the community to be violent. And we're better than that. We're better than that. We have our trans women and our trans men living in these communities, working, thriving in the communities. They are not killers. They are the most vulnerable to violence. They want to live their lives, and they have every right to do so. And we will not allow conservative bigots to use that type of language to attack trans people. This is about someone who used violence to hurt and harm our city and our community. And I'm sure they will be punished to the fullest extent of the law. But we will not allow trans women, and trans women in particularly trans women of color, to be the scapegoat for bigots. There is no room for that. We will not allow it. Thank you.
I want to make sure to point out that accompanying Mr. Khalif were Sappho Fulton, dressed in white. We also had Kelly Burkhart, who works in the DA's office, and we had Micah Thomas, who is standing to your right, my left. The next group I'm honored to call up are the Reverend Dr. Sean James.
Some of you will be seeing another 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox.
From the Church of Christian Compassion, and Imam Kenneth Nuruddin, the resident imam at the Philadelphia Mosque.
Now, the doors of the church are open, and we would love for you to bring that person by here that we can minister to them.
Again, we are gathered under circumstances which are very acute. And when we have acute problems, all labels are put aside because humans are involved. And we see the response of the first responders, whether they're in law enforcement, criminal justice, or the health professionals. The job that they do is second to none, and it's very thorough. But I would like to speak to the community and remind us we are the second responders, meaning we have to come in and deal with the chronic conditions. So just as the first responders do their job well, they can only respond to acute issues. The chronic condition is something that all of us have to respond to, and we have to commit ourselves and dedicate our efforts in that capacity. Thank you.
Again, our thoughts and prayers go towards the families affected by this terrible tragedy. I want to thank the DA's office always for having their finger on the pulse of bringing faith leaders and community leaders together to help our community heal. There's a great quote that says, "We do not heal in isolation, we heal in community." And tonight, join us at 7 p.m. as we spend some time walking this neighborhood, praying for this neighborhood, and helping this community to heal. Thank you.
That was really concise for clergy. I'm very, very impressed. And thank you for that. It is, you know, lawyers say they're going to write a brief, but it's never brief. It's the same idea. Anyway, it is now my pleasure to call forward Vofi Jabatet, who is the Executive Director of ACANA, A-C-A-N-A, that is the African Cultural Alliance of North America. Mr. Jabatet.
Thank you, Lyra Krishna, or DA. And I first of all want to extend our appreciation and gratitude to the 12th Police District and the police officers that immediately put their own lives at stake to bring this situation under control immediately. We were here on Sunday and with Jordan Harris, our district representative, and Joanna McClinton. Well, I want to leave this platform with one message, and that is what happened in Southwest Philadelphia, 56 and Chester, is not isolated to 56 and Chester. It's a national issue. For people to think that we will be scared to live our life and work on 56 and Chester or Chester Avenue, tell those who shoot randomly, tell those people who come after people who don't harm them but they want to harm others, that we will not be afraid. We will continue to build Southwest Philadelphia based on those models that all of us have accepted. I want to make sure that I am not only speaking for the African and Caribbean immigrants that live in here, but for all of the folks that call Southwest Philadelphia their home. We speak with one voice. We are planning for to unify our community. We have Aracana, we have therapeutic services across the road. We have therapeutic services. I also speaking on behalf of the Wama family, and I've been working with them since then. And we will be, tomorrow at 10 o'clock, we will be, based on the DA instruction, we will be meeting as a community to structure what is it that we'll do to heal our community quickly. And I just want to say we're not afraid.
Thank you, Mr. Jabatet. It is now my pleasure to introduce two of Philadelphia's greatest defenders when it comes to public safety, when it comes to the prevention of crime, and also tip my hat to a couple who could not be here today. We have with us Rochelle Bilal, our sheriff. We also have Senator Sharif Street. I don't think I don't even want to compare them. I don't think there's anybody who's really done more to try to see what we could do at both the local and statewide level to improve Philadelphia's situation. I do want to mention Senator Vince Hughes, who could not be here today, but has played such a vital role, and Senator Nikhil Saval, who wanted to be here, but is doing what any good parent does, which is making sure that his family is safe and sound and well cared for. I also want to tip my hat to our upstate brother in the Senate, and that is Senator Costa. There's many others I could recognize, but these are all people who work all day, every day, to try to improve things for Philadelphia, both in terms of enforcement and prevention. As you may know, there has been a community out there very vested in the prevention of crime. They have, among other things, been interested in an idea that was first published in the Inquirer, or at least the basis for it came in the Inquirer, referred to as 57 blocks. I don't know exactly what these two leaders are going to tell us, but I know it's going to be important, and therefore I call forward Sheriff Bilal and Senator Street.
Good afternoon. On behalf of the Philadelphia Sheriff's Office, we give our sincere condolences to the families, the victims of this senseless mass murder. With that, we are even more concerned over disturbing messages found on the assailant's social media page. Let me congratulate those Philadelphia police officers and the Philadelphia Department, my colleagues, who did a superb job in making sure that assailtant was captured. We don't have to put a warrant out for that one. That one's in custody. And I want to thank them for the work that they've done. Let us use this opportunity to re-examine social media posts. We may see that mentions harming someone or suggest extreme activities. If you know this person or see a post that raises a red flag, you have to speak up and call the authorities immediately. This is our business, and we can't afford to stay silent. They are letting people know what they are about to do, and that is on all of us to not sit silent when you see these type of posters that is threatening to harm us, harm our communities, harm our children, harm somebody in society. We have to take a part in this. As the investigation continues, we ask for the community's assistance to call and report suspicious activity, unlawful gun purchase, and anything that poses a threat to you and your family. We need your help.
Thank you, Sheriff, District Attorney, all those who've worked on this. 2 years ago on this day, on July 5th, 2021, I was standing here because there had been a mass shooting on July 4th, 2021, in which Saudin Mahmoud Lala, our nephew, was killed. Standing here full of cameras, shooting on 60th Street, not on 58th, 2 blocks away. And my wife was bursting into tears, and for the first time ever, I burst into tears on camera. Since then, the Pennsylvania General Assembly has failed to enact responsible gun laws. You can still buy an AR-15, which was used in countless murders over and over again. We still haven't passed background checks. The House passed it, but my colleagues, Republican colleagues, let's be clear, in the Senate still have not called that to a vote. The reporting of lost and stolen handguns still is not available, which only targets straw purchasers, does nothing to individual. Red flag laws, safe storage, I could go on. It is absolutely ridiculous. And the only thing that could have made sitting there and looking at this worse was then
to see us do something, not just give empty promises and fake prayers.
Thank you so much, Sheriff, and thank you for your passionate words, Senator Street. It is now my opportunity and pleasure to call up ADA Joanne Pescator, the Chief of the Homicide Non-Fatal Shooting Unit, who supervises ADA Bob Wainwright, the prosecutor who has had this case from the beginning, and I expect will have this case until the end. They will be providing specific information about the case. If you have any questions, please hold them. We are going to make sure that you all have an opportunity to ask questions when we get to the question and answer phase. There will be a couple speakers speaking together after ADA Pescator and Bob Wainwright, so I appreciate your patience.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bob Wainwright. I'm the Assistant District Attorney assigned to the case.
Good afternoon, Joanne Pescator. I'm the Chief of the Homicide Non-Fatal Shooting Unit in the Philadelphia District Attorney's Office.
And I just want to start off by stating what others before me have said. My condolences go out to the families of the 5 murder victims. Lasheed Merritt, who was 20, Daimir Stanton, who was 29, Ralph Morales, who was 59, Dejon Brown, who was only 15, and Joseph Wama Jr., who was 31. I also like to send my condolences to the family members who were hurt and survived. Ms. Brown, Octavia Brown, who was driving in a car with 3 of her children. She suffered a serious injury to her eye from glass. Her twin boys in the back seat, one of them suffered injury from the glass, and the other suffered gunshot wounds to his leg. And her 10-year-old daughter, who was not struck, thankfully, but was in the passenger seat next to her, as well as the surviving complainant, the one person who was struck by bullets, who was not in that car, who survived, who was only 13 years old. I'll just, the defendant in this case had an AR-15 assault rifle, and as it's been said already, I mean, the police work on this case was just absolutely incredible from the very beginning. The fact that they cornered this defendant before he could take more lives is absolutely remarkable and showed incredible bravery by the police officers. And then I got a phone call from ADA Pescator, my boss, shortly after the incident, saying that this was going to be coming down the pipeline and to just be ready. And then I got a phone call later that night, after midnight, by Detective Scally, who's not the assigned, but Detective Scally is an amazing detective in Philadelphia, and he was drafting the search warrants both for the defendant's home and also the home of the Joseph Wama, who had been found after the other 4 decedents had been already found and the scene had been processed. And then the assigned detective, Detective Orlando Ortiz, who I've had the fortune of working with before, who's an amazing detective as well. And I just am thankful that we've got such great detectives and police in this city.
All right, thank you very much. Obviously, both ADA Wainwright and ADA Pescator will be available for questions. They may not be able to answer all of them, but they will certainly be able to answer some of those questions. Finally, we have with us to speak together Josephine Wama and Jasmine Wama, who are the sisters of Joseph Wama, one of the murder victims in this case. Josephine is the twin sister of Joseph Wama, and Jasmine is also their sister. I would ask you, please, to understand the sensitivity of the situation and the respect that is something I know you will all convey in dealing with them. Josephine Wama and Jasmine Wama.
And we were watching live here in Philadelphia, getting an update on the mass shooting that happened on Monday that killed 5. Suspect arrested there, getting a lot more information today, and also hearing from the victims' families as well. So we'll keep an eye on that story here for you. Coming up in just moments, about 15 minutes away, White House briefing, highly in demand here, given that cocaine was found inside the West Wing. So we know a lot of questions will be happening surrounding that. Again, that's happening in about 15 minutes. We will bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. But let's continue our really top stories here of the day that we are following. It's the day after July 4th. And that means so many travelers hitting the airports today to go back and face reality as the holiday is over. Let's go out right now to Atlanta at Hartsfield-Jackson. That is where we find Fox's Jonathan Siri breaking it all down. Jonathan, how's it looking today?
Hey there, Mike. You know, the lines come and go. Right now, doesn't look so bad at the main TSA checkpoint, but remember, Atlanta is really a hub. Most of the activity taking place, passengers going from plane to plane, so the most activity you're going to see out on the aircraft concourses. But about an hour ago, we did see long lines here, and getting an idea of what's going on across the country, we've been monitoring the website flightaware.com, and as of this hour, they're reporting more than 2,100 delays involving flights either to, from, or within the U.S. so far today, and a total of 100, and my eyesight is failing me, 181 cancellations involving U.S. flights here. And what's causing this? Well, really a perfect storm of activities, if you'll excuse the pun, much of it driven by the weather. This time of year, you'll have pop-up storms going into the afternoon here in the southeast. In fact, we had some storm clouds just go overhead. I got a lightning alert on my smartphone just moments ago. But also in the Midwest and in the Great Plains, there's a cold front moving across the country that it's expected to generate thunderstorm activity going into Friday. And so over these next few days, that's when you're having a lot of people returning from their 4th of July vacations. And so the weather not cooperating. And then beyond the weather, you have staffing shortages. You have not enough air traffic controllers, and also the airlines. Many travel experts say the airlines taking too long to build back their staff and also their aircraft inventory coming out of the pandemic to meet this sudden surge in consumer demand to retake to America's skies. Back to you.
All right, Jonathan, thank you so much. The pent-up demand is definitely there, and we're feeling it at the airports there. Jonathan Siri, thanks so much for reporting live for us in Atlanta. Thank you again right here on Live Now from Fox. All right, so we are into the new hour. This is going to be the biggest briefing here in a while at the White House, as you can see media members gearing up there, as we will learn a lot more, hopefully, about how cocaine made its way inside of the White House, the West Wing there area. So we'll be featuring that for you as it happens right here on Live Now from Fox. Also, let's take a look at the Dow here. We have a full day of trading after the July 4th holiday, down about 121 points there in the red. Since we are live now, and we try to go to as many live events as we can, all in real time, that's what we have here.
We're grateful for the commitment.
As DJ Khaled would say, another one we have here. So let's go out to Chicago, where we have a briefing happening right now with police and other officials. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Water in your basement. Thank you very much. I'll now introduce Superintendent Fred Wallach. Interim Superintendent Fred Wallach, apologize.
Thank you, Jose, and good afternoon, everyone. I want to start by acknowledging the victims of violence this weekend. Our deepest condolences are with the families who lost loved ones this weekend. We will not tolerate this violence in our neighborhoods, and we are doing everything we can to reduce and prevent this trauma within our communities. Today we're here at the Offices of Emergency Management and Communications, where our dispatchers and call takers are working behind us as we speak. I especially want to thank all of our emergency management workers at OEMC, who are often the first link in the lifeline of help and support for residents. Their efforts are invaluable to the public and our first responders. I also want to thank all of the city's departments and agencies, many of which are represented here with us today. Together we are united in our mission to equip and empower all Chicagoans. We all play a part in building a better Chicago and helping one another by making our city safer, sharing resources, and keeping our city running. Over the holiday yesterday and this past weekend, many residents and visitors came together for numerous events and celebrations. In neighborhoods and parks across Chicago, residents took part in Independence Day parades and picnics, as well as cultural festivities. In fact, yesterday I stopped by Sauganash in the 17th District and Hyde Park in the 2nd District for their 4th of July celebrations. Over the weekend, despite some seriously inclement weather, the city successfully hosted the first ever NASCAR street race and welcomed fans from all across the country. Before that, President Biden stopped in Chicago to deliver a major economic address on Friday. Every instance required advanced coordination and collaboration, and I could not be more proud of the men and women of the Chicago Police Department. They showed up every day, on every watch, ready to serve, protect, and engage communities in every part of the city. Officers were in Chopin Park for a Faith in Action event, and both Columbus Park and Garfield Park for youth baseball events. On Friday, our major auto theft investigation unit, along with the FBI and the Illinois statewide auto theft task force, recovered over 200 catalytic converters after an 8-month investigation. And over the weekend leading to the holiday, both gang investigations and the narcotic divisions led high-profile operations resulting in arrests and the recovery of illegal guns and narcotics. All of these efforts demonstrate our deep commitment to protecting residents and visitors and making Chicago safer. Excuse me. But it wouldn't be possible without the partnership of our fellow departments and agencies. With the weather this weekend, we witnessed the power of teamwork as our city dealt with heavy storms and continuing rain. Departments and agencies worked around the clock and continue to work to provide resources and information to Chicagoans. Deputy Chief Jill Stevens and Deputy Chief Dwayne DeVries, two of the incident commanders for NASCAR, said, when Chicago is given the ball, we don't drop it, and that couldn't be more true. We also saw the spirit in this city, or as Mayor Johnson says, the soul of Chicago, as residents went out of their way to help each other. Whether it was making sure a next-door neighbor was all right or saving a toddler from a car trapped in a flooded viaduct, neighbors stepped up. That's what public safety is about, community. So I want to personally thank you and everyone for looking out for each other. I now welcome Deputy Mayor of Community Safety, Gary Gatewood.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Superintendent Waller, for the introduction. Good afternoon. I hope you all had a great weekend. As the superintendent said, this is a very busy weekend for the city of Chicago. It was made successful by partnerships across city government and with our communities. From President Biden's address on Friday to NASCAR's first ever Chicago street races and the Independence Day gatherings, our city was lively with people, celebrations, and large-scale events. The city of Chicago shines at putting on large-scale events, so we were ready and prepared for anything, including the inclement weather. Even though we had rain delays during Sunday's NASCAR race, I'm proud to say that the races were able to continue, and I thank NASCAR for their strong partnership and leadership throughout the weekend. Chicago looked beautiful in the spotlight, even with gray skies. Of course, Sunday's record rainfalls and unfortunately caused flooding in some of our neighborhoods and many resident homes and along the Riverwalk. My heart aches for those who are dealing with the aftermath of the damage of the heavy rainfall. And I promise that the city will continue to work to support our neighbors and families as they repair their homes. Just over the past few days, the city has deployed 125 trucks that were cleaning and repairs, and on the 4th of July, 2,300 alleys were cleaned. We will continue working around the clock in deep collaboration with city agencies and community partners to continue our thoughtful responses. Throughout every moment of celebration and crisis of the weekend, the full force of city government was working to provide information and resources to keep residents and visitors safe. I want to thank all the city departments and agencies for your invaluable efforts throughout the weekend and throughout the summer. Thank you for playing a part in building a safer, stronger Chicago. I also want to thank community leaders, organizations who continue to support the city and work to keep our communities and people safe. True community safety can only be achieved by working together, and we saw togetherness on full display this weekend. This administration is deeply committed to partnerships as we continue to serve people in neighborhoods. We look forward to continued collaboration across city departments and across our city to have safe, fun, and a joyous summer. Thank you, and now we're going to open it up for questions if there are any.
Hi, I'm Megan Hickey, CBS Chicago. Just to start, there were shootings over the weekend, unfortunately some lives lost, but the count was actually down significantly from the same weekend last year. Wondering what you attribute to that, and if you at all attribute that to potentially the severe weather.
Oh, I'll give you some.
Yeah. You know, Officer Weather probably always does play a part in that, but I contribute a lot of it to the hard work that the men and women of the Chicago Police Department and all the agencies did this weekend. This was a big, big weekend. Probably, I don't remember in all the time I've been a policeman, a weekend where we had so many things clustered together, so many events on top of 4th of July was probably, historically, has been probably our most violent weekend. And the numbers were good up until, and we know, what we faced early this morning.
Yeah, maybe just if you could touch on, there were, several shootings as of, I believe, midnight, or,
right.
This morning.
Right.
Any thoughts on that sort of escalation, again, sort of in tune with better weather, maybe?
Well, of course, it was very warm. A lot of people, a lot of gatherings, a lot of people were out. And that's almost a recipe for what we're seeing across the country, not just here in Chicago. But we try to have some tolerance and use some balance to tell people we want them to have a good time, but not to impede upon other people's rest and their peace when you start going into 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. So we need to do a better job of dispersing some of those large gatherings.
Superintendent Dane Placker with Fox 32. The incident this morning in Englewood on Ada, if you can talk a little bit